Hello everybody and welcome to the Batcolyte. Go ahead and tap the screen and share the live. We are here, as we always are, to see if you can question your beliefs. If you happen to have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not here to tear you down or prove you wrong. I just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? And if you don't have a belief or you've been questioned to the point, at least right now, you're not sure what to question anymore, well, make sure you tap the screen. And if you do come up with something to ask, put your questions in the comments and we'll see if we can't ask our guests your questions. Little arrow in the bottom right corner of your screen, and if you click on that, you can either add it to your story, you can repost it, or just share it to your friends, and who knows, maybe one of them will come in here with the courage or the curiosity to question their beliefs. Also, thank you guys for, nearly 5,000, there it is, 5,000 likes. Appreciate all of you tapping the screen. It really does help get us out to the FYP and maybe get a few people in here with the courage or the curiosity to question their beliefs.
Hey, Bat, long time no see.
Yeah, hey there, Jaybird, sorry. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? And is it Jay or Jai?
No, it's Jay, but brother, you threw me through a loop the last time we talked.
Did I?
Absolutely. It was awesome. No, sometimes you gotta question some stuff, and I was a little spicy in the beginning because I was a little tipsy, but
Can you remind me what god it is that you believe in?
I'm the pagan of duality that you're.
So you practice some kind of pagan practice while venerating duality itself? Is that what it is?
Yeah, because like I said last time, I revere the fact that everything needs opposites.
The last time was, what was the opposite of grass?
Yep, that's it right there. And man, dude, that threw me through a loop, and I was just like, oh my gosh, I didn't even think of it in that way. Because that could be said with so many other things, and I'm like, point. But I guess like matter to unmatter is my best answer. But even then, like, I'm just going through the process. I appreciate you letting me ask questions, and I just wanted to stop by and say thank you. Because these are...
Well, I appreciate it, Jaybird. I hope that you're continuing to ask questions, and I wonder if you expect that you will find definitive answers, or if the pursuit is what you're really searching for.
I think it's the pursuit because, like, if you're not, what's the discovery of it? Like, a lot of people seek religion to try to discover themselves. Well, yeah, I have my own unique take on it. Doesn't mean that I'm not trying to discover something about myself in the process. So that was a doozy.
Well, I'm glad I could give you something to think on, Jaybird. I hope that you keep asking questions. I am going to go ahead and move to the next guest.
No, I appreciate it. Just wanted to stop by.
Absolutely appreciate you. Thank you, Jaybird. Keep asking.
Absolutely.
W's for Jaybird in the comments. Always appreciate knowing how the questions sit with people. And I am always curious what the answers might be when we end on a really good one. We do have a few people in requests, and I will more than likely get to each of you in due time. But I want to remind everybody, if you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
Oh wow, I actually came up. I was trying to get my friend D up here because we're actual friends in like real life or whatever, but in BD.
Well, that can always be interesting to see a friend get questioned. I wonder if D will enjoy watching you get questioned.
Sure, I'm 36.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like it?
Yeah, you know, it's a constant question. I feel like I've been questioning my entire life.
Do you feel like you're any closer to an
until I get there?
So, would you say that you don't know if there is a God or not?
I think that there's an energy. I suspect that there's a very strong energy that's amongst us that we can tap into, but it's just an inkling. I can't say for sure.
I'm going to have to ask the obvious question, but before I do, I'm going to make sure and thank Danny Grax for knocking out that first goal before I ever even said a word. So thank you, Danny. I do appreciate you. So Sarah, when you say that there is an energy, what is energy in that sentence? What is it you're saying there is?
It's, you know, like, as science says, you know, it cannot be created nor destroyed. It's, this thing that moves amongst us, right?
Those are...
energy, right?
Maybe. And I only say that because I do want to make sure that I know energy can't be created or destroyed. And it is everywhere, I think you said. What is the it that can't be created? What is the it that can't be destroyed?
We're gonna get all tied up on this energy thing, right? But we both know what I mean.
Well, we might, but I do want to make sure that I do, and you know that it's a common enough question that I have that ready.
Right. Okay, so you know how like the Romans, like they when they built like the water, God, I can't even...
Aqueduct.
Yes. How did it move? Right? It just moved on its own.
Gravity.
Okay,
It's energy.
but I also feel like it's inside of us too, right? I'm just really glad that there's not like 120 people here, so that they're not all like roasting me in the comments right now. Seriously.
It's the benefit of requesting up early.
Yeah. I was like, whoa, less than 30. I was like, right on, I'm going in.
If you do want roasting, Danny says
No, please, no. Because, and I was like, okay, like his, like, just like his guard, his bodyguards aren't here, so thank God for that. You got the bodyguard used, man. I don't know. Anyway,
the bone guard. Right?
I can talk about my personal experience, but I'm going to tell you I don't know anything.
And that's fair. That is absolutely fair, Sarah. So when I'm pressing you, what is energy? And your explanation is kind of like the gravity that would make the aqueducts work, but there's also something inside of us.
Right.
Is that the same thing? Are you talking about gravity? Or is it another thing that gets classified as energy?
So, okay.
Do you think of energy as a thing, like an actual tangible thing that we can interact with?
Yes.
Physically?
Absolutely. Like energy, but I also feel like the peoples have got like, how I picture it is that like, think of like Christmas lights, right? And each person has like that little light bulb inside of them, and we're all just like a big string, and it's all just this big long line of Christmas lights. God, this sounds so stupid. I don't know, just yeah, so I'm like, I don't need any of your help. I'm gonna question myself the entire time. So
let you say it out loud and then hear.
Yeah.
I don't even have to do the mirroring thing. You just heard it come out of your own mouth. So Christmas tree lights, right?
Yeah, the Christmas tree yeah. God, oh my God. So dumb. Okay.
Is it possible that you don't know what energy is?
Well, yeah, I guess so. I mean, what is anything, right? What is anything? I can say it's this, but is it that? Or I can say this is blue, but someone else it's purple, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's funny you say that because I had the G and it's all orange. The first one I made was actually like green and purple. But I look angry in this one, and everybody said the energy looked like stink lines. So
it does. It has a little stink line to it. But green is my favorite color. So maybe if you did a darker green,
maybe that would look less stinky. So if you don't know what energy is, and you're saying, what do you?
And I guess maybe it just like started when I was little, right? And it's not too woo woo. Don't think I'm gonna get all woo woo on you. Um, it's
I do. It's okay.
it was just that
You haven't said
you know,
vibes or frequency yet, so I think we're okay.
right. It was just that religion was very much shoved down my throat, you know, and everything was the devil, you know. Her name's Sarah, and it doesn't have an H at the end. The devil.
How dare you, you ageless heathen?
Yeah.
I think that would be called an heathen.
Yeah. and even though I knew something inside of me that said this doesn't make sense, you know. And so then, by a very young age, I kind of like began to branch out. I do believe that people can be,
Like they can have feelings and make good guesses.
yeah, that's a simple way to describe it. Yeah.
Well, as opposed to supernatural connection with an ethereal force. Or do you think that's true too?
I feel okay. When we go back to energy, and I feel
I'll get the banner ready.
Yeah, when we go back to energy and we think about this,
2 points.
and how it's like this perpetual motion, and there's got to be some sort, like, you know, they've discovered that like the little trees talk to each other and stuff, or like mushrooms, you look at their little talk to each other in sort of like ways, you know. You put a fire up next to a live plant, the plant reacts like, you know. There's is this making any sense?
I mean, trees react to stimuli, and you're saying that when root occasion.
Other trees.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What does that indicate to you about what is inside?
Obviously, like this maybe it's not seeable, but it is there with us. You know what I mean? Like, okay, have you ever walked into a place and you just got a weird, like, one person, you know, and they were just like stank eyeing you, you know, and you're like, what's up with them, you know? And then later on you found out that, like, I don't know, like, stuff like that, you know? I'm trying to make it all make sense. But
so
it's like
weird feelings, a mood.
Yeah, that force field around you.
Are you sure there's a force field?
Yeah, of like sensitivity.
Do you think that if you were blindfolded and entered?
So here's the interesting part. Yes and no. I definitely thinks God damn.
Stick with the me thinks. Just do it confidently and no one will notice.
Thank you. I think that like, it kind of depends on how connected you are. So, for example, for me, when I was younger, I felt very much like in tune or like more intuitive. I did not, as I said, I like really started to question these religious beliefs. By the time I was 11, I was like out of there, you know? I started looking into metaphysical stuff. And I feel as though when I got older, which I call by earth, you know, like by being on earth and everything, it like conditions you to
Interesting.
kind of like step away from that, like, that young. This is also another like metaphor that I use, is that like you have like this little like fire like inside of you, right? Or it's like a little light or whatever, and like
Is it an actual light?
like a little like like a little burning candle. Okay, I don't know. This is the best I can think of.
Okay.
And the older and older you get, the dimmer and dimmer it gets, because you're so conditioned by life, you're so conditioned by earth, you're so conditioned by paying the damn bills. You know what I mean? That
Could
it's
that
almost
Could that
yeah.
light be, could it be ignorance and the wonder associated with it?
No, because the light is more truthful. What happens is that you become conditioned and you forget about.
When you say it's more truthful, what do you mean by that?
Like when I was, for example, when I was little, right? New. Like that. You know how little kids are, they're very intuitive. And it wasn't like someone put it into my head. It wasn't like, it was like these, or like, I don't want to say too much because everyone's gonna roast me.
If they do, they're only being playful.
That's sweet to
Otherwise, the
say.
mods will zap them.
It's like, okay, here's an example. Because I was like, I literally remember when I was a little kid staring out my window, holding on to my favorite little teddy, and just like saying to this God that I was forced to believe in, please, because I was scared of the rapture. I was like, please, if you come, just let me bring Teddy, you know? Like, I lived in this constant fear of this thing, except for, you know, coming back in the rapture. Except for that, I knew, like, my little child spirit, which let's not get started on the word spirit, please.
No, I've got another background ready.
But I knew that, like, there was much more. No!
No, keep going.
I'm like, spirit. It's another word for alcohol. But I don't know. I don't know if I'm making sense.
It's sounding like you had a fear before, and that fear when you were young conditioned you, as you were saying,
Yes.
out of a way of thinking that you think was more honest. I wondered if it was ignorance before, and that's when you said no, it was honest. Is ignorance not honest?
Well, ignorancy is bliss, I'll tell you that much. But
what does ignorance mean to you?
I guess unlearned, or like really not even unlearned. It's more like not exploring. Like if you're not exploring.
So you're hearing the word ignorance as though someone is doing it willfully. They're they're intentionally not knowing something they could.
No, I think it's more like they are maybe conditioned, or like they're not having I don't know, just they're not like exploring. Exactly. Perfect. Perfect. Absent of curiosity.
Wonderless.
Yes. And so, me growing up, religion shoved down my throat. At one point, I remember being like, well, for quite a while, up until like 11, I was like, something feels wrong with this. I can't believe it. It doesn't feel true to me. Like, in my core, it does not feel true to me. You know? Had a lot of weird, scary dreams. That's the subconscious. Just like coming forward and showing you, hey, dude, look at the, you know? And, I'll be honest with you, bud. I'm kind of like one of those reincarnation girlies.
What's reincarnation?
Well, it's not like, for me, I don't know. I feel like there are a lot of like things involved with it that I'm like, dude, I don't even want to look at it. I don't even want to go there. It's a lot, you know? However, I feel like...
I'm going to clarify the structure of what I think I hear you believe so far. You tell me if I'm wrong. You believe that, absent the conditioning of your childhood, the God before, you've been able to see things as more, with more wonder, and you think there is something of us that goes on after this life and becomes living again. I still haven't gotten if you think there's a hand behind it, a God behind it all. A reincarnation of something you've tried to describe as energy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't really think there's like one dude up there like running effort, if anything.
So there's a team of gods.
No, but it's definitely not like one like old man like pointing his finger at you like in a shameful way, like wah, wah, wah. Can't believe you got drunk at that party, wah, wah. You know, not that.
You don't think there's an interactive being that wants you to do things? Or do you?
I think like the being would be the energy that I
That's fine. I am going to ask you some questions about not to define it, but you're still calling it energy, but this thing that is the being that is amongst us, that is
that is also us.
Is it also the candle? Yeah, it's the spark or the light, the thing inside us. Do you think that it on its own is conscious, has thoughts, intentions, a will?
I'm like, oh, man, this is where it gets real trippy because I can't say for sure. Like, have you ever watched like those things where it's like how water or like, oh my god, this is so cheesy. Like an icicle, and it has like its own like little design. It's something like that.
I'm just talking about the crystallization of water when it's turned to ice.
Like, have you seen like underwater, like, you know, Oh God.
I almost want to feed you words, but they're very, very woo words.
Yeah, yeah, please do, because I'm like,
Flow.
you know what I'm saying, man? I'm like,
Are you trying to say flow?
yeah, or like the rhythm of.
Oh, rhythm. You're trying so hard not to say vibration and frequency.
Dude, you called me on it, dude. I was like, okay, don't say this word, don't say.
You've been watching me too long.
No, you said it at the beginning, and I was like, okay, note to self, do not say that word. It's a lack of better words, for real, though.
Okay.
Waves. Yes, let's use waves. It's the waves, man. Like, can you feel them? It's the tide. It's the moon, the sky, the earth, and the sun, you know?
But you don't think of them then worse. For you is you trying to compare it to gravity earlier. Is it like that, a natural mindless force that just exists?
Yes. Yeah, like it's just like kind of like amongst us that we are also a part of, you know, and even though like we think that we're like these conscious intelligent beings that are like above and whatever, like I do think that like we are in the ebb and flow of things, like everything down to a point, but I do feel like these things called souls, do not pull up a what is a soul, I swear, but
My finger was on the button. I was hovering. It's there, it exists. There is a...
I believe it. But I feel like, you know, like we're kind of like in the midst of it, you know? You know?
So we're all in the midst of it and we play this role.
Yeah, for lack of many better words.
Do you think that it is just what happens when this force is embodied? It becomes us?
Interesting you would say that. So, like, feel like you low-key wanted to say, what is the collective?
I didn't want to say that. But it is interesting you'd go to a collective. Is the... I'm almost avoiding the words now. So is the force, this life force, is it a collective that you can access while you're embodied?
You know, I don't ever try that hard to like do any of that, you know? Sometimes, like for me, my personal experience, while I read books, I read a lot of books when, you know, I read a lot of books. Then I went through this weird phase and I felt like I was very like, okay, before all that, after the books, so teens through, I don't know, 25 or something, maybe younger. I felt like very intuitive, like very connected to whatever the hell this was, which I never defined it. I just was like, this is weird, you know? And it's not like it was like an everyday thing. It was just something that would, where something is just coincidental all the time. No, like I said, I got conditioned. I became very atheist, and I was like, ah, da, 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 like fingers up, like, you
Do
know.
you remember the question I asked?
Do I think that I'm a part of this force that's blah blah blah? No, I never felt like that.
Yeah, it was actually more if you could ask. I did have one of these ready. It was more of if you could access this force, like in this life, or is it a collective consciousness? Just kind of like we've been saying, is it natural force that just exists and you're just recognizing it, but you can't interact with it?
That last part. Because the best times that I've ever been able to connect to this thing that we're talking about that we can't even define. Whatever, don't laugh.
I see. So is it safe to say that it is more an idea than an actual thing?
Yeah.
And the idea of it, what does that do for you?
Well, now number one, meditation and the idea is backed behind the meditation, okay? And whatever the idea is actually like scientifically proven to like put you into like obvious meditative states, may I say.
Right, it's
I'm not
going
smart
to
enough for this
alter
right
your
now.
thought process, right?
Yeah, but like
You can say
heighten it.
meditation. Okay, heighten.
Yeah.
Does that mean that it's going to give you some beyond your mind?
Not necessarily. You know, I think it makes you like more in tune to like your body and your mind, you know, your surroundings.
So it's more of a mental clarity, giving you some
It's like
insight into yourself and surroundings, but not actually giving you some kind of telepathic or telekinetic or astral projection kind of ability.
yeah, it's like if your brain was doing like push-ups, you know what I mean?
So meditation is helping you find clarity and focus, but what does the belief in a common life force energy do for you?
Okay, now you always use the word belief, and it's like that has a lot of like, I don't know, like connotation to it. Like, okay. I didn't come up here claiming.
It's more of a. Yeah, you're not claiming like, this is what is.
Yeah. Like, I can't say, oh, this is what I believe, and that's that.
An idea of what could be rather than a conviction that it is this way.
Exactly. And, you know, like I have like an inkling, like I said, you know, things that have happened to me that kind of, you know, weighed a little bit more on this side. However, like when it really boils down to, I don't know, like if it's, come on, I mean, that's ridiculous. But I don't know. It's just a little bit more metaphysical.
What is metaphysical?
I think like
I don't have a background for that one yet.
So, like, my understanding of metaphysics is just kind of like this, like, let's say someone has like a near experience. A lot of like it's been shown that a lot of people have like the same or similar experiences, right? Me personally, I had one. I don't know. It's just similar experiences, right? Um, and I feel like it's a lot beyond like what we could ever like really like conceive. It's like beyond our conception. But I don't know. I don't know if I'm doing a job or not, bro.
Beyond our conception, so you conceive of what you can, and what you can conceive of gives you this notion of an energy force that continues and is reborn in different forms.
Yeah, what I really like to do is make sure that like YT people are culture. That is right up my alley. I probably should go because one of your bodyguards just got here, so. And also, someone's calling me. Bye.
Oh, okay. Appreciate you, Sarah. Yeah, I don't think she was talking to you. But appreciate you though, Sarah. Gonna guess she's on the phone, on that phone call. But you are welcome back up another time, Sarah, and I hope maybe your friend Dee will let you know that if you didn't hear it. Me say it. I'm sure that it's not your fault either, Raccoon. I think maybe she was just I don't know. I mean, maybe there is this sensitive spot there that could be questioned. No, not your problem, Raccoon. Um, you know, normally when someone demands that I do something from the comments, I don't oblige them, but I think after what I've seen over the last few days, I will. You're welcome. And if anybody's got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I am here just to see if you can question whatever it is that you believe in. Danny said she officialized Thrayle's bodyguard system. I don't know if it's a bodyguard system. What are they guarding? How is other people asking questions guarding my body? I don't know that it's guarding anything. The bone guard. I do like that. I probably shouldn't say that since it was me that said it earlier. But the bone guard. Yeah, let's give Woody all the credit for that and call him the bone guard. And since there's no bone guard up here, it's just me asking questions. For the time being, anyways. If you do have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, but you've been afraid of the bone guard and what it is that you believe in. DD asks Thrayle, what is your belief in some power beyond? I don't have a belief in some power beyond. Oops, that was the wrong background. There we go. I don't have a belief in a power beyond, nor do I have a belief there's no of it laid out and explained in a way that makes sense and is evidenced. But I don't make an assumption either way. Hello, Reality Bites. Good to see you. Also, welcome in to everybody who is joining us. Welcome, Birdies and Barfing Toaster, Mother's Descent, Bam, Boom, Pow. Welcome, Witty and Cat Father Sebastian, Arusha and Brandy. Welcome, Dion and Vijay. Also, Raccoon and Twilight's Decay. Welcome, LJ and Terry. Good to see you, Jimmy. I'm sure half of you are already asleep. It is good to see you. And if I missed your name, don't feel left out. It's because there's a long list, and we keep tapping that screen, and the more we keep tapping that screen, the longer that list will get. So I get it. And hopefully, if we keep on tapping and also make sure we share out the live, we post, and add the story, all that, then we might be able to get a few more people in here who are curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. And despite the abrupt ending, I think Sarah did quite well at questioning. And I hope we do get to question her again sometime. Yeah, definitely W's for Sarah. I know she was pleasant, and she even tried really hard to dodge frequency and vibe and wave, and tried to get as descriptive as she could without getting stuck in woo language, and I thought that was really, really helpful to the conversation. I think you're just the right amount of abrasive, Raccoon. just the right amount. Well, Reality Bites, what's going on tonight is the same thing that goes on every night. I'm up here questioning their beliefs in a god or gods or in a higher power or anything really like that or cryptids or whatever really happens to come up. If you have a belief that you can question, and when I say what, not just the name of it, not just what book it is from, but what is the framework of it? What are the ins, the outs, the unity, and what is it that you don't hold to quite as firmly? And why do you believe whatever that is? Why do you hold to it with any certainty? Why do you question it? Why do you hold to it at all? Is it something you were always told to believe? Is it something you feel like you've been convinced? It's something that you just pick up on a whim and wear like an accessory? Whatever it is, I'm not here to judge you or tell you you're wrong. I just want to know if you can question it. That's really the big question. I mean, literally, it is the big question. Larger font. Daddy Dim says, I miss Hammy. He loved to mute me. Well, don't worry. You'll probably give one of the other mods a reason here soon enough, if that's the case. Or Hammy will. Appreciate you barfing, Toaster. And everybody else who's getting their tap on. Appreciate you tapping the screen and sharing the live out. And if you know somebody who has a belief in a god or gods or a higher power, well then send them the live. Share the link to them and see if they can come in here and question what it is they believe. Well, thank you, Sabrina. I hope that in the listening that you also question just a little bit. I hope everybody does, though. Even if you believe all of the same things that I do, or accept all the things that you think are the least harmful, I want. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Sabrina. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate all of you being here. hours, maybe Thrayle will read us a bedtime story. Everyone has to speak up. I do read a poem at the end of every life. Of course, that's 8 or more hours away. Hello, Felt. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 23/09/24/2002, baby.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I believe, the white man, blue eyes with the brown hair.
Fascinating. Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I have not. I started reading it in the past, the King James Version from the front. I need to, or, whenever I get the feeling, I say, God speak to me through God speak to me through the page I turn to in the Bible, and I will read a page of the Bible, and he will talk to me through it. I actually want to tell you that
Before you do, tell me whatever it was that God just said to you. So you don't actually read the Bible in order to gain any understanding of God's word or Jesus' teachings or even what he looked like. You say that God gives you the answers.
I don't open it for answers. I just do it to actually gain knowledge and have him talk to me.
So that's what I was asking. So God talks to you and gives you knowledge.
Back to what I was saying.
How do you know that the knowledge that God is giving you is not you just making it up in your head?
Because I read the Bible and he actually met him.
You said you do read the Bible, and that was my question before stopping.
Yeah, from front to back that's not how I read it now.
I see. So you do still read the Bible.
Yeah.
Do you know if there's anywhere in the Bible where it describes Jesus? Physical characteristics, what he looks like?
I don't. That's why I say it's the depiction of Jesus. And who I had met is who's looks like the depiction of him worldwide.
So what you met someone that looked like a white man with brown hair and blue eyes.
Believed that you don't truly meet God unless you die and don't come back to earth. But now I'm rethinking that.
I'm sorry, do you think it's possible at all that you're imagining this Jesus that you've interacted with based on other than
You're breaking up. What did you say?
like? It seems that you've got some bars right now. Your signal might be weak. I was asking you if the way other people describe him and that...
No, I was strangled and my life was taken from me and I met him,
You're saying you had an NDE and you met him while was your heart stopped during this event?
Yeah, I was dead. My abuser revived me.
So you're saying that you were unalived, your abuser revived you, and you're certain that your heart was stopped?
I was strangled and revived, yes.
And when your heart was stopped, how long do you think that was?
Actually, I take that back. It may have just been oxygen to my brain. I don't think he actually did CPR on me, but I was up in the position. He had was holding me, or fucking, I don't, well, yeah.
So do you think it's possible then that if your brain is still active, that this could have been your imagination and not an actual...
What I will say is that I told God, I said, let me scroll 3 lives down, and on that live, speak to me. And this is the one he landed me on. So I know out of 53 viewers, one of them is being touched by my words.
So you're just here to touch people with your words and your...
I'm here to spread the knowledge of
assertions.
Jesus
You're not
Christ.
sued. This is not very Christ-like of you to speak over me while I'm trying to ask you a question. So
You're
did
funny.
you come up here to disrespect? So you are up here to be disrespectful. Okay. We're just going to move on to somebody who's actually capable of questioning their beliefs and using headphones so that I don't have to hear my voice back literally every time I speak. But also, maybe you could, the next time you decide to speak to God, decide to read the words on the screen instead of disrespecting the room that you find yourself in. On the screen it says, can you question your beliefs? If you can't question your beliefs, then fuck off. I say that, I actually do want to know why people can't question their beliefs. But at that point, the arrogance and the audio issues were too much. I think I'd much rather be someone with the capability of questioning.
Hey,
What's your age for TikTok TOS?
33.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Kind of a big belief that there's probably a positive force machine running, doesn't influence us, and, created this magical universe we live in.
I'm sorry, can you say that again? There's a force that created a magical universe.
Well, we live in this planet, and I guess within this universe that we can see, as far as we can see, and it's quite amazing in its richness and its intricacies. So, some part I don't believe in a God, an Abrahamic God that sets things going, right? But you could argue that the sun is a god because he created everything in the solar system, and when it's gone, will be gone, or whatever we evolve into will be gone. And, without it, we'll be dead, etc., right? Not that you can pray to the sun, but people do, etc., right? So I believe there's some moral codes that come from biology. And
Okay. So you believe moral codes from biology, but isn't conscious. Are you just saying that you believe the explanations given to you by science and add your own kind of awe and wonder to that?
Well, science has only barely scratched the surface of things. Science kind of gives temporary answers until refuted. But
do you have permanent answers?
Permanent answers? No, I can question pretty much everything.
What is it that...
Well, I'll give you something I won't question. I won't question that a biological man is a man, and I won't question that a biological woman is a woman.
I didn't ask you to offer up your transphobia on a silver platter. I'm not interested in that discussion at all. So why don't we just move on to someone capable of questioning their beliefs? But maybe somebody with a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that is actually capable of questioning their beliefs, agenda, and want to preach your random bullshit and not question, then fuck off. Yet again, I prove that my desire to question why people are unquestionable can easily be outweighed by ignorant, boorish behavior. But hey, we broke 50K in the likes, guys. Appreciate you all tapping the screen, sharing the live out. The more we tap, the more capable of questioning their beliefs. Right, Sabrina? Who is next? Does anybody actually have the capability of questioning their beliefs? Sarah displayed it earlier. We've had at least one guest who can question their beliefs. I wonder if there will be any more. I wonder if anyone else actually has the courage. I've been interesting to question the preachy guest who believed in blue-eyed, brown-haired, white Jesus. Since the verse I remembered mentioned his head and his hair were as white as white wool, white as snow. His eyes were like a flame of fire. His feet were like burnished bronze, refined as in a furnace, and his voice was like the sound of many waters. In his right hand he held 7 stars, and from his mouth he issued a sharp two-edged sword, and his face was like the sun shining in full strength. I didn't see blue eyes, brown hair, or... But that, I don't know. Maybe that guest will question one day when they actually read the rest of their book. Hair extensions, Grace. Hilarious. D is loading. We're all rooting for you, D. There you go. Can I get your age
Hi,
for TikTok
how are you?
POS? Oh, I'm doing great. Can I get your age?
I'm 38 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I believe in a higher power. There is organized religion that I believe, and then there is spirituality that I believe in. So I was raised in organized religion, which is Catholic. I was raised Catholic, but what I practice now is I practice something more. I was raised with the man in the sky with the big beard and everything. And then, but as I grew up, I do believe in certain things, but I practice I practice spirituality. You know what I mean?
So you practice a spirituality now. Do you still believe in Jesus?
I don't know if I believe, I don't know. I mean, I think Jesus can come in a man, a woman, an old man. Whatever I believe in comes in different forms, and it's like a spirit. I believe in different things, but I don't believe in I do believe in Jesus Christ, but I don't really kind of believe that he's gonna come and save me from. I don't know. I don't believe in Catholic stuff anymore. And it's not being bad. I'm not a bad woman.
And nobody's here to judge you, D. It sounds like your belief in Jesus. Do you?
I don't question. I don't question my faith, which is my faith, which is what is. I'll jump into faith is something that you go in and you just jump in. I don't question that, but I don't think that a man in the sky is going to save me from everything. No. No. I'm sorry.
Do you think a man 2,000 years ago died on a cross and came back to life 3 days later, all in a grand plan to save you from sin?
I really don't know, because it's like that's what I was taught to believe in. I don't know if I believe in that.
I don't know is a fair answer, D.
Yeah, I really don't know. I don't think that. No, I really don't know. I don't know anymore because I don't.
That's okay. The other, I actually like I don't know.
Okay.
See, I even made a sticker for it. As both sides am showing up in the comments. Big W's for I don't know. So you don't know if you believe in Jesus. You don't know if you believe in a God that would be like that, or do you know if you believe in a God that would be like the Bible God?
It's not that I don't believe in a God. I believe in a higher power. I believe in higher power. I believe in something that's higher than me, and I believe that's something that.
Do you think it sent laws down for you to follow? That it cares what you do with your life?
I don't think that it sent laws down for me to follow. I think that if I want morals and if I want something, I think that I would like to follow those morals and those laws. But I don't like with where I was raised. It was just very different. Like I was raised, and I used to kneel on rocks when I was little. Like I would kneel on rocks in a corner because I was a bad girl. You know what I mean? So it's very I mean, it was just very different. I would kneel in a rock in a corner and put my nose in the corner, and
This was a punishment.
yeah, I was a punishful thing. So then once I started getting to other kind of religions, I started just studying something else, and then I went into Christianity a little bit, and that's when I wasn't punished as much. But in Catholic religion, like we used to kneel on our knees, and it was like kneeling and kneeling and kneeling, and then
You don't kneel to anyone now, do you?
no. I know. Does it sound bad? I sound horrible
You
right
don't.
now. Everybody's probably making fun of me right now.
No, they're not. When you say you believe in a higher power, do you believe that? Do you believe that it created everything?
I believe that and there's something different between, for me it's like, do I believe it? I don't know if I believe it. But I do have to think something created something. But I do I guess I have to. I don't even, and that's another thing. I don't know anymore. Is that weird?
No, it's not weird at all. I don't think. I like I don't know. I am curious. Are you using he as a placeholder because of what you were taught?
Yes.
Or
Yeah. Yes.
you don't think this higher power has a male female aspect to it?
I mean, I like to think, well, she's a female, but I can't. What I've been taught for so long was that it's a male. Yeah.
Is there any reason it should be either?
No, I guess that's just what I was taught.
Personally, I like your preference better than what you were taught. But I don't know if you heard me before, but I don't think there's anything there. At least I don't know there is. But if there was, I'd much rather it be a goddess than a god if it had to have a gender.
I saw the movie. I know it sounds silly, but have you ever seen the movie The Shack?
I don't know that I have.
Okay, it's the movie The Shack. And so your higher power comes in a man, a woman, the wind. Like he comes in so many different forms. And I have experienced my higher power in different forms. And it's just not like a man in the sky. But I have experienced my higher power. But
So you feel that natural occurrences are somehow you experiencing your higher power,
yes.
like the wind power.
Well, just like the way you feel. I mean, it was the wind, or sometimes I know it sounds silly, but sometimes you just talk to a person, and I feel like my higher power speaks to me through people sometimes. And he has been speaking to me through people. But it's been, if you really, do you really want to know my story? I really don't want to tell you my story.
I wasn't asking for your whole story. It is
No.
more an examination of your beliefs, and I don't want you to feel overexposed.
No, I don't care about being exposed or like, it doesn't matter. But no,
What I do
like,
want to know, Dee, is, do you feel that the experiences that you attribute to your higher power, could they be explained any other way? Or is it only through some greater force interacting with you?
my experiences, say it again. I'm sorry.
So are the experiences that you're considering to be your higher power, are they necessarily only something a higher power could do, or could they be something more?
I believe that I do believe that it's my higher power.
I do understand that you're saying you do believe it is. Could it be anything else?
I mean, if you tell me that if you got kidnapped to Mexico and then you were on a bus and you were talking to a priest that was a recovering addict, and like the addict like took you back, it gave you their shoes, and just there's so many coincidences in life that it's not a coincidence. I believe that it's just like my higher power.
For you, you had that experience or something like it. You were given some kind of compassion by a stranger who didn't have to do it.
Yeah.
Do you think that it's just as likely that someone in that scenario, someone like you, didn't receive that compassion?
Maybe they did.
If someone else in that scenario, instead of receiving compassion, was met with something nefarious, or was somehow, taken advantage of, would that mean that their higher power just didn't look out for them?
I don't know. I remember. I remember when I got. Okay, this is going to be very vulnerable. I mean, I remember sitting on the side of the street, and I was just like, God or whatever you are. And I believed, that's when I say he got me out of there. And so I don't know what I believe in anymore. Like, I know that I believe in, I don't practice Catholic stuff anymore because I don't like that, but I just practice whatever I believe in. I kind of just believe in whatever I believe in. I believe in, okay, so in AA, we're supposed to believe in, you believe
Something
in
higher. Yeah.
something higher in your power, right? So then you basically, because we don't have our morals anymore, right? So we have to like make up this higher power, I guess, in our mind. I don't know. And then I guess we want to emulate the higher power, but I don't, I was a very bad girl when I was younger. It sounds horrible. You know what I mean? Like I drank, I worked at clubs, I didn't believe, and I wasn't like the best person in the world.
I wonder why you equate belief to that.
Like, what do you mean?
Well, you listed off things that you considered to be bad behavior, and in that you added that you didn't believe. And I wonder why you would add that.
Well, that's not how we were supposed to react, I guess, in life as women.
Like, believing was part of the requirements of how a woman should behave.
Yeah, like, I mean, I made money. I did. And it's embarrassing. And you know what? Everybody can make fun of me, but
No, nobody's
I
gonna
did.
make fun of you, D.
I worked
I
at
wonder
strip
why.
clubs,
Mm-hmm.
and that's not how I was supposed to behave.
Do you still think that that is something, or do you now think that that is something to be ashamed of?
Men don't like it. Like in order
not
to be like
sure.
a girl, a wife, like, because now I'm already 37, so like in order to be a wife, a girlfriend, a mom, or whatever, men don't want that.
Are you sure it's men don't want that, or just a certain kind of men? And as Raccoon points out, who gives a shit what men think?
Yeah. I mean, I work hard, but they don't want that type of a woman. So then I have to pretend, oh God. And then it is so hard because, you pretend to be this, this like little, I don't know, like someone from back in 1960s. You cook, you clean, but then I just want to get wild sometimes.
A lot of this chat likes to get wild. Of course, I could just be projecting.
I'm sorry. I'm just talking.
You're doing fine, D. I'm curious if you choose to believe in a higher power the way you do, is that something that helps you with recovery and something you require?
No.
And no judgment if your answer was yes, but I can appreciate either way.
No, I don't like to, I don't like recovery. I don't like being sober. I don't like believing in anything. I don't like
Let me
things.
ask the question a different way.
Okay.
Because I wasn't asking if you like sobriety.
Oh, sorry.
I can understand your answer though. Do you require a belief in a God for sobriety?
I have to, it's not that I have to, but I don't believe, for a lot of times I put either men as my higher power, money as my higher power, sex as my higher power. It's just a lot as my higher power. So, and it's maybe not even believe in something. It's just being a better person than what I am. I wasn't a good.
Couldn't that be the belief? A belief in yourself, a belief in your ability.
Yeah. I mean, I can do that. I don't even know why people are saying men as higher power. Yuck! Like everybody knows, like you put people or people, things, or objects as in front of your higher, like you make them your higher power. And so people are putting in the comments. I'm like, what the hell?
Right. And I understand Raccoon's comment very much. Do you still put world? Well, let me think about this.
Okay.
Would you still want to put something like men or relationship as a higher power?
No, because that never works out. I have to put, okay, so what I think is what I believe in. So, like, whatever, like, you know, for instance, love is patient, love is kind, love is not envious, love is not all, that
I do know
one,
that
you know
quote
that.
from the Bible, yeah.
Okay, so what I believe, so then if I love my higher power and I want to be like my higher power, I'll bring that into my life. But I don't want to put a man into my life anymore because a man is he will drive me down to the grain. Like, he'll take away my money. Then, like, anything that I do in front of my higher power or whatever I believe in or anything, I think that it takes me away from, like,
Can I ask?
anything.
I'm going to ask you kind of a strange, what I think might be a strange
Go ahead.
question, but there's a reason. Do you know who you want to be?
No, I don't.
That's okay.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine
I don't
what direction you want to go?
No, I'm all lost. I'm lost in life.
Okay, fair
I
enough.
know. Is that weird? Sorry, I'm being
No, that's
completely
okay.
honest.
That's okay. How long have you been getting sober for? Can I ask? Or sober? How long have you been sober for?
How long have I been trying? I was 30 years old. I relapsed like a couple of weeks ago. Yeah.
Hey, you know that's okay, right?
No, it's not.
Or I mean, we as
You
long
don't
as
have to
you
kneel
don't
on
let
any
it.
rocks.
Right. You don't have to, like, as long like you just you did the thing and you move past it, right? But don't beat yourself up about it.
I'm sorry, I sound like ridiculous right now. I know I do.
No.
But
No,
everybody thinks
you
I
don't.
probably sound like an idiot.
No, you don't. You're doing a great job. Do you feel like, so I kind of came in the middle of this, but like, do you have a higher power, or is the higher power part of a 12-step program, or is that something that like you're working on because of that?
I'm mad at my higher power. If I'm gonna
Why?
be honest, I'm mad at him. Why am I mad?
Mm-hmm.
Because he gave me this disease that I shouldn't. I'm an intelligent person, but he gave me this freaking thing that when I drink, like I'm in a dumpster, or like it's just like it's horrible, like it's a horrible thing.
I
Like
do.
when you're in recovery, and I have to go
I am
to.
too. You're not alone. I I very much understand. It's this horrible thing that you feel stupid for being plagued with, but here we are, right?
And I get so mad. I curse at my higher power sometimes.
What is your higher power? Do you have, like I said, I heard you kind of like list off it.
No, right now I'm mad.
That's fair.
And to
You
be
get to
fair,
be
a
mad.
lot of her description in my questioning previous was very firm. I don't know.
That's great. I don't know. It's fine.
He makes me, or he, she, whatever it is, it makes me so angry.
Why do you have it?
I don't know. And I can tell you, like, I don't know what your name is, Kat, but like, I'm alone. Like, I live alone. I'm alone in my apartment. And it sucks. And every day I wake up in the morning and I wish I could not drink. I just wish God would come and help and save me, but he hasn't done that. So that's why I don't believe in him too much. And I know that sounds horrible.
Too much.
I do.
No, it doesn't. That's funny.
I'm not being mean to him or her.
Do you think if there's a higher power or a higher being, like, do you think it would care if we were mean to it?
Not really.
Because what are we, right?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I feel like
You're doing a great job.
It's embarrassing.
It's okay. Yeah, no, that's okay. I think you're doing great. I think, what does this belief in this higher power?
Yeah. I believe in afterlife, yes.
What kind of afterlife is it?
I don't know. I know that my life before was some type of a warrior. I know it sounds stupid and silly,
It's okay.
but
I'm sorry, can you hear the neighbor's dog howl?
You're not alone.
so I do believe in something a little bit, but at this point, I am so mad. Like, I was going to be, I had so many plans for my life. Like, I was going to be a lawyer. I've been arrested. I know, I'm going to tell you my little life story. I've been arrested like multiple times. I've been to treatment. I hate the way I am today. My boyfriend doesn't even want to have a baby with me because he thinks that I'm just going to die. But I'm still smart.
Yeah, you are. You sound like it.
No, when I get sober, I'm smart. And so tomorrow is my day that I'm supposed to go back to whatever. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to talk about myself. Sorry, it's embarrassing. It's really embarrassing.
It's okay. Guess what? I too am plagued with a substance that will not let me go. And I am clean, but I know the struggle. I understand the struggle and it is valid and it is real. And I've never gone to a program, but I know that in NA and AA they tell you need a higher power. And I do think sometimes about what I would pick as my higher power in that situation and how important it would be to recovery. And I'm like a little bit fascinated by that idea of like how important a higher power is to recovery. Would you say that your higher power is important to recovery?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Why is that?
But that's the thing is like you have to figure. So number one is whatever, we admit we're powerless over alcohol and drugs, whatever. Okay, fine. We can never drink and do drugs. But then we came to believe that we have to come to believe that something more important. And then number three is we're willing to give our lives and our basically our minds and our thoughts over to our higher power. So then, but it's not like, so for me, like the devil isn't like a man in a freaking red suit that comes with the pitchfork that like kills us or whatever. It's our mind and it's our thoughts that come to us, and that's what it comes to kill, lie, and destroy. So it's my mind, so it's not the devil that comes, and it's not a big goat or a billy goat or whatever that they think that comes to us. So I don't believe in that. I believe in fear. I believe in fear, because fear comes to us because it's fear. And then just lies and just my mind telling me something different.
So you're not fighting a battle with like some scary devil. You're fighting a battle with your own brain. I am sorry. There is a little screamy meowy thing in my background wanting to be fed.
Yeah, that's what I believe. I don't think that it's not a devil that kills us, or it's not like a billy goat or something. It's our minds. It's fear that kills.
I think you're right.
It's our fear.
I think you're right. I think it is a battle with your mind, which is like the scariest, hardest part, right?
Yeah.
Because how do you fight yourself?
Oh, it's so hard. And
He's letting me pet him right now, Thrayle.
That's
Your
awesome.
cat?
It's a cat that
He
doesn't
doesn't.
usually let her pet him.
Yeah, he doesn't usually like to be touched at all.
Really? What is it? Is it
Hmm.
like a big cat or like a little cat?
He's like, oh,
Oh, so
he's
cute.
a little
Sound,
cat.
sounds like a squeak toy.
He does a little bit.
Do you feel that it's possible that you could find whatever it is that you're calling higher self within yourself, or within what you want or aspire to have, within the goal, or the next purpose that you give yourself?
I don't know. I mean, I'd like to, but I don't know how to do it without that.
Sometimes in these groups they say that you can even use the group itself as a higher power, or the idea of the group, the ideals.
I know. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to uh, talk about anything
It's
about.
okay. We're questioning your idea of God, because that is the topic of the live, and sometimes this does come up. And if you're open to it, we can explore further. But if you're feeling too exposed, Dee, we can stop. You have been an excellent guest.
No, no, no. No. I'm not embarrassed of my story, or I'm not gonna. I mean, this is who I am. Like, I'm not
Good.
something that I'm gonna be shy about or something. Like, it's just me.
I think that's really important. Just for what it's worth, for what my 2 cents are worth, I also wear it the same way, and I think it's really important to get to recovery. And I think you're doing great.
Yeah, I mean, like everybody tells me, because I have been to rehab like 40 something times, and so a lot of people make fun of me, but I don't make fun of myself, because at least I try all the time. So that's it. But so, anyways, I came on here because I was trying to talk about my higher power, and
Well, that's what we did talk about a bit.
and I have no idea how it came on
The
this.
why, the why you believe in a higher power, the what makes you hold to it. That's kind of what brought us here.
Yeah.
Does it matter to you if a higher power actually exists or not?
I don't think it. Well, then, I think that's something. I feel like there's something different between belief and faith, but I don't. I believe that she or he or whatever it is in the wind or whatever, great spirit, because I study a lot of different types of things. But I believe that there's something out there, because and it's not even like that. That's what you feel in your spirit, though. Like if you're ever quiet, like you're quiet, right?
You were watching earlier when Sarah was up here.
I wasn't, but
Oh,
no,
I thought you were watching when Sarah was up.
no. But if you're ever just like quiet and you just listen to your heart and your soul, and that's the spirit talking to you. I know it sounds super weird, but
Well, the
it's
third
just,
time is a charm. What is spirit?
I really couldn't tell you. I just know that I can hear it in my heart and my soul. I see it in people. You can just
What is?
you can just feel it in your heart. Like, okay, so like for me, like when I know, okay, I know this is gonna sound weird. So when I know when I'm gonna start drinking, I get very irritable. I get full of fear. I even threw a Starbucks at some guy's head because I was just so angry at the world. But when I'm full of like different stuff, but you can feel it in your heart. I don't know. It's just like you can feel something in your heart and in your soul. It's so like you have, that's why they say,
We lost you, D. I think he either got a battery warning or a phone call. If you got a battery warning, you'll have to come back to the app. We can't hear you anymore.
no, I'm here. Sorry.
Okay, there you go.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. No, it's just like, it's just so, okay. So number 3 in AA, I know it sounds weird, but made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God as we understood him. So, we made a decision to turn our will, which is our thoughts, and our lives, which is our actions, over to the care of God as we understood him. So
The care
then,
of God as you understood him.
exactly, which
And
is
so that will be your higher power.
exactly. So number 2 is you actually have to make in your head the higher power, and your will is your thoughts, and your actions are, I mean, your will and your thoughts are your actions. So then you have to turn your thoughts and your actions over to the care of that higher power.
So you're turning your
Basically,
your control. You're handing the control over to the idea of whatever it is you're calling higher power.
yeah, whatever. Like, and I don't like it. Like when everybody's like, "Oh my God, it's God!" It's like this big giant
Because you don't
man in the world.
you don't feel the Christian God the way people describe it.
It's, I don't. I believe in some things, but I like to believe in my own things too. I think it's right for people to believe in their own things. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in your own thing. Oh, go ahead, Kat.
Does turning it over to the higher power help? Like, and how does that help?
So turn your will and your life over to the care of the higher power. So what it is, so whenever do you really want to know about this?
No, I want to. So for me, recovery is like 100% about like an extreme amount of personal accountability, and so I'm genuinely very curious as to like what the thought process is and like turning it over to the higher power and how that helps. Yeah.
Okay, so whenever we give it over to the higher power, or we make number 3, right? And then we do number 4, which we do step 4. And then we start taking our inventory and blah blah blah. But turning it over is, I mean, so number 1 is, okay, so number 1, why I drink is I'm restless, irritable, and discontent, right? Restless, irritable, discontent. I'm 100 forms of fear, self-delusion, all these things that that cause me to drink before I even take the drink. And then when I take the drink, then it's like, it comes on. So, but before that, it's like I have to maintain my happiness or something. Like I have to, I have to work my program. So then I have to go to my meetings and I have to work my program. I mean, I'm a manipulator. I'm, I've lied, I stole, I cheated, and I'm being honest. I'm being
If
completely
you've
honest.
been if you've
Huh?
been to the program several times, does
Yeah.
the program work for you? I know the program works for some people and it works really well for some people. I'm not like hating on the program, but do you think that maybe like
No, I don't
trying
know.
something different might help more?
Girl, can I tell you what I've tried? I have tried everything. Like I have tried smart therapy. I have tried EDMR. I have tried the little brain magnets that they put brain magnets on my head to like
Can I tell you what works for me?
what works for you.
Like I said, it's like this extreme amount of personal accountability, right? Like it is a conscious decision every day that I wake up and make, and it is a
Right.
thing, right? Like
Right.
I've never been to a program or anything. It is I make this decision to do this because I want to be this person and I don't want to be that person, right? And it's more of I don't want to be that person than anything else.
Right.
And it is wholly about holding myself accountable for that and telling me that I am the only person who has control over this and I make this decision every day and don't be a piece of shit and make the right decision every day, basically, is what it is.
Yeah, no, I'm
And
sorry. I don't mean to talk about myself. What is it?
no, you're fine. And but but I hear somebody who wants to be different than they are. And is struggling to figure out how.
Yeah.
And that is how I felt too. And this is what worked for me. And it's just do with that what you will. Um,
Yeah.
take it with a grain of salt, but it's something to think about.
No, yeah, no, I agree. I'm sorry. I'm reading everybody's comments and I feel so bad.
I want you to know,
Stay out
Dee.
of the comments.
Well, I want you to know, if you weren't reading the comments earlier, there were a whole lot of "you are not alones" when you were talking about how alone you felt. Because there are a lot of people, as you can read, who have experiences with programs like this and understand what you're going through. So you are not alone.
And also, Thrayle, he has this amazing Discord server, and there's almost always somebody in the voice chat there, and we hang out all the time when we're not here.
Who is Thrayle?
So
He
if
sounds
you
Thrayle, you sound like I don't know, you sound like I don't know, some like 1930s man. How
he's
Interesting.
actually everybody's grandpa.
huh?
No.
But if you ever alone, there's almost always somebody there.
No, yeah. I don't have any family. I mean, I have family, but I don't have anybody like I live alone. So I just basically talk to myself. So I like talking to people. I'm sorry, I just like talking. So I kind of talk a little bit because I don't have any friends. kind of sucks, but just.
Join the Discord server.
So, what are y'all up to?
What are we up to? Well, we're just asking everybody what they believe and why. And you've been amazing, Dee. I appreciate you answering the questions openly, honestly, and sharing in this journey with us. I wonder only if I really only have a few more questions. Because of the way you believe, I'm going to ask this. If you were to wake up tomorrow and find that there was no higher power, that there was no God, no creator, no force beyond that had any intention for us or did anything for us, no afterlife, would that change the way you live your life?
But that's the thing is that you asked me if I were to believe that. I wouldn't have believed that. I believe in something higher than.
Right. My question is if you were given a good reason to believe it, some proof. I realize that's entirely impossible for me to describe in a convincing way, which is why it's hypothetical.
There's no proof in it. Just like there's no proof in
I
faith.
understand.
There's no proof in
Dee.
faith.
The
There's no
question
proof in believing. There's no
I
proof
get you.
in
I
anything.
get you. The question I'm asking is hypothetical. It's just framed this way to see if you can think for just a moment what it would be like to not believe and how it would change your life, not to force you not to believe or to convince you.
I couldn't not believe in something.
I see.
That, I mean, even if I were to, there's a difference between, I think, believing and having faith. Believing is seeing something and experiencing something a lot. And then faith is going into something blind and not believing anything. I would have faith, though.
So even in the face of some radical, again, I understand possibly impossible proof, you would still have faith against the proof that there's something.
Yes, yeah.
Fair enough, if that's how you truly feel, dear. I'm not trying to force you into an
What
answer.
would you do?
Well, I don't currently have a belief, so it wouldn't change my life at all to not
Why
believe.
why wouldn't you have a belief though?
Well, I'm just not convinced that there is anything or isn't.
Why? Can I ask you a question too?
I normally reserve the questioning me for a different topic where it's question the questioner, but I will answer your why, and that's again because I haven't been convinced in any way.
Why?
Can you imagine that? Can you imagine not being convinced that there's a higher power of any kind?
No.
Why not?
I mean, I don't. I mean, hell yeah. Do I think that there's this stupid man in the sky? No, but I believe in something. I have no idea. I believe in it. So I read a book by, have you ever read a book by Miriam Williamson?
I can't say off the top of my head that I have.
Okay.
I don't think I have.
Miriam Williamson, she was actually running for president, dude. Anyways, so she wrote a book, but so she says God is love. So I don't believe in like a God, like a bearded man. I just believe love. Like I think you love a person. I think love is something. I think you love somebody.
But why would you define God that way? Why would you use the word God there?
It wouldn't be God. I don't know. You could continue great universe. You could do it great spirit. You could call it whatever you want. But
all of those raise
in
questions.
every middle of a person, which every middle of a person is a higher power. So it's love.
You say in the middle of every person is a
Do you
higher
love a
power.
person? Do you love people?
Well, I do experience what I call love, but I don't associate that with a god or a higher power or anything like that.
Dude, have you read this book?
You just
What
asked me
is
that
love?
a minute ago.
It's called What is Love? It's by Miriam Williamson. And then after that, because I read a lot about shadow work and stuff. Have you read a lot about shadow work? Basically, like if you know, you look at your dark, you can see something beautiful. So whatever. So have you read that book yet?
You've already asked that.
Oh, well, not you. I wasn't asking. Sorry. Love you. Okay, fine. I'll stop
I don't
talking.
think she has, but I am really quickly going to speak past both of you, but not to be rude.
Okay.
I do need to make sure that, oh, I might have a lag. Yep, I do have a lag. I need to make sure that I think, Count Father Sebastian, Philly Red, Heather's Descent, Sabrina, Dash, Delilah's Scissors, 3 Pips, Danny Grax, Raccoon Trio, and Birdies for helping with that goal. Appreciate all of you so much.
Okay, what the hell is that?
What was what?
Oh, the frogs?
I don't know, like,
Yeah, it's the frogs. Thrill, you're missing an opportunity here.
I realize that I kind of am. It is blatant. It's obvious, and it needs to be asked. You did say, "What is love?"
yeah, what is love to you?
Thank you.
What is love?
Well, what love is to me doesn't really make too much difference. If you were saying that someone should believe in a God as love, and I would wonder why you would define a God that way, and also what even is love.
I wasn't describing a God as love. I'm
When
describing,
you referenced the book,
no, I'm not. I'm describing what I believe in. So, and what you believe in. So, what is
well,
what
again,
you believe in?
right,
And
D.
what
And
is,
like I said before, I would answer the question before
what
about
is love?
whether or not I believed in a God, but I'm really not going to dive too deep into what I believe at the moment because, again, it is about what you believe and why, and if you can question it. And we're finding that we do kind of hit a wall in the questioning. What love is to me won't make too much difference. But I am curious if you relate it to your higher power, then what is it to you, and why would it be? Why would it be godlike?
Well, love is whatever I describe it to be. Like, love is whatever I want it to be because love is what I want it to be. So, what I describe love to be, that's what I describe my higher power to be.
Mm-hmm.
Is that weird?
No, it's not weird. It's a little bit evasive, D, and that's fair because you've been up here for a while and we've asked you a whole lot of questions. So I think what I'm going to do is go ahead and say that hopefully you come back with more questions or more answers that we can question, rather.
I'm going to question you a lot.
Well, look for that question, the questioner background, and I'll give give you that opportunity. But for now, I think we are going to move on. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, Dee.
Thank you. Thank you.
I do appreciate you. I hope that you take care and
Thank you.
keep asking questions. W's for D in the chat.
Great job, D. Join the Discord. You can question him there. He's evasive though, so.
It does depend on the question.
Hi, Thrayle.
Hello, Kat. How are you doing?
Good. I heard a story when you started the live.
I knew you would. Hey, Cody. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
35.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I watched them walk into my room.
Can you say that one more time? I didn't quite catch it.
I watched him walk into my room.
You watched him walk into your room. Do you mean God?
Who do you else think it is?
Okay. I'd asked you if you believe in a god or god's higher power or anything like that. And you said you watched him walk into your room. So I was asking if you meant God walked into your room.
I'm sitting here saying,
Hey, Cody.
hi.
Have you had any drinks tonight?
Yes.
Okay, Cody. Well, may I suggest that you switch to water, get yourself a nap, and then maybe we'll very likely still be live when you wake up. And we'll be happy to have a conversation with you then. Madenva,
Magba.
how are you doing?
I'm alright. How is the leader of Santa's Angels?
Santa's
Oh my.
angels. I'm not even sure how to. Why Santa's angels?
Ah,
Why angels?
why the fuck not? I don't know. Don't you try and break it down. This is yesterday's nonsense carrying on today, being fun. Shut up. Accept it.
It's fun. Aren't you having fun, Thrayle?
Hello, Tanner. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Hey, Tanner. Did you mean to join us? I'm gonna guess by the long silence and the background noise that you didn't. But if you did, Tanner, feel free to request backup.
Honestly, I thought we were about to question R2D2.
Wasn't sure what we were about to question. We have Sabrina joining us. Did you mean to request up, Sabrina?
No, I didn't.
I didn't think so, but welcome up. I'll go ahead and set you back down. Appreciate you.
Mm-hmm.
And if anybody does have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request up. I'm not here to argue or debate or make you look like a fool. I really just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
Also quite interested in being converted if you can convince them, so that's always a great opportunity.
Mm-hmm. Hey there, Tanner. Did you mean to come back? We hear a buzzing sound and a little bit of a scraping sound, but we don't hear any talking sounds. Are you there, Tanner?
Are you tattooing?
Okay, well, we'll set you back down, Tanner, and if you want to try again, you certainly can. I'd recommend either attaching or detaching whatever headphones you got available, and that might help.
I've listened to this while tattooing before.
I believe you.
What if that
It's
was
actually
first
really
contact?
good. You lock right in.
What if that was first contact though, and you've just totally like pushed it away? Like you had a great opportunity there to like change the human race. You know what I mean? By embracing an alien race into the world, and you've just totally pushed them away.
Do you really think an alien race would pick me to make contact with?
Well, you never know. Like you're not going to know these things because you're just not patient enough.
I would expect they'd do better reconnaissance and know exactly who to approach, or at least how to approach me.
Well, maybe that is their way to approach you. They've come into your space, if they're not. Literally, space, aliens, like, it's totally first contact, my guy.
I need a better alien, what the fuck. Thank you for inspiring that, Crows.
You are very welcome. I am nothing if not inspirational.
Oh, well. There is... Nope, a ghost. Never mind. Ghost in the queue. Is this one a ghost? This one's a ghost too.
We got some good screamy cat meows tonight.
We did get some good screamy cat meows. That did happen. That sounds bad.
He's been screaming at me for like an hour. I've been waiting for this opportunity for like an hour.
Amber Walsh says that they've met a ghost and even got a picture. Oh, that'd be interesting to see. I definitely would want to question whether or not it was a ghost you met. Could it have been anything else? Maybe I need to include a ghost in the background. Hey there, crazy. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
54.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes.
And which God do you believe in?
Jesus Christ.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No.
Why not?
It's boring.
Fair enough. Do you believe the stories within it to be true and literal?
They say that they happen, so they must have happened.
They say they happened, so they must have happened. Who is they?
You know, the people that teach you, like the Sunday school teacher and the preacher and the pastor and the...
Could they just be teaching what they were taught?
Yeah. Well,
Does
they
that
go to
mean that it's
college.
true?
They go to college and learn all that.
Does that mean that it's true? If the colleges they go to are specifically meant to teach that and that alone.
Well, yeah. I would think so. It would be, I mean, like, that's like saying medicine's not true.
How is that like saying medicine's not true?
Because you go to school just for medicine, and there's schools just for medicine. Just like there's schools just for religion. Right?
So you think that that's the same?
Well, I mean,
Do you think because people learn a thing, that thing is true?
that people buy what?
Do you think because someone can learn a thing that thing is true?
That people can learn a thing that thing is true. Well, maybe not necessarily. Not everything that you learn is true. And things change too. But I don't think that the Bible changes.
Okay, so because people believe it and teach it, and the Bible hasn't changed, then those are the reasons why you would believe it's true.
Yeah, I mean, I believe it because I was taught to believe it, and I was taught that these people are educated and trustworthy and know what they're talking about.
Taught by whom?
By my parents.
Is it possible that you were just taught that because they believed it? Someone else told them?
Yeah.
If everyone's just telling each other what to believe, then how do you know if it's true or not?
That's true. I don't.
Is it possible that there are not just mistakes or errors within the Bible, but that it is generally false?
Well, I wouldn't think that it would be generally false. I mean, I think that there are like exaggerations. Like, I don't think that people live to be 900 years old.
So you think there's exaggerations, but that the stories are generally true?
Yeah. Like, I think there's truth behind the stories.
Do you believe in a 6-day creation?
Not really. I don't think it could be done in 6 days. It seems like a lot of work.
So is it possible that that story is just wrong?
Yeah.
If even one story in the Bible could be wrong, couldn't others?
Yeah. That's true. You're right.
Have you ever questioned these beliefs before?
I have. I've thought about it a lot, actually. But
What keeps
We're,
you believing?
we're not supposed to, like, we're not supposed to talk about it. Like, you can question things, but you're not supposed to talk about it. Um, because talking about it will make other people question it. And then before you know it, everybody will be questioning it. So,
What's wrong with questioning it?
that's what I think that's what you're not supposed to, why you're not supposed to talk about it. So
Why,
that,
if you aren't to question it and you aren't to talk about questioning it with other people, then where do you pull your trust from? Because if nobody's allowed to question it, then in my mind I'd be like, what is that God hiding, and why is he not confident in himself enough to allow us to question it? So what is he hiding? Do you think like that?
yeah, I know it's kind of like it's not right. It's kind of like keeping a secret, and it's kind of like not what's the word I'm looking for? Um,
It kind of sounds like he wants you to believe in him with full conviction, but he doesn't believe enough in himself to the
right,
same level. Do you know?
exactly.
I'd be
Yes,
questioning that.
yes, that's true. That's true. I agree with you. Absolutely.
Sorry, Thrayle, I didn't mean to railroad you there. Why do you believe? If you think that that's true, why do you believe?
I think we're supposed to believe. It's just what we're taught. We're supposed to be, we're sheep, and we're supposed to follow the shepherd.
The last I checked, sweetheart, I was a human.
What is supposed to?
What is supposed to?
Like, why are we supposed to do any? Like, where is there?
Because it's like,
Poorly worded question.
well, it's like we don't have a lot of purpose in our existence. Like we weren't born for any specific reason. So what is the reason that we're born for? What are we supposed to be doing? Like that is what we're supposed
What
to be
if?
doing, is we're supposed to be worshiping God.
Well, what if the answer is nothing? What if the answer is there is no purpose or reason?
there's got to be something that we were born for. Like, there's got to be.
Why?
Because otherwise, why would existence even matter in the first place?
Why does it?
Because
Matter to who?
Yeah, that's a good one.
to you as a person, why would your existence even matter to yourself?
Well,
Because it's the only one you get. At least the only one
yeah.
you know you get.
You know, so exactly, it's the only one you get, so you want to use it to the best of your ability and make something out of it and enjoy it and be happy in it, and presumably that's what you would want. And so if those are your goals, then you know, then you need to do the things that you need to do to get to those goals. That includes worshiping God.
Why?
Because that's one of the things in life that makes you happy.
Why?
Does it make you happy?
There is joy in worshiping God.
Can that same
Do you
joy
find
be
it?
found elsewhere?
Yeah, there's a joy that you can't find anywhere else. Yeah, there is. It's weird. It's you can't explain it. It's like
Are you sure it can't be found anywhere else, or that you haven't found it anywhere else?
well, yeah, okay, that's true. You can say that. I haven't found it anywhere else, but maybe somebody else can. Um, but I find the joy that when I am in the throes of worship that I can't find anywhere else. You know, there's something about being in a church full of people praising God together, singing praises with music, and it's just
So
it takes
I
over.
find that joy at the top
Yeah,
of the volcano when it's erupting and I'm watching the lava. I I think that's what people feel like when they're like in that setting that you described. I think that's the same feeling.
right.
Um, and so if I can find this feeling at the top of the volcano watching the lava, and you find it in the church, does that mean that it's God, or is it a personal setting or surrounding, a personal feeling that like a thing that makes us feel this way?
I don't know. I don't know if it's God making us feel that way or if it's ourselves making us feel this way or hormones or science or I don't know. I don't
W,
know.
that was great.
But either way, I mean something's working.
Thank you, Shell. Um, you say either way, something's working. If that thing could be found somewhere else, what sense does it make to put it in to 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 put belief or faith into something that you seem to acknowledge doesn't make sense?
don't know. I don't know what I believe, even though I don't believe. It's like a catch-22. It's like it's like you you have something, but you don't have it at the same time.
You have something, but you don't have it.
Yeah. And
How is that different from something imagined?
yeah. Yes, it's imagined. But it's still, even if it's imagined, it still feels real.
Is the feeling all that matters there?
Yeah, I think so.
Does the God have to exist for it to be meaningful?
Does the God have to exist to be meaningful?
Yeah. Does the God have to exist for it to be meaningful?
Well, no, I don't think so. No, because Ra doesn't exist anymore, but I suppose I could worship him and I'd have the same outcome as I do worshiping Jesus Christ.
So why do you worship Jesus Christ then?
Because he's our modern day God that we're taught to believe in. And he's readily available in every Cracker Jack box.
Kraft macaroni and God.
Yeah.
He's everywhere.
Yeah, he's everywhere. So he's like bologna and cheese sandwiches. It's just easy to get.
Do you think if another God were easier to get, that you would just go with that one?
Maybe.
What would you do if all gods were just as readily available as each other? Would you try to pick one that suited you better?
Probably. Probably. I think if I lived in India, I'd have a very hard time with my life because with the Dharma religions, there's so many different choices. I think I would have a hard time trying to figure out which God to choose. I think it would be like a flavor of the week scenario for me. And then that would be like, well, what is it that you actually believe if you're gonna jump around from deity to deity like that, you know? And are you really believing in something if you can, go from Shiva to Vishnu to Praja to, so on? Are you really, can you really do it? But, um,
Is everything that you learn true?
is the what?
Is everything that you learn true?
No. I think mostly everything that you learn is false.
So by that premise, with what you said earlier on, that you believe that you believe because you were taught.
Yeah.
So the likelihood is that it's false, but you
Yeah,
believe anyway.
but you believe anyway because you're taught to believe.
Oh, that's quite sad.
Well,
Sorry.
you're supposed to honor your parents, so you got to believe what they tell you to believe. So
No further questions, Thrayle.
Um, I mean, if you found that there was no reason to believe that there was anything, that there was any afterlife, any God, any higher power at all, would that change the way that you live this life?
probably not. I'd still be nice to people because I think that being nice and polite and not stealing and not committing unalive and like all that kind of stuff is like doesn't have anything to do with religion. It's just ethically, morally appropriate behavior, and so I think I'd still act the same. And
Could that not be learned as well? And could that not be wrong?
what do you mean?
Well, your parents are the reason why you believe in God, because they taught you to believe in God, right? And you honour them by that belief, right? I get that. I understand that. But they also taught you your morals and your ethics. They also taught you your idea of right and wrong and what it means to you and your family, what it's like to be a nice person, right?
Right.
But by doing so, they taught you to believe in a false god, which you do, right? And you've already admitted that it's probably most likely a false belief. So if they're teaching you to believe in a false god and you do so blindly, then their idea of right and wrong could also be false, right?
Yeah, except it's also the law. So I don't want to break the law. Some of the things are also the law. So
But not the belief in God.
yeah, not the belief in God, but
Michelle asks, is there anything your God could do in order for you to question your teachings? Like, is there anything God could do that would make you question what you've been taught about him?
Well, like in the Old Testament is full of like this angry, vengeful, almost hateful God, right? That likes to, turn cities into stone and flood things and do all kinds of crazy stuff and unalive masses because he's angry that they're not worshiping him. And and then the New Testament is supposed to be full of like this loving and forgiving and kind God that's like, okay, we're not going to do any more of that stuff to you. We're gonna forgive you because you're all sinners. You're born sinners, and we're gonna be patient and wait for you to come to us and ask us for forgiveness, and then we're gonna accept you and forgive you, and then we're gonna welcome you into the kingdom with open arms, and everything's gonna be okay. And so no, don't freak out and run away anymore because we love you and we're going to accept you and bring you home, and we're not going to judge you anymore, and we're not going to cast you anymore. So
Who's not going to judge you?
God. Okay. So you're going to be okay, and you're going to come to heaven and live in the golden streets and all that jazz. So my point, don't lose the point, is
Do you remember the question?
yeah, what was the question?
Is there anything that God could do in order that would make you question what you've been taught?
Right. Okay. Is there anything that God could do? Oh, okay. So, like, if all of a sudden he turned around and he, did a whole bunch of stuff to, like, destroy us again, like sent plagues and fire bombs and from heaven and just sandstorms and all kinds of crazy stuff, and just trashed out the globe just all at one time. Like, that would be crazy, and then I would
So
believe
if
that.
God caused a catastrophe, it would cause you to question everything you were taught.
Oh yeah, because it'd be like, why is he doing that? Like, he said he wasn't ever going to do that again.
How would you know it was God causing the catastrophe?
Because he's the only one that has the power to do all that.
Have you seen a volcano erupt?
Yeah, well, volcanoes erupt. An eruption in a volcano is a process that happens over time, and it's a pressure that builds up in the volcano, and I mean, you can say that that's an act of God. It's a very long, silent act of God.
Some volcanoes erupt continuously for 35 years.
Oh, that's true. But they And why wouldn't that be an act of God?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is like, how would you know the difference between it's God and it's a volcano erupting, or it's a massive Category 5 hurricane? You know what I mean?
Right. It's all God.
So it's all gone. So when catastrophes hit, when floods wipe people out, that's God.
Yeah, that's all God's
So
work.
he's still doing it all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, but he doesn't do it like mass globally to all over the whole globe all at the same time.
So no more Noah's flood, but just surgical floods and
Yeah,
volcanoes and hurricanes.
right. Like he's got to juggle this whole ball of that's got its own life going on. You know, like they're all chain reactions. Like tsunamis is a chain reaction.
So,
Hurricanes.
so everything that happens is a chain reaction, but it's
I think
also
so.
God.
Yes. Like he could stop it, but he doesn't. He lets it continue to happen.
So, so if God can stop catastrophes from happening, and people in the paths of those catastrophes are praying in his name, and he doesn't stop the catastrophes, is he evil, or is he just apathetic?
Yes.
Well, those are kind of two different things, I guess, unless you think apathy is evil.
No.
So is he indifferent, or is he evil?
He's indifferent.
So God doesn't care.
I don't think so.
Then why praise him?
I know. That's a question that I have all the time.
How
That's the
is he
big.
worthy of worship?
I know that's the biggest question I have all the time. If he's not paying attention, he doesn't care. Because if he was paying attention and he cared, then half of the stuff that's going on wouldn't be happening, and people like me wouldn't be in the position that they're in. So, it is what it is.
It sounds like you have some questions you should be asking. I don't know that I have any more questions for you right now, but maybe another time.
Yep.
I hope that you keep asking questions and come back if you find any more firm answers. We'll want to question those.
I will. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, and take care. If anybody does have a
I was
belief,
like,
oh, you were what?
I was plugging the shit out of your poll in the comments, and you just moved right along.
I did. Well, the poll's already at 9 votes. A minute left. I'm gonna end it. We've pretty much spoken, and I was ready to move on. That's interesting. I don't know that I'm gonna bring up the person being disrespectful
Nope.
in comments. Doesn't seem like you're here in the spirit of the live. If you can see, be respectful on screen, and you're being rude to people as they leave.
And the mod has told you to be respectful in chat already.
Hello, red-headed trouble. Can I get your age
Hello,
for
how's it
TikTok
going?
service? It's going
Of
great.
course, I'm 42.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
No, I'm a friendly.
Well, hopefully everyone who comes up is a friendly. But why don't you believe in a god?
Oh my God, that goes into a lot. Um, for me, like I lost my faith because I was like a hardcore Christian at one point, and I lost my faith through like going to school for a degree in in like biblical studies. And if you want to expound on that, like I guess
So,
textual criticism and theodicy were the two major contributions to that loss of faith.
were there any particular critiques or points in the Bible that you can point to that made you question? Or
Of course, yeah. Um, I would say like God, it was like a whole cascade. Like I feel like the first thing I deconstructed was my eschatology. Um, I came from an evangelical sect of Christianity, and it was very dispensationalist. So it's kind of like Hollandsy, John Nelson Darby type of eschatology. And I started learning the history of that, and that's like that probably like the first thing that like the first domino to fall. And then I kind of like went on this quest of like what else did I get wrong, you know? And I was at school at the time, so um I was deep in the word and deep in um just academic scholarship on the subject. And I ended up just one thing after another. I just couldn't make any excuses for that book anymore.
to clarify, just for the audience and for all of us, when you're saying eschatology, you're talking about the way that
End
your
times.
belief system.
Yeah, it's like Revelations, end times. I mean, that's like I know it's kind of like a fancy like theological word, but yeah, it basically means just like end time stuff. Think like let's see here, like Left Behind, that sort of thing, like rapture theology.
Did you believe in that kind of end time?
Oh yeah, definitely. I was like raised in it.
Were you a Kirk Cameron fan?
Yeah, like I was kind of a shill for all the evangelical Baptist ilk, as it were.
So your eschatology was the first thing that fell, the end
That
times.
was,
What
yeah.
made you question that most?
I would say it's just knowing, like I loathe 19th century theology, and mainly just because just that was kind of like a crazy time for that type of thinking, like biblical thinking. That's where you get Mormonism, Jehovah's Witnesses, and Charles Spurgeon. Like that was like, I think they were really into it. Same with like Schofield. The Schofield Bible came out around that time.
Are you familiar with the Baha'i faith?
The Baha'i faith, no.
Similar time frame.
Yeah, okay. I feel like that was kind of just like, it was just a crazy time in history, and everybody was just kind of like waiting for the world to end. Everybody was kind of like has this like wanting Jesus to come back. I remember there's like a ton of events during the 19th century where people just kind of like sold all their property because they thought Jesus was coming back. And that was the case for like all kinds of different faiths. So yeah, Like, I don't like that.
I'm curious, what was the final domino? If
The
your
final
eschatology was the
domino.
first thing.
Sure. I mean, textual criticism really kind of did me in on the authorship of the Gospels. Like, we don't know who wrote the four Gospels. I started learning a lot about just authorship across like the 27 books of like the New Testament that like the 27 book canon of the New Testament, like that really kind of shook me, because it's like, how can you trust it? Like that's like the ultimate question. And there's too many shenanigans. There's too many first and second centuries shenanigans. I mean, there's a lot to talk about on that subject. And I can go down any bunny trail you want to regarding that.
I imagine you can. What, and I don't want to go too far down a trail, but I hopefully will have a believer joining us soon with a belief to question, and I may let you join us. But I am curious, what stands out as the most blatant critique of the text?
Of the text. Oh my God, just like all the contradictions you have. It's mainly just manuscript like dating, really. Like the earliest manuscripts we have are like late second century, or mid to late second century, because like Marcion's like 145, and that's when he posts like the Evangeline. That's when he publishes Evangeline.
Have you ever stumbled upon a guy on here called Everlasting Godstopper?
I have, yeah. We're
I
friends,
would say
actually.
this is one of his favorite little rabbit holes to go down.
Yes.
But never mind.
Yeah, no, we're friends. Like I said, I'm a friendly, like I'm a host on the secular perspective. So we kind of talk about this stuff. I have a degree in biblical studies, and this is kind of my thing.
That's awesome. Yeah,
I think we met on Zach's
briefly
live.
met you. Yep.
Yes.
2 days ago on Zach's, I remember. Or was it yesterday? I don't know. My frame of time
Everlasting
is a
was
little
there
off.
too.
Yeah.
I should have gone in there.
But yeah, no, we just, it's, I'm definitely a content creator in the deconstruction community.
Well, we do things a little differently than some panels here. Rather
I
than
heard.
tell people they're wrong.
You said you. I remember
see
distinctly that you said that you challenge even people like myself about what I believe.
I try to. At least a little bit, briefly, before moving on to somebody who's got a belief. And I think what I am curious about would be if well, what would be the thing that would convince you that the Bible has any truth? Let's start there.
Oh my God. Oh, here's the thing. It's like, once you see the wizard behind the curtain, it's really hard to unsee the wizard. And that's like, I feel like that's like the best. I feel like that's a best to like. I feel like that's like the best description of my education. It's like, you go down, you read all of the stuff that I have. Like, I'm very well read. It's really, really hard to unpack it. And it does not, like, what I've learned does not match what overall Christianity sells you in the church. Like, that's what I would say.
So for you, there's nothing that could explain or hide the wizard again?
No, not really. It's just, it's really difficult to unsee like all of the just. I mean, there's so much to talk. I mean, people write books about this subject. I mean, so it's just it's hard to just like throw it all up at you in a little like live anecdote. So for me, it's just I would suggest just read a lot and engage with the subject and not just like swallow everything like apologists feed you. I guess read the footnotes and trace the footnotes in their books and just explore the subject. But there's so many shenanigans in the first and second century and that's just the first and second century. We're not even talking about the third and fourth century when the Catholic Church like starts to evolve. Like it gets fucking crazy.
So for you, there's literally nothing that could explain it, nothing that could make it.
I just think it's just I mean I think ultimately like once you start tracing the breadcrumbs, like if this is like Hansel and Gretel, you just start to see the big picture of it all. And it's huge. It's a lot of breadcrumbs to eat. Like that's a lot of breadcrumbs to follow.
Oh no, I understand. I have a few of my favorite to bring up when the time comes, but I'm curious. What, if any, kind of God do you think you could be convinced of?
I don't know. Like they haven't like revealed themselves to me like at all.
Is that
what and I feel like I am a person that has genuinely sought after said deity. And I feel like all I've gotten is just a lot of just fluff from the church. I mean, at least from Christianity's sake. I think Buddhism is interesting to me, but
it doesn't claim a deity.
It does not claim a deity.
Could you imagine any kind of deistic God that might exist? Something parsimonious and also harmonious with science, like a celestial skeletal bat goddess that unfurls her wings in accordance to the lambda cedia model of physics, otherwise known as the Big Bang, in which our universe is just one membrane between her bony appendages as she unfurls her wings.
I don't know. I mean, to me, ultimately, that's just more superstition. Like, there is no, like, backing that claim. I mean, we can observe things in our universe and we can observe like the Big Bang and we can like see that's like a thing in science. But
she unfurls her wings.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, that's when you start like putting identity to that claim. Like, where does that identity come from? Would be my question.
Well, I mean, who's to say that it doesn't exist, though?
Exactly. It's the teapot around Jupiter, right?
Right. Is that the only kind of God that could possibly be revealed to convince you that it exists?
I think if there is a God, they don't give a fuck about us, and they fucked off a long time ago.
Yeah, she probably wouldn't. Yeah, there's a good chance the Bat Goddess wouldn't give a fuck about us, like we wouldn't give a fuck about a microbe living in our skin.
The only thing, like, I would say, like, my worldview is that I know for a fact that I'm experiencing things and that the universe seems mysterious to me. And that's, like, as far as I can go.
Fair enough.
But I feel like that's an adventure, right? You can like explore and discover. I feel like, I mean, that's kind of like, I don't see that as a defeater as much as I see it as a opportunity to explore.
I wonder if Kat has any questions. Are you still there, Kat? No. Okay. I have not been checking the comments. Thank you.
Neither have I. I've just been kind of just chilling. You have a really nice voice, though.
Well, thank you.
Of course.
Unless you're talking to Kat. That's true, too.
Clearly, she was talking to me, obviously.
Clearly.
Clearly.
Is there anyone from the queue that we should bring up, Kat? You've been watching the comments better.
Okay, I kind of want that one guy to come up.
We can see. Do you think he can question his beliefs, though?
No, I absolutely don't think he can question his beliefs. No. But you know what he told me? Hold on, let me... Because it was like frightening and hilarious all at once. He said that...
He's up here.
My beliefs will burn you alive. You can't handle adverse words.
What does that even mean?
I don't know. I'm curious.
Sean, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
What?
Was it me that cut out or him?
I didn't hear him.
No, I didn't get it either.
I'm 35.
Can I get your age?
35. Got it. I heard that.
Sean, do you have a belief in a god or gods higher power or anything like that?
Ooh, yes.
Which god do you believe in?
The only true God, Jehovah.
Jehovah. Are you Jehovah's Witness?
I am, yes.
Oh, okay.
Sean, do you believe every word of your Bible to be true and literal?
Literal. Depends on which part of the Bible you're talking about. For the most part, yes. Literal, they have some parts of the Bible that they're speaking in, how do you want to call it, allegories or codes or things like that.
Sean, do
It's
you think the creation? Do you think the creation is literal? 6-day creation.
Well, here's the thing. He's if they're saying that their Bible is like, let's be clear, like they're quoting from the New World Translation, correct? Is that your Bible, the New World Translation, or are you like default to the King James?
No, don't speak for me. Ask me the question, and then I'll answer.
I just asked you a question. I said if I asked you an either or.
But Redhead, I had already asked you a question. I was asking if he took the Bible literally in Genesis, right? Creation, 6 days, Adam and Eve. And I was curious if you took that. Now, yeah, I would probably ask the translation next.
When the Bible says day, it determines, it spans a period of time. So if you want to take the Bible literally, and you want to talk about the days of creation, look at the universe has been here 14 billion years. So if you want to take a day of creation and make that day span 2 billion years,
I'm not saying I want to, Sean. I was just asking if you believed that.
No, you're
So
asking me if I think that creation is 6,000 years old.
I
I
didn't say
just
that.
gave you your answer.
I didn't say that. You didn't quite give me the answer.
Okay.
Do you? You get that I'm trying to find out what you believe, right?
Yeah, I believe that God created everything in quote unquote 6 days, but it
Okay.
depends on how you define days.
And so you're defining the days as 6,000 or 1,000 years each.
No, I'm defining the days as 2 billion years each.
2 billion years each.
So he's an old earther. Like you're an old earth creationist. Is that it?
No,
Does that mean that
What?
for
I'm a person that reads the Bible and doesn't take away or add from anything there. So when the Bible,
Sean?
go ahead and ask the question.
Does that mean for 2 billion years there was just light, and then for 2 billion years he made a firmament, and then for 2 billion years there was vegetation, no sun, and then for 2 billion years he formed the sun and the moon, and then another 2 billion years he did the was it just sea and air animals, and then another 2 billion years he did the man and the woman and the land animals. Sorry, other way around. Is that what happened? 2 billion years each, and then he rested for 2 billion years.
And short of time, but if you're asking me, how long has the universe been here? What's the day? Only God can give you the answers to what you're talking about and what you think is a day. But the end result is we're here. So
The end result is we're here, but
yeah, the
the
end result
question
is we're
the
here.
question is about the words in the Bible. So does it matter to you if Genesis 1 is just not true?
Creation. I mean, we're here, dude. It's kind of like you want to go to the store get some milk. The milk's in your fridge. How did the milk get created? I don't know. You figure that out. But the milk is in your fridge. So
Goodness.
I want to talk about something that's more consequential
I
than
would actually
how
like
did
to see
everything start, dude. I mean, you guys all want to
Sean,
be.
Sean, Sean. So I usually do like to question people on their literalism of creation. I'm sorry, how
Well,
literally they
to
take
what? I
creation.
mean,
I'm
but to
still
what end?
speaking. There might be a delay there. Just at the beginning, I'd like to know how literally they take it. But I'm actually gonna step aside for a second, and I think Redhead's had a few questions, and I'm gonna see where she'd like to go.
Yeah, let's go where she wants to go.
Are you currently a Jehovah's Witness?
I am, yes.
Do you actively go to Kingdom Hall and all that stuff?
Yes.
Okay. And you like knock on doors and stuff?
I'm knocking on your door right now.
Okay. Um, let's see here. So you're an old earther then, yes? Like let's like flesh out this creation narrative. This like answers a lot of our questions in terms of like how you view the Bible. I guess that's why we're asking these questions.
Okay. I read a Bible like this. Read the Job,
Are you
chapter
like
thirty-one.
I get the philosophy that you're like when you say like is when is the word yom, like the Hebrew word yom, like do you view that as an actual literal day or do you interpret that as age?
Determining that whatever God defines as a day is what a day is. Now, you may not know the definition of how long that day spans, but I can understand where God is coming from. It all makes sense to me because
Right, but in the Bible it says like one day for Yahweh is
no,
1,000 years, correct?
no, it doesn't say one. It says one day is like a
A
thousand
thousand
years.
years, right? And
Yeah.
the literal, and then
So,
so like we're talking about Genesis, there's a 6 day creation.
yeah. And those days could have been equal days spanning any length of time, but they could have been they could have been equal days. So the days could have been 2 billion years. It could have been 1 billion years. It could
Do
have
you
been
find it
whatever
ironic
day.
that like the Jews like they like literally interpret it as like 6 days? Like there's no question that there's no age. It's yom. Yom means day. There's kind of like no getting around that.
There's getting around it because you just
There's a
said
lot of
that
like ad hoc like post rationalization getting around it. Sure,
you
if
just
you want to
you
like
just
if you want to draw like typology and create all these excuses and interpret it that way, then sure, there's like there's all
you
kinds of ways. When you do typology, when you engage in typology, do you know what typology is?
just me across typology.
Are you aware of what typology is, like that term?
No,
Because I don't want to speak like jargon at you and like just like have it like talk at a wall, like if you don't know what it
no,
means.
because people have to get into jargon to, you know,
Exactly, which is why
this
we're
is
defining
what
terms. So like
this.
like typology, do you know what that is?
Why don't you define it for me? I'm a fast study.
Typology is okay, for example, like a lot of the New Testament authors engage in typology. Like for example, like Isaiah 7:14 is like a perfect example. They use that as a way to like point to a virgin birth, like Isaiah 7:14. And they quote that verse in the New Testament, and that is like a typological interpretation of Isaiah 7:14.
Engage in
The problem with that is they're using that from the Septuagint, which is not the Hebrew Bible. The word for virgin is alma, and in the Septuagint it is parthenos. Alma means young woman, but the word for virgin in Hebrew is Bethula, and that's not in the text. It means young woman, and the woman that they're referring to is a woman that's like giving birth, like in the context of Isaiah. There is no like future girl giving birth. Like she's currently giving birth in the context of Isaiah. Like she's pregnant. So the New Testament authors quote that to point to Jesus's birth. And that's a typological interpretation of Isaiah 7:14. And when I say that you're using typology to interpret Genesis, that is the same thing. You're dragging things that are not in the context of the Hebrew
you can't say
scriptures.
that
I can say that. Yom means
because
a fucking day. There's no age.
Okay.
it
So so
doesn't mean
Sean,
a day.
so Sean, are
Okay,
you, so
let me make
so
something clear here. Can I
I'm
make something
curious.
clear to you guys? Can I
Well,
make
I'd
something
actually
clear?
like to ask a
I want
question.
to say a statement and
I'd
then
like
I'll be
to ask a
done. It's
question,
less
and then
than 15 seconds.
if you're
If
just
you
wanting to
guys don't give
speak
me a
at me,
chance to
I'm gonna
respond,
let you. I'm
I
gonna
will
let
leave
you.
your live.
Oh, well
Okay?
then, I mean, if you're just threatening me with your presence, then goodbye. If anybody's got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, then go ahead and request on up. But I'm not here at your whim, nor are you here at mine. We're just here to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can't, then, well, I'd like to know why not. But if you can't be respectful, then we can't even get that far.
I think you're better at asking questions than I am.
I wasn't gonna say anything.
Yeah, no, you are.
No,
No,
it's
you're good at
okay.
asking questions. I'm more of like, I just
You're
want to like,
informative.
yes, I'm informative. I'm exactly 100%.
I wonder if you can lead without leading to where you want to inform through questioning.
You know, I see a lot of the live, like the in like deconstruction content creators. They're really talented at that, and I am like, I'm a little autistic, so I'm very literal and just want to like,
Sometimes you just want to be direct, yeah.
yes.
Sometimes just phrasing what you want to say in a, well, what if it was this way? And can I show you how it might be?
Exactly.
That might just twist what you're informing them of into a consideration that they might be a little more receptive to.
Right. I just know a lot of information and I just want to go straight for the jugular.
I understand that feeling. But he wasn't receptive to questioning, and that was pretty clear from.
You know what? Like, I've had a lot of conversations with JWs. They are probably the most stubborn.
That is true, and the line of creation questioning, the conflicts that I like to go to, their Bible tried to correct. So, and
That's true. Like, then that's the New World Translation is fucked. Like, it's just as bad as the King James Version.
Hey there, sentient ninja. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
27 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I believe in a donatology.
Can you say that one more time?
I believe in a donatology.
A donatology.
Yes.
How would you spell
it?
that?
Is the ADONITOLOGY.
And what does that mean?
They worship big butts.
Are you capable of lying?
No, I'm not. I worship big ass because what's better than having a big ass in front of you? That's why I'm an odontologist.
I mean, we've had so much worse trolls, but if you are actually capable of questioning your beliefs, and you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request on it. I'm not sure how far we were going to get questioning that. Just really quick, I did Google the word he spelled out, and the first little snippet on this Google result is a misogynistic fever dream disguised as a religion for female empowerment.
I have no comment. So tell me about you. Have you ever been a believer before, or were you like, have you always?
I never really believed I had a religion growing up, but not one that I believed in. I was a Baha'i.
Do you just really enjoy like this like I'm like a total like religion and philosophy nerd, so I just enjoy these like discussing these topics.
I do like those things, and I enjoy the topics. I really like to hear people critically think and reconsider certainties that were once certain.
I think you really have to like humble yourself to do that and really like draw in what you actually know and be honest with yourself about what you think you know.
It's it's really refreshing when you hear it happen, like you just described.
I feel like I'm there. I'm very honest with what I think I know about everything.
What about what you don't know?
You know, I don't know a lot.
Hey, Braden, did you mean to request up?
Hello. Yes, I did.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 20.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I believe in Christianity.
Do you follow a particular denomination?
Just God.
Just God.
Jehovah, Yahweh.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I've read the beginning, gone to Genesis.
That's it?
No, I just mean like I've read the Bible, but I'm like on Genesis right now reading it.
Oh, so you're just starting to read the Bible.
How far into Genesis have you gotten?
The fall, the beginning, how things were created.
Do you believe those stories?
I think the stories are very...
Hey, Braden, sorry to interrupt you. You're very muffled. Can you kind of speak more into the microphone just a little bit?
Yeah.
So what chapter are you in Genesis? I'm just curious.
The first.
You're in
Adam
the
and
first
Eve.
chapter. You're in the first chapter.
Yes.
That's as far as you've gotten.
Yeah.
Dude, you have a lot.
Great.
You have a long way to go.
I do.
Braden, have you finished the first chapter?
Yeah, I did finish the first chapter.
Okay, so then you're not in the first chapter. You've read the second chapter. Braden, do you really believe, or are you setting up for some elaborate kind of trolly thing?
No, not at all. I genuinely wanted to question beliefs and stuff. Last time I spoke to you, I was just recently becoming like a Christian. Now that I'm reading the Bible, I want to believe it, but it's just made me want to question even more. And now I'm going back all the way to before Christ and speaking of the Messiah that was promised, and just going back to the very beginning and trying to...
Have you read the New Testament? Have you read the New Testament? Then is that
The
something
New
you've read?
Testament's where I started. I enjoyed the New Testament. I thought it was very easy to understand, and it's there's a lot of good things in there.
Yeah, it's designed that way.
You're still very muffled, Braden. If you can be a little more clear in the mic. Like if it's your phone, you want to hold your phone up in front of you, like you're on a call.
All right.
Might work.
Can you hear me?
So it's still very muffled somehow. It's interesting. But either way, trying not to let that distract us too much. So you are questioning as you've gone back to the beginning, and you've read the first chapter of Genesis. Do you believe the order, the creation, the 6 days? Is that all
Yes.
true?
I have questions about how time is so if let's say that we don't know what time is and a day was 1,000 years, so 6,000 years old, okay. But if time existed before um creation of creation of Earth and all that, then wouldn't it just be infinite? And if so, and then there's the other saying that it's kind of time is kind of like a ball that got dropped on a net that just keeps stretching.
Whatever you just did made your mic sound better when you said ball on a net that keeps on stretching.
Yeah.
You're saying time is somehow a thing being stretched out by existence.
Right. But I don't think that's infinite.
What does
No?
that have to do with your God of the Bible?
Just the proving of creation, 6 days, 1,000 years of each day.
Oh, you're saying each day was 1,000 years, 1,000 years for
Right.
each step along the way.
Yes.
So I mean, plants were on Earth for 1,000 years without a sun.
No. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the questions I've been asking.
Seems like a pretty important part of a plant's existence, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So how did they exist for 1,000 years without the sun?
Sorry if I'm cutting out. I said who?
Your mic just got a lot clearer.
We just know that like photosynthesis is like a part of like plants flourishing, correct?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Like how can you have photosynthesis without the sun?
Yeah, it's not really possible.
Would you say that's a contradiction?
I'd say so, yeah.
From what you know about plants, like how can you like decipher how they operate outside of like how they like operate in reality? Like how does God, like without special pleading to God, like how does that happen? Like what's God doing with the plants? Is he like just like sustaining them with his like power or what? Like how are the plants growing? And then like staying alive for like 1,000 years? Because that's like your claim.
Right. And all these questions refer to like just Genesis. And when I started reading Genesis, I've been reading it out of a Jesus Bible, which has about 66 books in it. And I just thought that it was funny that when I opened the book to Genesis, it says um, where it originated from was unknown. And I just thought that was strange.
Right. Because a lot of Genesis is like interpolated from like Mesopotamian and like Babylonian culture and Canaanite. Like it's a lot of just like Canaanite and Babylonian culture. And that just got interpolated into.
Yeah, so I did notice that the Genesis was actually just a man named Adam, I want to say, went to Canaan and had, um, I don't want to misspeak, a vision or, and was able to write this story. or so what I've gotten from what I've read. I'm sorry, did you hear any of that?
You kind of trailed off at the end.
The Adam wrote Genesis, or Adam and then
Adam
he went
wrote Genesis. No, like the Pentateuch is generally given like
a man went to
authorship.
canon and had a prophecy or a vision and wrote the stories.
Who did? Who do you think wrote Genesis? Does your Bible call it the first book of somebody? Mine does.
I wouldn't date it further than the Davidic kingdom. And that's being generous. Oftentimes, like traditionally, like the Pentateuch is attributed to Moses.
It says that Abraham goes to Canaan, Jacob and his family go to Egypt. Creation of the world
Right.
and
Yeah,
everything.
exactly. But Moses is the one that like picks up that story, and they're the one that writes all that history.
According to tradition.
Correct. But there's evidence to suggest it's much later. Like even as far as like Josiah, and even later. It's not a. There's a lot of debate in the scholarly community about this subject.
I might actually have a question for you in a moment, Redhead, but it's going to take us off track. Braden, do you, did I ask you the last time we spoke about the contradictions in Genesis? Is that why you went back to read it?
No, I went back to read it because I wanted to start from the beginning of the Bible. And then when I start from the beginning, all it did was open me up to needing to read even farther back before the Bible.
Before the Bible?
What are you talking, like Hammurabi and stuff like that, or what?
Yeah, I'm talking about like 700
Like
years
Gilgamesh
before.
and Hammurabi?
Yeah, before Jesus was born, and they were writing on stone pallets about a Messiah that was promised. And
okay, I think you're confusing before with before. Like before Jesus with before the Bible. You just mean before Jesus.
right. Yeah.
Are you talking about like the cuneiform like cylinders?
Yeah. No, I don't know what that is. I'm talking about just going back and finding more information. You're just asking me how I started the Bible. I read Genesis and it was definitely understandable when I was reading it, but it was like, where do these stories come from? And when you started, it says, I don't know.
Have you been able to find where the stories come from?
Kinda, a little bit, not really. And yeah, I was also a Jehovah's Witness for a really long time. So hearing last.
You're so much more muffled again. It's very difficult to understand you, Braden. I want to ask, do you, well, shit, I just dropped the question right out of my brain. Do you think that you would believe in God if you found that the Bible wasn't true?
Yes.
Why?
There's always things that you can't understand, things that happen to you for no apparent reason, even if manifestation, right, magic, even smaller things than that. Also, you asked me this question last time, and I said just existing is a sign of a higher power, God.
Okay. You cut out there, Braden.
Just being and thinking is, I think, therefore I am. I think I saw that in the Bible, but last
That's not
time,
in the Bible.
Definitely not.
last time, I just said, well, I sit here and I'm still, and I hear AC blowing and a fan going off. The
You
music
hear
on
AC
TikTok.
blowing and a fan going off.
Yeah.
And what does that do to convince you that there's a God?
I would say that it's nothing. You're experiencing things. Like, that's where I'm at. I'm
Yeah.
experiencing things.
So
And
why does experience compel you towards belief in a God? What about moments makes God likely?
just everything being the way that it is.
Everything being the way that it is. What does that even mean?
When you look up at the sky, your eyes perceive light in a certain way, or when the sun hits it, it looks blue. But if there wasn't an atmosphere, it would be black.
What if you were colorblind?
It's gotta be red.
I think we're all experiencing things.
Yeah, that is the gist.
How does that lead you to God? Because to me, that's like, from like a theological standpoint, that's just like a God of the gaps claim.
God of the gaps claim.
Yeah. It's like if you don't have any explanation for something, you just like, oh, it's God. Like you just kind of, that's like your default position.
Yeah, no, no, that's not what I'm thinking. Just pure existence and the earth existing in space, everything. And that's not so much as like ignorance. What I kind of got out of that was ignorance of bliss over being wise. Just being ignorant to not knowing what things are. So I'm gonna say that it's in God's power. I just don't. No.
You're muffled and trailing off. It's
My bad.
What's going on with your microphone? Like, what are you on right now?
I'm on a really old phone and been run over.
You got run over?
No, my phone, dude.
Like, wow, you sound really good for somebody that got run over.
Braden, can things just exist without a God making them exist?
No.
Why not?
I don't know.
I appreciate and I don't know. If you don't know why you think things can't exist without a creator, then why make that assumption at all? Why would you want to hold an assumption you can't reason?
Yeah, I just your belief.
I'm an atheist. Do you believe that atheists claim that everything came from nothing?
Think that you don't believe in a God.
Okay. As far as like cosmology and like origins are concerned, though.
Okay. Yeah, I just think that atheism is just not having a belief.
That's true.
Braden, do you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior?
Of course, yes.
Why?
I will when you say it like that. Jesus Christ.
It kind of forces an honest response.
Died for us sins, got crucified, and we are forgiven.
Forgiven for what?
Sin.
What sin?
Whatever sin I'm going to commit in my life.
What is sin?
Morally, from my thought process, I know things that I would not do because I know they're wrong. Right. Right.
So sin is things that you wouldn't morally want to do, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So a sin is anything Braden thinks is wrong.
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm not saying that. Because then that would be more like just saying or can think that you're the only thing that exists. But
Then what is a sin?
murder, stealing.
Just those two.
Not just those two, those are just examples.
So those two things are sins. Why?
Is it always wrong to steal?
talking about stealing objects, yeah, then yes.
What if it involved like saving somebody or some type of moral dilemma? Like if I stole some like plans from some schmozzies to save like a bunch of people. I mean, that would still be stealing.
It would.
Like, what if I engage in espionage? Like, I went deep undercover, like in 1944, and I stole some schmozzy plans. Like, would that be wrong?
In my eyes, no.
But if I got caught by the schmozzies, they would see that as wrong.
Yeah.
So who's deciding what a sin is, Braden? Somehow your background noise is perfectly clear when your voice sounds like you're talking into a pillow. Braden, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. So who's deciding what's a sin?
God himself.
So God's deciding what is a sin, and then what is Jesus doing to save you from sin?
Sacrificing his life.
What do you mean he's sacrificing his life?
Through crucifixion, he sacrificed his life for all the sin.
Did he choose to do that?
He did.
He chose to do that.
Yeah.
And somehow how does that save you from... I'm not sure. I don't see the mechanic involved. How does a human sacrifice help you from things that God said is bad?
Well, then he wasn't a human, was he? He was more...
Are you talking with your mouth full now, too?
No, no.
It seriously sounds like you've got a mouthful of marbles and you're talking into a pillow while you're standing at an arcade.
Dang, my fault. Is it any clearer?
I think you took the marbles out. Braden, I think we're going to move on soon, but really quickly. Why do you need for there to be a God?
Because there has to be a higher power of something. Am I going down a rabbit hole?
Well, I'll throw out one why.
Yeah, I guess I am then. Because things exist and I exist and you do and everything else.
Fortunately, we know where this rabbit trail leads because it's full circle. So thank you, Braden, for coming up and sharing what it is. I hope that you keep questioning it. Definitely keep reading that big old contradiction in chapter 2.
All right. See ya.
Appreciate you, Braden. Oh my.
Wow. Yeah, I wonder how he's going to take the Amalekite genocide.
If he gets that far.
If he gets that far, exactly. I mean, really, how long does it take to like read Genesis chapter 1 and 2? I feel like I've read it so many times, like it doesn't take that long.
No, it really doesn't.
I think you can like get like almost to like Genesis chapter 6 at least in like 20 minutes.
I mean, I guess Brandy didn't mean to request up. Nope. The kingdom message. Oh my, Sean. What is this kingdom message?
So where do you fall on belief spectrum? Are you like an atheist, an agnostic atheist, or like are you something else?
I don't mind agnostic atheist. It depends on how we're defining the terms. But I feel like if either one's implying a hard stance, then no. I'm just me.
I would say that I'm an agnostic atheist because I feel like atheism is just comes with too much like arrogant baggage.
Right. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I would use the word arrogant, but sometimes some atheists definitely fit the bill. But yeah, I do think the hard stance that no gods exist is kind of bold. Sometimes if you're just saying a particular god cannot exist, and you've got an argument, a reasoning, kind of like your stance with the Abrahamic God, then that kind of hard atheism I might be amenable to. But then there is room for error, I think. So I try to stay open to the possibility that something could disprove me, and if I'm not seeing that something could, then I might be being a little too dogmatic with something.
I'm fairly like confident in my deconstruction of Christianity and like Abrahamic beliefs. But some like mysterious stuff like gives me pause. I feel like that's why I'm like an agnostic.
I get that. I think there are things that give me pause, and I definitely try to hear people out before assuming that they're either making it up or delusional. But I am going to ask them if they're making it up or if they're delusional, if it seems to fit. And I don't think we should be afraid to do that.
I think for me, like a lot of like paranormal stories and like people claiming NDEs, although I feel like there's a good like scientific explanation for NDEs, it's still like there's still some like really crazy stories that are attached to that.
There can be.
Yeah. And that's kind of that's what gives me pause.
That's interesting.
Hey, how you guys doing, man?
Hey, JC, can I get your age for TikTok?
Of course, man. I'm 19, my man.
What year were you born?
2006.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, sir, my man. I'm a Christian, bro.
Interesting. Any particular denomination?
I'm non-denominational, bro. But if I'm mostly like my my family, like I grew up Pentecostal, so that's more of my roots. But I believe that the denomination, they create division by like choosing like different parts of the Bible. That's what denomination does, and they try to to take it out, and they don't want to obey it. So
I see.
I don't like
So,
denomination.
so you take all of the Bible.
I take all of it as what it is. Yeah.
I see. Do you believe it to be true and literal?
Yeah, bro.
Have
That's
you read
I
through it from beginning to end?
Yes, sir. I gave my life to Christ 3 years ago, and that's all I've been doing. I've been trying to get studying it. Yeah.
Which translation?
In the most simplest form, bro. From the Old Testament. I'll be honest with you. I do get a lot of my first thoughts were like, damn, like God is so cruel. Like that was my first, you know.
That's not the question. Like what translation do you read like when you read the Bible?
Oh, I do everything off King James version. Then I try to compare it with the other ones like NIV, and I see yeah.
I see.
Do you know the history of the King James Bible?
No, my man. If you want to inform me, I would like to, learn. But no, I don't. I haven't went that far. I haven't went that to look back. I just read.
Redhead's finding herself between a rock and a hard place. I bet she does want to inform you.
Okay, it's all good. It's all good if she doesn't know, because I can't say I know either.
No.
You know?
It's not a matter of that. If you want to give him a brief reason, or even find a question as to why he might trust it.
It doesn't. Well, I mean, ultimately, it's not in line with the original source material. And it's a very political book from its time. Like the 1611, like King James Bible is like filled with just, anachronisms from its own time. And it's just not a good translation. Plus, when they created the Bible, they weren't really, ultimately they were copying mostly from the bishop's Bible. And a lot of the manuscripts that they were drawing from weren't like the more current modern Bibles that we have, like draw from the most like ancient manuscripts that we have in terms of like the Greek and the Hebrew.
Well, that's cool. I do have a copy of the 1611 Bible. I have bought it in my
right. Yeah, and that's I'm like, I will always say that it's not a good translation because it's just they're not
some
utilizing.
Words I'm not gonna lie. Some words they are.
And the other critique I would have of it is just it was written in a language that for its day, like we don't talk like
Aramaic,
that,
right?
Like at all. No.
No, Aramaic. I'm saying like
she's talking about Middle English.
Middle English.
Okay. Yeah.
And then just because it's written in this like fancy like Shakespearean Middle English tone of voice and words, like it's just
it's kind of
a lot of those words, like they don't, like that was their interpretation drawing from like not even the most current manuscripts that we have, like in terms of like
from Latin translation.
But I'm gonna be so honest. I'm gonna be so honest with you, sis. I can't. The King James version hard as hell to read.
JC.
And you know what? That's exactly why you should ditch it.
No.
Why
Why
would you, JC? Why would you want to read the King James version if it is potentially full of translation errors and hard to read, as you said?
No, I to be honest, bro, I do. I'm a Spanish reader, so I do King James from the Spanish version, Reina Valera.
So King James translated back in this, from Latin to English and to Spanish.
Yeah. For me, bro. For me, I have my fault. Will you say something?
Have you ever tried to do that with Google Translate?
Nah, bro.
It's kind of fun.
Yeah. No, but
what you end up with if you put a word in and then give it a language and then take that word and then put it in another language and then put it back into your language and see what word you end up with. It's kind of fun.
I mean, these are all done by scholars, bro. And
well, I mean, I went to school for this as well, so like that's why I'm like, you're hearing from somebody that went to school for this. I'm telling you, I think ESV is even like a good translation, better than like the King James version. I would recommend the NSRV.
Oh yeah, those I read all of them. I'm studying
You
every
read
single one.
all the
Yes, ma'am.
translations?
Yes, ma'am.
Really?
Yes, ma'am. I'm
Which
telling you this. I do
translations
this.
have
I
you
do
read?
this. I do this for my life. This is what I'm passionate about. So I.
JC,
Yes,
you've
sir.
read all the translations
Yes,
from
and they all have
beginning to
different.
end.
They all have different. I'll be honest with you. Yes, they have all different. Different. Not different, but like the words are a little. Yeah.
What about so reading all these different translations, have you seen any contradictions within the texts?
No, sir. I'll be honest. It's been
Really?
consistent. Yes,
You've
it's been
seen
consistent. That's
no
one thing.
contradictions
No
whatsoever.
contradictions. Name me one.
I
If I
can
were,
name you lots.
Go ahead.
I'd be curious which one you'd go for first, Redhead.
I love picking on the birth narratives.
The birth narratives?
Yeah, okay. So like when was Jesus born? Was he born during the census of Quirinius or like the Quirinius or Herod the Great?
Herod the Great.
Well,
What?
Luke reports that he was born during the census of Quirinius. And that's problematic because Herod the Great died in 4 BCE.
Are those claims in the Bible?
Yeah.
That Herod died in 4 BCE.
That's a historical, that's
Okay,
just
then of course there's gonna be contradictions there because remember we're having public knowledge with the Bible.
it is a historical fact.
I'm
It is a
talking about contradiction
historical
in the Bible.
fact. It is a historical fact that Herod the Great died in 4 BCE.
Yes, ma'am.
And
But you said a contradiction in the Bible. I want to see one
exactly, and then
contradiction
the
in the
sense,
Bible. In the
yeah,
Bible.
exactly. The census of Quirinius, which is what Luke claims, is there's a 10-year gap. So how could Mary be pregnant for 10 years?
And what verse is that?
Because Herod is dead by the time that census happens. That's the problem.
I think what JC's trying to say, at least, is that it's not within the text. You have to look outside of the text to see those dates. And I'm curious, JC, does it matter to you if that does contradict the dates that can be found?
I mean, most of the times, bro, because look, this is why, and like I do understand her.
It's rather pedantic of you to not
I do
have
understand her.
responded to Redhead, but now respond to me.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Whenever I reframe it.
Let me see.
Why would you do that?
Do what?
Like I noticed that you're about to give me some kind of tiptoey response, avoiding my question, but at least responding. But you kind of outright refused to respond when Redhead.
No, I'm not refusing. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Go ahead.
Interesting.
Go ahead.
So do you understand, JC, the contradiction that she presented?
She talked about and the beast. She talked about the well, it's historical knowledge where she said that Herod died at a certain time, 10 years apart, and she said that in the Bible contradicted where Mary was pregnant. How could she be married how could she be pregnant for the 10 years if Herod was dead already by this time? That's what she pronounced, right? That's what she gave.
There's the census of Quirinius it's a 10-year gap between the time that Herod died and that census happened. Both are events in history. Herod's death and the census. But Luke claims that Jesus was born during the census, and Matthew claims that he was born under Herod the Great.
Can I have those verses?
I'm just going off the top of my head right now. I know that's like if you go to the birth narratives in both gospels, you'll find it.
Okay, so doesn't even give me. Hey, look, God bless y'all, man. Y'all don't even know how to debate. God bless y'all.
I'm sorry, JC. Did you think this was a debate? Did he thought it was a debate. He declared victory and ran.
Is that what he did?
He really
I,
did. He
I
thought
I'm not even like looking at my phone right now. Like I didn't even know you ran.
he really did. He thought this was a debate. I would encourage him if he's actually still around. I would encourage him to read that prompt and see what about it is a debate prompt. What is the position posed by my prompt that made him think this was a debate?
Well, to be fair, I'm kind of a debater. So,
Well, you presented a point, and he couldn't even address it. He was going to pretend to address it when I presented it, but when you did, he avoided it at all cost.
yeah, like I when I go live, like I'm gonna like probably be a little bit more prepared. Like I'll have my like computer open and like I have access to like Logos Bible software and stuff. So I'll be able to
It is
like pull stuff up faster. But I'm just
it is,
like kind of just like, you know,
right. It is good to have the verses handy, but I mean, pretty much the beginning of each of
it's
those books would have
it's the
been.
beginning of it. Yeah, it's like it's like open up each gospel. Like what do you want from me?
Yeah, it was pure cowardice on his part. Or, I mean, possibly coward. It is entirely possible that he actually thought this was a debate and somehow convinced himself that he won.
Fascinating. There's a lot more contradictions, like the time, like in the resurrections, like or like the or just like the resurrection accounts contradict each other. The crucifixion times like contradict each other. Like in other accounts, like Jesus is like standing trial at a certain time, while like other gospel accounts are saying that he's like being crucified. Like the times are off. Like everything's off.
I don't often get to question it, but I do like to question how if you have two, three, or even four different reporters at the same event, how does only one of them notice the zombies?
Exactly. How does nobody in history like make that like that's kind of like a big event. Like it's like we already got one zombie. Jesus is a zombie, but like to have like a bunch of zombies like resurrect at the same time, like that's kind of like a big like Dawn of the Dead moment in like first century Palestine. Like you think Josephus would like that would be like something Josephus would have like recorded.
Absolutely. Well, I wonder if we do have anybody who's got a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, who can question their beliefs if they might request on up. But while we wait for just a moment, I do need to at least thank everybody for getting us over 200,000 likes. Thank you all for tapping the screen. Thank you to everybody who shared the live. And if you haven't already, you can hit the bent little arrow down there, repost, or even add it to your story. And then get it out to more people's FYP. Maybe they can question their beliefs. And I gotta thank Dorothy Saharina, Insomnia, Danny Grax, Angel, and Shell for all helping with the previous goal. Thank you guys so much. And I think we do have Pause Venom. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Peace, brother. I'm 54. About to be 55 on the 28th of this month. I turn like the year.
Well, happy birthday. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I do. I know I don't believe, I know it's a circle.
Knowing. And what god is it that you claim to know?
Circle O and 1. A and O. No doubt about it.
Circle all in one.
All in one. That's what it is. It's crazy because of the book that you're talking about. This man that they're talking about secretly told us who it was. That's the crazy part.
Are you saying that you don't believe the Bible, but somebody in the Bible told you who the all-in-one was, or you do?
They tell you who it is. They tell you in secrets. They tell you in secrets and codes.
In secrets and
codes. Yeah. Who else talks like this? Who else talks like this? Jesus. Who is it? Who is it, Lord? Foxes have holes, circles. Birds of the air have nests, again, circles. But the Son of Man has no place to lay his head. Jesus, who is it, Lord? Who is it, God? Don't cast your pearls to the swan, but didn't tell you that the pearl is and always will be God.
So
what shape is the pearl?
Are you saying, stop though. Are you saying because he was speaking in parables?
He was a trader.
He was a trader. What do you mean trader?
He was a trader. He told the secrets. It's always a secret to know who God was. It's always been a secret to know who God was. So he stepped outside of his circle, of his group of people, and started telling the secrets. And he was a snitch.
So just to, he was a snitch.
He was a snitch.
He stepped out of this circle, and the circle was, who?
The circle was the place you came from. Didn't you come from the womb? That's a circle. Wasn't you living inside water? That's another circle, H2O.
So really quick, before we get too deep into this circle, can you question your beliefs, Pause Venom?
Question it how?
Yes.
I know it's real.
So when you hear the words, can you question your beliefs, what does that mean to you?
Cannot question my beliefs. I can question it without doubt. There's no doubt about what I'm speaking about. It's truth. We all came here from a circle.
So you're saying you can't?
We can't. We all came from a circle, didn't we?
Why?
Is this like the Lion King circle, like the circle of life?
The womb, yes, the womb. Everything about us. You can't do anything without the circle. The circle is water, H2O. Try to survive without it. You can't. Oh, it's oxygen. Try to tell me it's not. Tell me when you stop breathing. Tell me it's not. Tell me all about it when you stop breathing. Oh, oxygen.
Okay. So you're just saying because the word oxygen in English starts with an O.
Oh, everything that resembles it. They built the world around it, brother. They built the world's been built around this right here. A&O. Sure. Yes, it is. The money is God. What shape is the coin?
And O. So A is also a part of this theology.
It seems to me like you've taken this concept of circle, and it's kind of this like wild typology that you're just prescribing to all different things, like, and then like claiming that as like a part of your systematic theology, whatever this.
But check it out. I hear you. But listen,
systematic theology
were you created the same way? We were all created the same way, right? It's O and 1.
Sure?
Did your dad?
Hang on though. Are you sure we were all created the same way?
Yeah, yeah. Our dad stuck a 1 inside our mother's circle, and relieved himself. 9 months later, we popped out. Did we not, or did we not?
You know what?
Did we not, or did you?
I don't even want to. I don't want to continue that anymore. I hit all the O and 1, and I thought it.
I'm dead.
O and 1. It is when binary gets turned into pornography verbally on the line. I think it's time to move on to a new.
That was man. People have some wild worldviews.
They really do. I didn't think April meant to request up. That's all right. But maybe somebody else with a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, can question their beliefs and can do it without shouting at us. That'd be really awesome. Especially if they're just going to get graphic with O's and ones.
Yeah, that guy, like, he brought like a laughter out of me that, yeah, I just can't really explain like why I laughed so hard at that, but it just sometimes all you can do is laugh like at things. I'm impressed by your demeanor though. You're very calm.
It surprises me sometimes how being calm can disarm someone and get them to actually question when it seems like on the face of it that there's no getting through.
Is this like your natural voice? Like this is how you talk like all the time?
I mean, sometimes I'm louder, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is just me, very, very relaxed.
I dig it. Yeah, it's I like your vibe. It's fun. I'm like the opposite of you, but
That's okay. Many people are, and they still accomplish what they're setting out to do. Sometimes I'm like the tortoise, tortoise in the hare. But there are definitely times in these questions when I skip to the end. I'm just like, okay, I'm done. I'm gonna ask the last two questions I have for you and move on.
God, that kills me. Yeah, that's so funny. That was a wild take.
Hello.
Hello, Fluxy. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Well, my
I'm
brain did
18.
not want to say that with your name, Fluxy TikTok. Yeah, it was like a tongue twister. So what year were you born?
2007.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that?
No, I'm an atheist.
And why don't you believe in a god?
I adopt some theory about like causation and God isn't needed to explain anything.
You adopted a theory of causation and you don't need God to explain anything.
Yeah. Like I'm a naturalist and there's no need like positing God exists to explain anything at all.
So you simply don't believe in God because your worldview has no need of him.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you imagine anything that might compel you to believe in a God?
Well, it depends like which sort of God, if we're speaking about some sort of like deistic God, maybe. If it's like the Christian God, I don't think so.
You don't think anything could compel you to believe in that God at all?
Maybe a God, but it depends.
Right. But not the Christian one. That one is out the window forever.
Oh yeah, that one's long gone.
I'm curious, even if something appeared to you as an angel as you'd expect from the Bible and spoke in a way that tried to compel you that it was that God, you wouldn't believe that at all.
Well, if we're talking about the angel that's like gonna be some sort of messenger for the like Christian God, that would just tell me that the Christian God is the true God. So I mean, it's kind of trivial that that God would be true then. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, so short of an actual messenger angel of God appearing in front of you, nothing could compel you to believe in that God.
That's not what I said. I said if a messenger from God, like an angel, and I was pretty sure it was an angel, right? And it was an angel from the Christian God, then I'd probably say, look, I'd probably have to update my prayers, and I'd probably say maybe it's more probable than I expected earlier.
So not that you would believe it, but just that you would update your prayers and allow for the likelihood.
Yeah, I'd be skeptical at first, like anyone would.
Mm-hmm. If you were compelled in some way to believe that God existed, which it sounds like it would take a lot of work, but if it did compel you to believe it existed, would you worship it by nature of it just existing, or would you need something more?
I'd probably only worship it so I don't get tortured forever.
So though you would comply, though, knowing that it had an eternal torture for you if you did.
Yeah, it's kind of like both shitty options. It's either worship some like monster and live in some good place, or go down to hell, which I think is also bad. So I think they're both bad options, but one's clearly better than the other.
How do you know you're worshiping the right monster though? Because there's like multiple monsters in like Abrahamic theology.
Well, I just think Yahweh is a monster dude, you know?
Right, but what if it's Allah?
Well, there's still a hell there, so I think like following Allah would be better than not following him.
Right, but you got to choose one or the other. You can't like choose both.
Yeah, I'm not like committing to one. I'm just saying that if one were true and I knew one were true, I'd probably pick the one that I would pick the option where I don't get tortured for the rest of my life.
Would you, either one, if you were compelled to believe that a God were real and were under the threat of its hell, would you do anything it asked?
Would I what?
Would you do anything it asked of you to avoid that hell?
I wouldn't even want to listen to anything it says, but probably. If it was like you're going to go to hell if you don't do this, then yeah. But if it's something like super bad, I just wouldn't do it. Like you could send me to hell.
So for you, there's a line of things that you wouldn't do, and you would risk an immortal soul if you had one.
Yeah, there's a line that I would not do for any sort of like space cosmic demon, you know? Like if he started telling me to go steal from every single house, right? I probably wouldn't do that.
So that's your line, is just mass larceny.
Oh, you said what?
Mass larceny, stealing.
Yeah, and a couple of other things, you know, like if he told me to unalive everyone I see, like I wouldn't do that.
Well, that's good. So you wouldn't make baby paste?
Huh? There's like a bird screaming at me. I don't know if you can hear it. I can't like. What did you say?
I said that you wouldn't make baby paste.
Oh no.
Like
That's
yeah.
just,
If God told you to like take a bunch of babies and put them in a meat grinder and make baby paste, you wouldn't do that.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah, no, I would never do something like that.
So graphic.
Oh, it sounds.
Yeah, that was extreme.
Sounds to me
I
like
tried keeping it like very low. This person just said like toothpaste, but I
I
wouldn't do that.
definitely am borrowing that from Justin. But
Wow. Yeah, that's graphic, but also understood. Um, so you
you're
wouldn't
free
do
from
that.
like divine command theory a little bit. Like seems like you have your limits.
Yeah, I don't like, even if God were real, I don't think like divine command theory is the best sort of stance on like meta ethics.
I'm curious, Flexi. You're a naturalist. You don't believe a God exists. Do you? Does it matter to you if a God did exist or not? If there was no hell, if it was just a thing that created?
I'm not like an apatheist, but I would say like the existence of God would matter to me because if it is true, then I want to know as many true things as possible. And if it isn't true, I still want to know as many true things as possible. So yeah, it's still important. Truth is just important, not really the existence of God. If that makes sense.
Yes, it does.
Okay, good.
I say W.
Yeah, go with W's there.
Just say Fluxy
W's
is fine.
for Fluxy.
So, Flexi, I appreciate you coming up. I think I am
Yeah.
ready to move on to see if we've got a believer in queue, but I do
Okay.
appreciate you. And I
Yeah,
hope
thanks
that
for letting me on.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope that you keep questioning your beliefs. And who knows, maybe you'll find some new answer to bring back to us. Let me question that too. And, oh, of course, there we go. Sometimes they just are ghosts in the queue, but it seems David's a ghost too. Oops. I was about to say it seems David's real, but then he disapparated right in front of us.
What's up, y'all? How you doing?
Hello, B-Pen. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Don't worry about me. B47 above Philadelphia and everything. We'll return the military and the cops and everything where we run. So how you doing? What's your name and what's your age? You want to go back?
I didn't hear your age in that whole
What?
47.
Awesome, B-Pen. And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything
I have
like that?
13 languages on 37 different symbols on my back. So this, I just scroll. I haven't even been online or
Have you
anything. I
been
don't do
drinking
that. And
tonight?
I came across you and I've been listening to you for like 12 fucking minutes. So I had to,
12
I don't
minutes.
know.
Wow, you really
Yeah.
got a whole flavor
You
of the
don't
show,
have to
don't you?
remind me of what I do. That's what you're good at. And we know what you
Fascinating.
do. Yeah.
Well, it sounds like you might, I
Fascinating,
don't
he
know.
goes. Oh my
It
God,
sounds,
coming
it
from
sounds,
a woodworker farmer from 1909. This should be good. So, what's up, homie? What's your first name? I'm Brian. What's up, homie?
so if anybody who's not drunk has a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs. Go ahead and request on up,
Fascinating.
isn't it? He's requesting again. I don't know if you heard my instruction or not.
Do you have people like on YouTube too?
There's a few people watching, generally a handful or
Oh,
so.
people.
And I don't really plug the YouTube too much because it runs into errors sometimes and drops the whole signal. I'm still working on the bugs. But there's YouTube and Linktree in the bio or in the Batcolyte's bio.
So that last guy, did you like catch any of that? Other than that they're 47, like that's like all I got.
I think I heard something about he was in the military at some point, or he said some. I honestly, it was so mush mouth mixed word, and like there was
It was word salad, is what it was.
There was some words being placed back and forth that just didn't seem to be in the right order. How am I a rapper? What am I rapping?
Is that what they're claiming?
He's saying in the comments he's a complete manipulator and rapper. How the fuck are you even listening, let alone what? Wow. B-Pen, I just want to let you know that it seems like maybe I don't have a mod on duty at the moment, but
Is that the person that was just on?
yeah, caps aren't allowed in the chat unless you're a mod. So thanks for your contribution there, B-Pen, but maybe calm down. Oh, he's a DJ now. He is wilding out in the comments.
I just have this like really confused look on my face right now. Like I know I'm not on camera, but like I'm just very confused.
So is he, apparently. Hey, Zone, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 60.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I do, but I just wanted to mention for fun, I think you and Redhead would make a good couple. I know I've been on a lot. I know Thrayle.
Oh, you know Thrayle.
We make a good couple. What makes you say that?
I
Let's
don't know, just
question your
your
beliefs.
Yeah, that's one of my beliefs. One of my beliefs is you guys would make a good couple. Just your style, Redhead, and the way you... Sorry, go ahead, Thrayle.
I said I wonder what my wife would have to say about that. So.
Yeah, I was going to ask that first. I was going to go there first, but I didn't bother. I just went right in for the turning this into, what do you call it?
So
internet love thing. But anyway.
Can I give you an opportunity to pull your foot from your mouth and get back to the topic?
Sure.
Exactly. Plus, like, I'm like a lesbian, so that would be problematic.
Shit, there we go.
Yeah.
I should have figured that. I'm sorry. I should have known.
So, Zone, you said you believe in a god or gods. Which god do you believe in?
I believe in Jesus Christ.
Is there a particular denomination that you follow?
No denomination, just follower of Jesus. I just think that he's the creator, that we have a creator, and he's probably it. He's revealed himself to me in a way I can understand, and supernatural though, not through provable means.
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Many times.
Do you believe the stories to be true and literal?
Some of them are. I mean, stories are. I mean, truth and have meaning. I guess they have meaning. They're not all exactly perfectly true. They're right. Sometimes people say, "I say this," or "God said that." So yeah, the Bible's got a bunch of different stuff in it.
But the Bible definitely has stuff.
You guys think the Bible's twisted up a little bit? It's just a man-made little trick to fool everybody?
I don't know, Zone. Before I ask the next question, though,
sure,
you've got a bit of an echo.
Oh,
like
do I? I
speaker
can
in the
fix that.
background.
I'll fix that. Hang on, let me fix it. Is that a lot better?
Let's see. It's still there.
Is it still there? I can get rid of it completely. It's because I have my other speaker on. I can go shut it off. Would you like me to?
Yes, that would be
let me do it. Oh, here, I can do it right from here, actually.
I don't think I have an echo.
No, it was Zone.
I definitely could hear myself in their speaker.
It's got to be way better now.
Let's see. Oh, yeah. Way better.
Okay,
A
sorry
lot
about that.
better.
So do you believe in the six-day creation? Is that literal?
Yeah, I believe in the 6-day creation. Although a little caveat is that for God, one day can be 1,000 years, and 1,000 years, like he's outside of time. So
of course, God days.
To us, it would be 6 days. Yeah.
But the 6 God days still come in that order.
Well, 6 God days could be 6,000 years. Our days, yeah. Okay, go ahead.
But they're still coming in the order given in Genesis 1.
Yeah.
Okay. And then in Genesis 2, when the order gets flipped up and man comes first instead of the vegetation, which one of those is actually true?
Oh, we just write that off to it's a different perspective type thing.
What do you mean a different perspective?
We justify it by just saying, it's just a different take on the original. It's just like they're giving you, like the Bible often will do things like it'll go over the same thing over and over again. Like if you look at the 4 Gospels, they're all the same. It's just the same account of the same thing.
That's not true.
It's not true?
They all have different accounts.
Yeah, but it's in the big picture. It's preaching. They're the 4 Gospels explain.
If the big picture back in Genesis was God created things in his own version of a day, in these particular days in this order, why is the order different in Genesis 2? You say it's from a different perspective, but even from a different perspective, wouldn't one event still happen after the other? Especially when it's given reason in Genesis 2 to happen in the new order.
I think with something like this, like the Bible, something so out there, like creation, whether we're created or we just kind of evolved into being here, that is so complex that I don't know if you can get that detailed on, like picking. We could pick apart the Bible, like we can pick the Bible apart completely. We just burn it. It's throw it away. It contradicts itself on many occasions, but on and on. Like you can pick it apart at will.
Then why believe it?
Because of the overall storyline and the overall information that's given. If you look at all of it in its totality, it's pretty incredible. I mean, the prophecies, the prophecy fulfillment, the
I
predictions.
don't believe Jesus fulfilled any prophecies.
Can you justify that just quick so I can understand?
Sure. Like pick one.
Well, no, just give me. Why do you say that? Like, not one prophecy? He didn't.
Not one prophecy. Yeah.
Zone, can you think of a prophecy that Jesus fulfilled?
Well, is it true that it's a prophecy that he would be born? Like, is that a true prophecy, or is that just?
Are you referring to Isaiah 7:14?
Yeah.
No.
When it prophesies that a child will be born and a son will be given, and his name.
Yeah, exactly. In the context, it's a child in that time during Isaiah.
Yeah,
it's like 700 years before Jesus is born.
Right. That's not real.
No, because it's like well, that's the thing is like in Christianity, you claim that it's a virgin, correct? Well, there's the word virgin isn't in that context of Isaiah.
Well, the point I'm trying to make is that it's a prophecy that was fulfilled. It was spoken about in the book.
It was fulfilled, that during his time. It's like during King Ahaz.
Like, did Jesus show up? Is that real?
Yeah, so are you saying that, like, if I prophesy that that sometime soon that there's going to be this event that happens, and then 100 or 200 years later, an event that kind of looks like it kind of happens. You're saying that's the prophecy being fulfilled?
Well, yeah, if you say, okay, this, I guess a prophecy is, in this case, well, there's different kinds of prophecies, but in this case, yeah, you say something's going to transpire, and then it actually does. And then that isn't even enough on its own. But when it happens over and over again, like, for example, somebody suggested the donkey thing was was like talked about before it happened, that he would ride into the city on a donkey and on and on.
Right. Well, how many
Multiple.
donkeys though? Because I mean, Matthew and the accounts are different. That's why there's 2 donkeys in one and 1 donkey in Mark. So which one is it?
Yeah, I hope we fixed that though in the earlier conversation when we said, little tweaks and things are different. Like, I mean, that's understandable.
No, it's not.
Like for me, like it's like that's, we write that off as, like for example, when there's a couple of good accounts. I mean, even Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, they're confused, they're contradictory if you
Well,
look at them
that's
in detail.
yeah.
Right,
Nobody. All 4 gospels are
Yeah, we
like
write that
unknown
off to the
authors
guy
too.
on the different corners of the accident, you know what I mean, type thing.
Zone, are you saying that because there's different witnesses that they would describe the events
Yeah, like
differently?
Luke's gonna have a different view of it than say
Right.
John or Matthew, right?
Was
Also, Luke,
Matthew
I
the
think,
only one? Was Matthew the only one that had the ability to see zombies, or did the other ones just not think they were important enough to write about?
I don't know. I mean, they all wrote them later, so that's also interesting.
Matthew's very late in terms of like when it was
Yeah, his was
written.
really late. Paul's writings are obviously very, very late.
Paul never quotes Jesus though. Like he doesn't like seem to have any awareness of the gospels.
Yeah, that's a strange. That's an outlier, obviously.
And isn't it funny too, like how in like Galatians he warns of if anybody preaches a different gospel, and yet you have 4 gospels that precede his death.
Right.
So how do you know if like the gospel he was warning you about isn't one of those 4 gospels?
I think he was saying Christ crucified, like the death, burial, and resurrection, the forgiveness of sins, the atonement, that's the gospel. Like, I guess that's how I understand it. But hey, I hear you. They do talk about it. Yeah, I get what you mean. That is funny.
And like Paul never quotes Jesus, like ever. And yet his writings, like if you're being conservative with the dating and the scholarship, that's still a problematic thing. Like,
yeah, that's interesting. I wonder why Paul doesn't quote.
He never
because
quotes
he's so,
Jesus,
do you think
ever.
Do you think it's because he's so much later than the other?
You would think since he's like supposedly like around like John and Peter and the apostles, he would have, picked up a story or 2 about, some parables or,
He
some
should have picked up on
miracles
something.
and some miracles or something like that, right?
Yeah, that's interesting.
He never references it ever.
Do you think that's intentional, or do you think that's just?
I think it's suspect.
It's suspect because it makes it look like it's manipulated, right?
It makes you think that the people, that the gospel authors made shit up.
Yeah, right.
Zone, what are your thoughts on it?
Are you asking me or Redhead?
I'm asking you.
No, I see what she's saying. I mean, these are all I mean, hey, listen, we're questioning our beliefs, right?
I don't know. You haven't seemed to do that yet.
Well, no, I mean, I've been on here a lot. I've questioned it a big time. I'm questioning it right now. That's what I'm doing here, right? I'm listening to Redhead give me an example of how Paul may have been full of, like, it's manipulated garbage. The Bible's just, what would the Bible be? Let's question it. What would the Bible be if it isn't God and it isn't preserved by God, and if it isn't a book given to us by a creator or sustainer of the universe? What is it then? That's interesting.
What do you think about Joseph Smith, like the Mormons? Like, do you think his testimony's like valid?
No.
Well, if you compare Joseph Smith with Paul, it's very similar.
Well, the secret panties.
Paul never met Jesus.
Yeah, but the secret panties throw it off a little with Joseph. And
That's valid.
yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, the little things like that, it's
but it's
obviously,
still like a similar claim, like that.
I don't know. I don't think Jesus and
What about
panties has
Baha'u'llah?
got any connection.
What about Baha'u'llah's own?
I beg your pardon?
Why do you discount the revelation provided to Baha'u'llah?
Baha'u'llah.
Baha'u'llah.
Who is that?
The founder of the Baha'i faith.
Baha'i faith? I don't know anything about
Some
the
say
Baha'i
he's the
faith.
second coming of Jesus.
Baha'i is. Oh, wow.
The next prophet in line after Muhammad.
After Muhammad. Oh, right. Okay. Muhammad's a prophet?
According to Muhammad.
Exactly.
But why wouldn't you believe the next prophet that acknowledges both and somehow merges all of these ideas together?
Well, first of all, I mean, me in particular, I mean, if you look at me and all the believers that are born again, they all had a similar supernatural experience with Jesus.
You
So
had
that's
a
a suspect.
supernatural experience with Jesus. This might actually start to ring some bells on our previous conversation.
Yeah, it does.
What is your supernatural experience with Jesus?
Just, him revealing himself in a way that I could understand that he's real. He revealed himself. That's what he does. That's what being born again is.
Himself?
He shows you he takes, well, I can use cliches or I can explain it. I guess he gives you information. He gives you wisdom. He shows you things in the world that you wouldn't typically have understood before.
How does he show them to you?
Supernaturally, mostly, but also through the natural world, like through the creation.
When you
through
say
the world.
he shows you something supernaturally, what is that? Describe that to me.
Well, like I've described it before. For example, he could show you the another dimension. For example, he could reveal that there are more dimensions than just the one we act in and operate in daily. He could reveal that to you if he wanted to. Right, so that you would recognize that angels and demons and that there is an evil element. He could expose that so that you could understand that, hey, wow, there is an evil and a good. It's real. Does that make sense, Thrayle, or not really?
It's Thrayle.
Thrayle, excuse me. I know you've mentioned that a few times over the years, the year or so that I've known you. So did that make sense or not really to you?
I'm trying to understand it. I'm trying to see why it makes sense to you. Why does that make sense to you?
You've got me on the ropes now because I was kind of asking you that. But, just looking at whether we're created or we are just, we just kind of evolved. That's basically the question, isn't it? To a degree.
Do you think that is a true dichotomy? That one must be without the other?
No, I could see a way that God would use evolution to do his creation. I could see how, because let's face it, there's obviously some reality there. Like if a bird, there is obvious evolution in the world. It's obvious right before our very eyes in the world, because you can see how things adapt, right, to their environment and stuff. I don't know if you call that macro evolution. Is that what you call it, brother, or no?
I don't think that's a term that biologists use in the way
No,
we're
what do
using
they
it.
call that? Just the general evolution, where like a bird's beak would get longer because it's harder to get worms or whatever. The wood's softer on an island, so their
I think they
beaks.
might call it evolution.
That's just evolution? No, because evolution is like the transformation of species, not right. Evolution is like changing from one species even to another. Is that not correct?
What delineates a species? Like what makes a species?
You know, well, like dogs, cats,
Dogs.
Horses.
Is dogs a species?
Dogs are a kind of animal.
What is
like,
kind?
Yeah, like, there's reptiles, there's birds, there's mammals, there's all these different kinds of animals.
Are those species?
No, those wouldn't be species, because I guess foxes, and there's quite a few different animals that would be categorized in those different to make it a species. But I don't think that we have evidence, and you guys might refute this, but I'm not sure if we have actual real evidence of transformation from, like, say, a two-celled organism into more. Like, I don't know if we have that evidence, to be honest, but hey, maybe we do.
If that evidence existed, would it disprove your God?
Yeah, if more evidence was available for, well, that's a good question, actually. What kind of an impact would that have on my supernatural experience?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's a good question. Because the more evidence against it would then make it more supernatural, right? Yeah, if there was more evidence for evolution, that would be, but I don't think it would change that. Wouldn't change too much, though, of my experience, though. So I guess it wouldn't really have an impact on it, which is interesting.
It might just change your
that's scary.
understanding of
Thrayle, it's scary if you think about it. Well, because think about it, if evidence won't change my, that's pretty scary, right? Thrayle,
is the evidence in the right vein?
Yeah. But you see my point. If evidence won't make you question your belief, then what will?
That is a frightening dogmatism.
It is a frightening thing to think about that, oh yeah, people are going to get evidence and they're still not going to change their belief. That's pretty scary. But so I guess if there was evidence that was crystal clear, better evidence of species transformation, of evolution, if there was more evidence, maybe it would have an impact. I don't know, but I don't think it wouldn't change my whole supernatural experience. How do you justify that? And then the other thing I did want to talk about, if you're willing, Thrayle, is how do you explain? I talked to you about this before, but we didn't get into a lot of detail because it got sidetracked. But it's late in the morning, so maybe we'll do better. But how do you explain all the different believers having the same supernatural experience? Can you explain that again? What your thinking on that was?
What do you mean all?
Well, the millions, let's say million, let's not put a number on it, but whatever amount of people have been born again and have that experience, that Christian experience with Christ. Like, how do you explain that all those people have the exact same experience?
How do you know the experience is the same?
Well, because I talked to them, so many of them, right? I'm a believer. Like,
How do you
I'm
know
one.
that all of them are purporting their experience accurately, or even
Just by deduction, by talking to so many believers, listening to their testimony and how they came to know God and how God revealed himself, and then it's everyone's the same.
Could they not be copying each other? Could some of them not be saying what they think is expected to fit in?
Yeah, the 100th monkey thing could play a role there. You know what that is, right?
You think just the 100th?
Well, no, the 100th monkey is just like people get to know things just through the world, through the grapevine. Like someone on the other side of the world could have the same story and they just heard it through the transformation of information, right? And then they have the same story, but it's not really.
It doesn't quite seem the same, but I'm more asking, is it possible these people that are reporting to have these same experiences could just be repeating what other people have said their
Yeah,
experiences are?
of course it could. Of course it could be that. Yeah, of course it could be that.
How do you know that these experiences are being attributed correctly? Like, how do you know it's Jesus and not
the way we do it by the spirit of what is transpiring. So we examine what is actually taking place, and then we analyze it. We go, okay, is it in line with God, with what a creator is professing to be? That right? We look at.
They were all identical. They're not identical then.
They're identical, but each one is personal and individual. Like, for example,
identical? What does identical mean?
Well, they're identical in the fact that, for example, the Holy Spirit could reveal to you that there's a spiritual world around us by showing you a certain situation. But for me, it could be a different situation that he reveals that there is a supernatural, like another dimension to the world that we're living in. He shows me one way, you another way. Now it's the same thing, right? He's showing us, he's revealing the supernatural world to us, the same thing, but he does it differently because he does it for you one way so you get it. He does it for me a different way so that I understand it. Does that make sense at all, or am I?
It doesn't seem to be identical anymore. It sounds like you're talking about people having.
Well, again, it's semantics. Identical, though, Thrayle.
Could these not be people just having experiences that they attribute to the God, but that aren't actually from the God? Could these experiences be psychological phenomena that is similar amongst people, and the name that these people are giving it is Jesus because that's what they're familiar with?
So human beings get to a point through whatever means that they go through this supernatural experience where they experience some something.
Let's talk about supernatural. Why are we calling it supernatural?
Because you can't explain it by natural means. That's all supernatural is.
Can't possibly explain.
You cannot possibly explain it by.
So a person experiencing, as you've described, a vision or a conversation, some kind of interaction.
Exactly.
That can't possibly be through any natural means. Nobody could possibly have a delusion or a state of psychosis and I don't know, a hallucination.
Well, no, some of them are that. I mean, I think that, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure that there's both going on. Look at the guy you had on earlier with the O's. Remember the guy with O's, circles or whatever? Like there was something wrong going on there, no?
I'm not here to judge. Maybe he was the one that had all the right answers.
Maybe he had the right answers.
He did say that the one goes in the O. I thought that was an interesting way to do math.
You're so kind and loving. You're so understanding to think that he had all the answers. Let's bring him back up. And
I don't think he's still around.
No, I don't think so. He's busy looking at the O in oxygen.
Probably.
And a womb isn't even round. A circle, that's another, what's round, but it's not a circle.
We could get into
semantics.
What's topologically a circle versus what's geometrically a circle.
But that's my point. See, that would be being semantics. We can't do that with Buddy. We got to take him at face value and give him a chance. We can't just pick him apart in detail. Like, same thing with God. You can't pick the Bible apart, Thrayle and Redhead there. You can't just pick it apart in bits and pieces like that.
Why don't you take it as a whole and then pick that apart? Deconstruct the whole sandwich.
I mean, that's better, obviously. That's smarter than just taking a portion of, like, if you just take the ham out and start looking at the ham, you're not going to...
So if you were...
I take
if you were...
objection to that he says that I'm just taking it piecemeal. That's not true.
No, I'm not actually... I don't mean
I think you especially are not.
I think Thrayle just likes you, redhead, so I'm not going to
I went to school for this. Like, I deconstructed because of my education.
Well, that's worse. Because the teachers probably influenced you in a bad way.
No. That is that is interesting, exactly. No, it's actually like getting into textual criticism and actually seeing how this thing came together. Do you even know how the Bible came together?
Oh, me personally?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I kind of understand it.
You kind of understand it? Like, how did the New Testament? Tell me how did the New Testament came together?
Well, it was Greek, and it came together after, at a much later time.
Like, how much later?
Like, quite a bit late, like 700 years later, I think. Maybe even...
Wow, you're like even... No.
600 and something, wasn't it? Like Paul's writings.
Like 400 years.
Was it only 4? Okay. I'm a little off.
Council of Trent.
Right. And then, I mean, the Bible's been broken. I mean, look at the different Bibles. I mean, it's hard. How do you put all that together? Look at the Ethiopian Bible, has all the books. And then some doctrinal canons are taken out. They made a canon of certain books. 66 is the KJV, blah, blah, blah. You know, it's confusing.
Right. But I mean, like, so like first century though, like they didn't like have like all these books together. Like the 27 books that you use to form your theology around and Christology around Jesus.
Right.
Were not all together. Till much later.
Yeah, technically it's not even really a book. It's books. It's technically just a bunch of writings.
Sure. And a lot of them, we don't know the authors. A lot of them are forgeries, too.
A lot of them are, yeah.
So, like, why? Like, that's a lot of shenanigans. I mean, honestly, to me, that's what caused a lot of my deconstruction was just, like, all of the shenanigans surrounding that subject. I mean, we can go into, like, specific detail about each shenanigan, but... that's a long conversation.
But hey, Red, did you ever dig in long enough to like, were you born again? Like, did you have an experience with God, or no? You just kind of studied it and wanted to learn about it.
No,
because I'm not sure you can learn God.
I was. That's exactly how I started. I started that way. No, yes, I thought I had a very genuine faith. I thought I was going to be a missionary. Like, I was, like, hardcore Christian. I was going to be, like, I wanted to be, like, special forces Christian.
Okay,
I wanted to be a missionary. I wanted to go spread the gospel to China.
Yeah, that kind of Christian, though, is generally, like, you're on your own power. You're not, like... That's not like true. You. That wasn't you? So were you wanting to do that, or were you inspired by God?
How else am I supposed to pray? Like, I was on my knees. I was on my knees all the time trying to pray and trying to, like, connect with God through the scriptures. I prayed... nonstop. Church was my life. How else was I supposed to do it? You tell me.
Well, my experience.
Yeah, so
I don't know how much more hardcore
I'm not
Christian
special,
you can
you're
get.
Not. No one's one.
I don't know how much more hardcore Christian you can get than I was in terms of my devotion.
Zone, can you tell me about the supernatural experience that made you a true Christian?
Well, yeah, I mean, I went through a sabbatical. I mean, I've told you this story before. I went through a 3-year sabbatical where I seeked out the different... I looked into all the gods. Like, I seeked every god.
Right, I remember we broke
it all down, right?
3 different years where like 2
Not different year, just 3 years. I took a sabbatical and I studied, and then I ended up finding Jesus, and I ended up focusing on that, and then I had this supernatural experience. He not only revealed himself through supernaturally, but it was through scripture, through my life, through...
What was the supernatural revelation?
Well, he revealed the supernatural world around me. He showed me
How did
that
he reveal it to you?
one way was he remember that I told you the story of the crackhead that was coming up between the buildings when I owned a compassion club. He was coming up through the buildings, and I could see the silhouette of the demonic part of him, like the God was showing me that these people are demonically possessed.
No, I don't remember.
Doesn't ring. Yeah, you do a lot. You do a lot, Thrayle.
So you're saying that a man came between the buildings and that you saw the shadow.
I'm saying that God can reveal the demonic world
of the man.
Yeah.
You saw a demon.
Right. God can reveal demons to
why
people.
Why do you think it was a demon and not just you misinterpreting a shadow?
Because the guy was in turmoil. He was going through some major life-altering problems. He was a truck driver in the neighborhood that was doing well. Then he had fallen into substance abuse with crack. So he became a nightmare. He became a disaster. And you could see the Lord revealed to me that he was demonically being oppressed. And that's it.
Can we circle back to what you said to me? I'm bothered.
Yes.
I am so bothered by what you said to me about like trying to question my sincerity of my faith when I had it.
Oh, let all that go. I don't question it. I'm not questioning it. Let all that go, redhead.
But why
I feel like that was so like I'm sick and tired of Christians and even fucking Christians in the chat. Okay, I see you.
Yeah, but I wasn't doing
How
that.
fucking patronizing can you be to somebody just because I deconstructed because like I found truth that contradicts, I was able to see the wizard behind the curtain. I always compare it to the Wizard of Oz. You see the wizard behind the curtain. You can't unsee the wizard. Okay, I saw the wizard behind the curtain. Okay, you guys are just too caught up in your cultural Christianity, okay, to even see this shit. And you're so steeped in it that you have these blinders on because you basically stop your ears up to anything that contradicts what you already think is true. You just lead on these presuppositions, and it's fucking ridiculous, and it pisses me off because it turns into these patronizing platitudes of, oh, you just didn't believe enough. Fuck
Yeah,
you.
no,
Whatever.
that's not real. Yeah, you're right.
Fuck you.
Zone, don't try to make it better right now.
No, I won't. I'll let it go. I'll just be quiet.
Because she's right. I mean, it was condescending and patronizing, and you have absolutely no right to just attack her ability to seek God. You said you sought God for 3 years, that you studied various religions on a surface level until you found Jesus.
Well, he was drawing me in as well. I mean, there's a lot to it. But I hear you. I don't mean to be, and I apologize to that young lady. I don't want to put her, I'm not lessening it. I apologize for it.
I think even just the way you're apologizing is kind of lessening.
I suck too, eh? Okay. I suck then. I'm one of those bad people too, redhead. I'm sorry that the world's like that.
It's like I said, it's not the first time. I mean, I do this. Like I host my own lives on the secular perspective. And this is a theme among Christians of just being completely patronizing to people that have deconstructed. Oh, you just weren't Christian enough. Oh, you just didn't believe right.
Yeah, and that itself is so anti-Christian. It's crazy because nobody's special.
It's patronizing to our overall experience with discovering this stuff. You're gaslighting people when you say that shit, and you're minimizing their discovery of truth. And it's just extremely condescending. And it's not going to make them Christian. You're not going to lead them back to the faith by making claims like that. If anything, that's just going to cement their deconstruction further.
Imagine, Zone, if I was, instead of to ask you questions, just to gaslight you and declare that you were wrong, to say that you were crazy. You must have hallucinated. All of this is just in your head, and you are clearly someone who should seek counseling. Like if that was the way I tried to approach these conversations.
Well, you've done that many times to me
Do
already.
you think I actually do that, or do
No.
I question you to see if that's something you can consider, and then leave it alone if you can't?
No, I've got to be honest about you. You got a pretty good thing going with your calm demeanor and the way you're extracting information. It's amazing. You're not actually attacked. I mean, I feel attacked once in a while by you and your people because of my beliefs and the fact that we're analyzing it. So I do get in my flesh, but you're pretty good. Like, that's why I come here. I like talking to you about it. And your guest here is amazing.
Do you think maybe you should consider your approach the same way?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I want to be more like you, of course. I suck.
That's not what I meant.
But no, the more calmness is good.
I'm going to allow us to continue for just a moment more before we move on. I think we are going to bring a new guest up soon.
Yeah, we should.
I know Tavium's got a few questions, and I want to make
Hey,
sure he gets them in.
Thrayle, can I respond to one person in the comment section?
Normally I would say no, but I'll let you, consider.
There's this MJF gaming backup. They keep blowing me up. They say that Romans 13:9, Paul quotes Jesus in Romans 13:9. I would argue that that is a common belief in Judaism. They're quoting from Leviticus 19 and Deuteronomy 6:4.
So they're just quoting Jesus.
That's Old Testament stuff. I mean, to love your neighbor as yourself. I mean, that's the thing that Jesus brought up, and that's like common tradition.
Yeah, that wouldn't be considered Paul quoting Jesus. Let's face it. But anyway,
Right.
I'm going to go Thrall because I think you are going to move on. I appreciate
Like that
you.
claim wouldn't be unusual to Pharisees and Sadducees back then. Like that's just like that's not a that wasn't a groundbreaking.
I understand where you're going, Red.
Yeah.
But I want to make sure, and not to be dismissive, but I want to make sure if Tav had a question for Zone that he gets to ask it. He's another great questioner up here.
No, it's okay. You can go.
Nope.
I'm good. Okay, thank you so much for letting me be part of the conversation tonight.
Yeah, and maybe another time we'll see where the questions take us, but I think you've got stuff to think about. Hello, Tav. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. Thank you. How are you?
Don't worry about you weren't a true Christian. You're never taught true Christian. I always get that 24/7.
I hate
Muslim
the no
exclusive
true
thing,
Scotsman fallacy. Like, oh, you just weren't like ever whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know how much more steeped in Christianity you can get than I was. Like I was, well, like.
Oh, believe me, I was so deep in the lore. I was an ex-Muslim, so
it's so patronizing. It's just so frustrating.
Yeah, I probably know more about the faith I was in than the people that teach the faith I was in, and I still get that you weren't a real. I was a Muslim. You weren't a real Muslim, or you don't know nothing about Islam. So far that I started to like just adopt the label. I'm a Muslim. Come on, let's have a conversation. But yeah, I understand where you're going.
Are you still a Muslim?
Depends on the conversation.
Nope.
Depends on the conversation. No. You can pretend. I can pretend to be a Christian.
100% true.
Like
Yes.
I could 100% quote Christian doctrine, and like I could probably convert somebody if I wanted to like witness to somebody. Like even though I don't believe it anymore, like I could totally do it.
It helps in
I
certain
can do it.
contexts.
I just don't want to. I don't feel like.
It would involve a lot of gaslighting and me lying to myself, though.
I think there's a difference in that too, that Tavium kind of culturally is and has to be Muslim. But that's what happens
Yeah,
when you
it's
live in a theocracy.
it's dangerous if I wasn't. True.
But before we dwell on that too long, and call attention to it. If anybody's got a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like it, then you're capable of questioning your belief. Well, that would be awesome if you could come demonstrate that. We're not here to debate or argue or make you look foolish, but we do want to know if you can question your beliefs, and if you can, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it?
I might debate you.
Oh, yeah, Tavia might try to debate you. Probably won't let him, but I'll try.
I mean, I'm confrontational. It's like I'm trying to be more like you, but
You've done
alas,
well.
old habits die hard.
I've heard a few teaching
Oh, this
moments
panel will
turned into
teach you
questions.
patience, bro.
I do. I want to learn your style. Your style is so chill. I love it.
Well, I can't take full credit. Some of it's older than Jesus, at least. Socrates.
Socrates, yes. Socrates.
Old Socrates.
Old Socrates. Love me some Socrates.
But more than thanking Socrates, I should thank Shell, Freya, Angel, and Cat the Witch for helping with our goal. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate y'all. And also, it didn't completely skip my mind, did it? Did I thank everybody for 200,000 likes? Because that's fucking amazing. You guys are awesome. Oh no, Cat.
I would since we're like on that topic, I would say like Plato's like The Cave is a good description of my deconstruction.
Do you feel like you exited the cave?
Yes.
Interesting.
And this is exactly the forum. Me coming back, the cave is this forum, me talking to Christians and trying to tell them about what I learned outside of the cave. And then them telling me, oh, you weren't a true cave dweller all along.
Cave dweller. Awesome.
You never believed in the characters on the wall.
Real quick, Dale, did you mean to request a... I'm gonna guess he didn't.
Guess not.
If anybody does have a belief and means to request up, well, there's a bunch of boxes on the screen. You click one of those, or you click the little blue and pink people next to your chat box, and that'll help you get up here just like Cat did.
Hey, we got a
Welcome
cat in
back,
the vat.
Cat.
In a vat.
Can I go woosah for a moment?
Better in a vat than wherever you were just about to be. What happened?
I got pulled over because I was like speeding or whatever. It's fine. Except it's not fine because I had a ticket that I forgot to pay. And they totally could have taken me to jail. But they didn't. Probably because that's too much paperwork for an unpaid ticket. But they could have. And he made it very clear that he could have. But I didn't go to jail.
I think not going to jail is always like a good thing.
Not going to jail is always preferable to going to jail.
You landed on Community of Chess and you got a
That
get out
is
of jail free card.
I can actually think of scenarios where going to jail might be preferable than not going to jail.
Well, last time I went to jail, I got kidnapped afterwards, so...
That's true, I remember that story.
What? Okay.
So I try to stay out
That's
of jail.
definitely a conversation.
It might be a Discord conversation.
It's definitely a Discord conversation.
Oh, the kidnapping. I have a conversation about that as well. You guys won't believe it.
Yeah, of course you do.
Hello, Dale.
Hey, Dale. Did you
Hey,
request a...
hey guys.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Me, 47.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I believe I'm going to be the next Batman.
Why do you believe that you'll be the next Batman, Dale?
No, I'm just joking. It's just that the way you talk and stuff seems interesting.
Right.
So the thing is that so my
Islam.
my what is your belief? Oh no, what's the question again?
Yeah, do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I believe that everything is something that manifests into one, and that's about like knowing what's around you and that what comes into you, and that when you really realize things is that you are God itself, and that you're better off believing in yourself, and that you are a higher power, and that you can be so much more, and
Okay, so
reach out to other
slow
people
it down, Dale. There's a whole
give them
lot.
belief in themselves.
There's a whole lot already. So you are everything manifested into one, and that's the higher power.
It sounds like a new age like pantheism.
Well, I looked into like a lot of things about like Freemasons and Manly P Hall, and all these other crazy mystics and stuff. And like I really know about like the other.
What's a mass?
I went to the other dimension and stuff when I took magic mushrooms, and I
You
really
don't have to say
understand
the
what
names
life
of
is all
things
about.
like that.
Dale,
But I think we could have gotten it without.
Yeah.
I'm lost.
Go ahead, Kat.
I'm lost.
have you been up here
Yeah.
before?
Nah.
Yes.
Yes.
Have I?
Yeah.
I
We've had this
think
conversation before.
I think you even opened with a Batman joke last time.
I think so.
Okay.
Oh well, sorry.
Hi, Dad.
No, you're fine. I just like it was sounding very familiar, and I was just checking in. You're fine. We can talk about it.
Yeah, well, like I've learned a lot of things about life and learned new things, and so there's like I see life like differently to a lot of people is because of what I researched, and I haven't really gone down the rabbit hole with certain things, but I've really understood about like Tartaria and stuff. Do you know about Tartaria?
Dale, what is your higher power?
What's Tartaria?
My Tartaria was a civilization that got destroyed and stuff by the higher powers.
Before.
Answer Cat. Wait,
Yeah.
Dale.
Yeah.
Can you answer Cat first?
Well, what was the question?
What is your higher power?
My higher power is my higher power is my like my quest to fulfill my dreams before I die. And that means like doing my passions like the best I can before I die.
That's a great goal. But is there a higher being of any sort?
Well, the higher being is like that you really like learn about your intuition, and that like you know when you like sense like something's good or bad, it's learning like to like I do photography and stuff, and the thing is that really get to know your surroundings and read people. That's another thing about being a mystic is that you read people's like faces and stuff or just how they act. It's all about reading like that's a word, but reading is another word for like saying that you can sense or you can feel, and that you look at life like, because I've been to the like I understand things is that there's a thing where you can like push your body like further and
Dale?
stuff. Yeah.
Dale?
Yeah.
Can you tell me what did Cat ask you?
What was the question?
Yeah. I thought I answered it.
What was the
No,
question?
I'm asking what is the question. Yep.
That doesn't make sense. Like, well, the question is like, why you give me that question? The thing is that I am what I am, and
Didn't you
like I'm
just say?
doing what I
Okay, wait.
can.
There.
Yeah,
There.
yeah,
Slowly. You were answering something, correct?
yeah. Like I
Okay. What
didn't
was the
finish it.
thing that you were answering? No, okay, cool. I know, but can you tell me what was the answer? I forgot.
You mean the question?
The answer is just to believe in yourself because you're
The
gonna get
question.
dead,
Sorry.
and
No.
that like
The
yeah.
question.
That question.
Dale.
What was the
No, not
question
the
Cat
question.
asked?
I forgot the question.
Oh, come on. Yeah, no. The thing
I
is that,
forgot it. I'm
okay,
seriously. I'm being serious. I
okay.
forgot it.
The answer is that the thing is that okay about I think the
Question.
thing was like you asked like what was my higher power. My higher power was
Okay.
that I really need to like believe in myself, my intuition, and to care
Right.
more about people and understand that I can be so much more of a champion
And then I asked you something else
if I
after that.
if I focus on it. Yeah,
I asked you another question after that.
yeah.
Do
What's
you
that?
remember what that one was?
Like you tell me. Like my memory's not very good.
So I asked if there was like a being of any sort in your belief, like a higher being of sorts, like of any kind.
Well, I have lucid dreams all the time, and so it's like I go into another dimension. Like it's like I don't sleep every night, and the thing is that like is there a being? Well, in my dreams, it's
Okay.
like an insight to like things, but a being.
Dale.
No, there isn't a being. The being is
He's like
you.
a pantheist.
The
There's
being
no
is you.
being.
Yeah, there
Yeah.
not a bean.
Yeah, there's no
Yes.
being. No,
So the higher
it's you.
power
It's
is
you.
you
It's you
and
time traveling, and that you're a passenger from the
time
stars.
traveling.
Dale.
Oh,
Yeah,
Time traveling. Dale.
yeah.
Take a deep breath. You said that there is no being. Okay, let's see what.
No,
Cat
you are the
wants
being.
like. You
So
have any further question?
I am
Cat?
the higher being, right? I am the higher being. Are we all higher beings,
Yes,
or are we
because you're
all
being
one
gifted.
higher
You're being.
being?
No, everyone is higher beings. They're gifted, but it's like how you choose to live. It's like how like things are. Like, did I just
So individually, we are all the higher being ourselves as individuals.
yeah, yeah, but it depends on how you use it because you might disrespect it and ruin it. And the thing is that you've been
What was
gifted
this
life.
about?
You've been gifted life. That's how you're a higher being is because you got the
Okay.
chance to come
Okay,
back from the
Slow it down,
stars.
okay,
Dale. Slow it
okay.
down.
The
So
other dimension.
what was this about time travel?
Well, you're time traveling right now. It just means that you're like you're time travel because like time's traveling right now.
Oh yeah.
So just by
It's just
existing
another way of me
and
explaining like that.
experiencing time, you're traveling
Yeah,
through time. Is that what you're saying?
yeah,
By
yeah.
experiencing time, we're traveling through it. So that's time
Yeah,
travel.
yeah. That's what I mean. It's not like we're going to another time. The thing is that, hey, one thing that I thought was like really crazy is that you know the Flintstones, you know the
Yeah.
cartoon. That was crazy. I seen on TikTok what that really meant.
Can
And
we
then, like
take a breath?
I seen like a lot of things about like all these
All right, Dale.
like conspiracy things and
Dale,
stuff about what the
stop.
Flintstones are and the
Dale.
Jets.
Dale, I muted you. You seem
Dale,
to be not
chill.
listening, and you seem to just be wanting to run on and talk about whatever it is that's up first through your mind. So I'd like you to just take a breath, stop for a moment. I feel like this conversation is not going to be productive this way.
I feel
Can
like
you-
this is the same conversation we had before.
I would say tends to be the case with pantheism.
Well, I've had productive conversations with pantheists, but there's a certain, I don't know, something else going on. Dale, can you find the unmute button and let me know if you can actually question your beliefs? That little pop-up that just popped up for you, Dale, and click OK and it'll unmute you.
Yeah, I just turned on. Question my beliefs. I think I believe in my beliefs that like you're God, and that there's no point like believing in some dead dude.
When you say that you're God, do you mean like I'm God and you're God
Well,
and Cat's
if
God?
if that guy
or
was
each
like
of us
a
are God.
well, if that guy was someone like you, like how come he's God and you're not? It's like me like getting in trouble for taking photos of people without their permission, but the news people like get away with it and they don't even ask anyone about their
Oh,
permission.
wow, that took a turn.
Okay, I think we're just gonna move on.
Whew.
I can see how it might be pantheism if he thinks everybody is God, or a kind of pantheism. If everybody is like entirely together God, but I think I don't know if he was actually if it was as much pantheism or if it was like a Satanism kind of, I am my own God, you are your own God.
Well, no, I think that's what it was because I actually specifically asked to make the distinction if we were all one God collectively or if we were all God individually. And he did say we were all God individually.
I was gonna say that, I mean, it sounds to me like he borrowed from pantheism, but it's more of like a new age like pantheism. Like a lot of what he's saying, like kind of like resonates with like Eckhart Tolle and people like that.
There's some pantheism mixed in. I could understand that, but it had a certain kind of individualistic nature. But also, I'm not sure that he was all together ready for the conversation. Yeah, we'll put it that way. But hey, we've got Weeping Willow, and maybe they're ready for the conversation. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Hey, Weeping Willow, did you not mean to join? I can set you down if you didn't.
Oh, I didn't. I'm sorry.
No worries. Take care. Appreciate you. Appreciate all of you down there watching, commenting, tapping the screen. Appreciate everybody who's shared the live out. If you haven't already, you can hit that little arrow and either repost or add to your story, or just copy the link and text it to a friend who might be able to question their beliefs. Are you singing?
Song is stuck to my head now.
Are you?
It's fucking stuck in my head now.
Tav likes old people Arabic music.
True.
Uh-huh.
And classic metal, and progressive metal, and
Interesting.
some pop song.
I'm really.
We could question the shit out of that, but not here.
That is a Discord conversation.
I mean, you guys can go for it. Well, my father is really big on metal and rock, So there's a lot of vinyls around the house. I grew up with that. And then there's my grandfather who really liked pop music. Yep. Then there's my grandfather who really liked jazz and some pop music, but Arabic jazz and pop music.
Is it?
So there's a lot of those.
Was there Arabic metal that you listened to, or was it American? Or not American?
No, mostly American and European. Yeah, but no, it's yep, definitely AC/DC, Pink Floyd, fucking name it.
Knew it was gonna be AC/DC. I knew it was gonna be fucking AC/DC.
Well, the guy is 50, of course, it's gonna be AC/DC.
Well, guys, I think I'm gonna go ahead and drop down. I need to get some sleep.
Yeah.
But hey, it was lovely being on your panel. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. Appreciate you coming up,
Bye.
asking
Take care.
questions. You did really great, and you'd be welcome back anytime.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, and like, I'd love to have you like on the secular perspective as well.
That'd be awesome. Yeah. Definitely.
All right.
DM me sometime about that.
Oh, for sure. All right. Take care, everybody, especially everybody in the chat.
Absolutely. And anybody not following Redhead, follow Redhead so you can check her out on Secular Perspective. Thank you so much, Redhead. Have a good night.
Awesome.
Oh, and I cut you off mid-sentence. I do it to all
It's
my...
a rite of passage.
Yeah.
Beth really wants us to know that she likes Tool.
Yes, Beth.
And I think that's awesome, Beth. I do.
I'll reserve my right to speak. I'll invoke my which was it, the fifth? I'll invoke my fifth.
We have a Fifth Amendment here. Do you have that there?
No, I'm talking American because you guys are American. I follow your guys' constitution.
I see. Well, I have.
We don't have a constitution at all here.
Yeah. One time, okay, sorry, this reminded me of something in the comments. One time I saw a guy at a farmer's market on a Sunday morning. It was just one guy and an acoustic guitar, and he played Through the Fire and Flames, and it was awesome. It could have been bad, but it wasn't.
I have seen it done badly.
See, but he did it really, really well, and like that could have so easily gone so badly. It's a brave move. It's a brave thing to do.
It can be. I can think of braver things to do, but it's definitely a brave one. Thank you, Jade. Appreciate the Night Star. Those are my
I think
favorites.
I invoked a discussion in the chat. I definitely invoked a discussion in the chat.
Oh my. Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
I apologize.
Let's keep that one in the chat. But if you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, do go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate or argue. We're definitely not here to tell you that you're wrong. I just want to know, if you can question it, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? And also, before I lose the list, I need to make sure that I thank Claire, Angel, Jade, and Cat DeWitch for helping with our last goal. Really do appreciate you. Okay. We can try to talk to Beth if Beth is lucid enough to talk to us about her beliefs.
Okay, so I just want to correct something. Planet Spectrum, I think. Planet on the Spectrum. I wasn't talking about Fallujah. I mixed Fallujah with Mira. I'll send the name. I'll text the next minute.
Yeah, you really started something. Beth the Badass. Welcome back.
Hey, loves.
Can you give us your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh, I'm so old. 38.
So old. And
For
in
me,
your
it feels really old.
in your wise and ancient years, have you come to believe in a god or gods or a higher power?
Always.
And which god or gods or higher power do you believe in? Other than Maynard.
Oh my gosh, I know, right? None. Just one.
So which one?
It's not which one. It's just a thing. I don't know what it is. It's not up to me to decide. That's my opinion.
So it's something you don't know and you don't decide.
I don't understand. But it's there. That's how I feel. And Tool definitely does a good job of explaining it. In my opinion.
Why do you think that there is this one?
I think it's just one thing, and that everyone has grown out of the dust from all over all sides of the earth, and they all have these different religions, and it's because there is a thing, and they all have their own different way of interpreting it, but there's just one thing.
But why do you think there is a one thing?
I just do. I mean, why are you existing?
I don't have an answer for that, Beth.
That's exactly my point.
Why?
That's exactly how I feel.
Sure.
I don't have an answer.
So when you don't have an answer, you say, I don't know. I usually stop there. You have a belief that there is a thing.
Yes.
Can you
That
describe
made
the
us
thing?
live, yes.
Can you describe this one thing in any way other than it's one?
Love.
Is that in total what it is?
I mean, in my opinion, it's just a thing that made everything exist, made everything live, made all these beautiful plants, made all those beautiful people, and then we all die, and then we go somewhere, I don't know where. It's a whole universe, multi-dimensional thing. I don't know what it is.
I'm gonna miss a very big opportunity if I don't ask right now.
What?
What is love?
What is love? I don't know. Caring about others and just like happiness. It's just a feeling of joy.
If it's just a feeling of joy, why not call it joy? Why call it love?
Love is when you love people. I don't know. I love plants. I love people. I love the creator. I love this universe. Like, I just love. Just the love.
Can I ask what's the creator?
I don't know what it is.
What is the creator?
I don't know.
Why call it creator? Is there a creation?
There's something that created us. That's why I call it that.
What is creation?
The fact that you're alive, that's a part of it. How can a man and a woman come together and like think about all the things that are happening microscopically, inside of a human body? Just so many things. That's creator. Things are being created all the time. That means something.
What does it mean?
What do you think it means?
Doesn't matter what I think it means, Beth. Remember, we're here to question your beliefs.
I think we should question your beliefs.
Why is that?
Why not? You're always questioning everyone else. Why shouldn't we question you?
I have a prompt for that. It says question the questioner. It didn't say that when you requested up, so let's stick with your beliefs.
I already told you. I'd like to hear what you think.
You told me what love is. You told me why you use the word love instead, and why you equate that to a god. The joy you said you feel.
Yes.
Why is that God? Or higher power?
Well, because I'm just very grateful for my family, for my existence, for the beauty of the universe, for the plants, for nature, for everything. I'm just very grateful. So, the creator is the one that did that. I mean, that's the most...
It seems like an assumption to call it a creator. So if it was love, and then it's a creator.
Yes, I have love, and I have joy, and appreciation. And for me...
Why do you assume there's a creator, Beth?
Because, where'd you come from?
Usually when,
Where did you come from?
When two humans copulate, sometimes they can create a child.
Yes, where did the humans come from? It's the most logical explanation that there is a creator.
Why is it logical?
More logical than there not being anything.
How is it more logical to assume that something external to... Sorry, I've got to finish the question. How is it more logical to assume that something external to what you know exists caused everything to exist, rather than things just existing?
Because something made that happen. Just like,
Why did
like
something have to make it happen? Why did something have to make it happen?
Why did something have to make you happen?
Beth.
Yes?
That didn't answer the question.
I did.
How does it answer the question?
Well, because I just asked you the same question, you didn't answer. How do you exist?
We've already been over that.
You're
when
just
two
like,
humans
I don't know.
copulate, they make a child.
Okay. They know true. Sorry, that was Tool. You just reminded me of Tool. Wake up, remember.
Okay,
Dude,
Beth.
Tool is
So,
bad. I'm sorry.
Are you drunk tonight?
No.
Okay.
Definitely not.
Can you question your beliefs, Beth?
Yes.
And what does that mean to you?
You want me to think that there is no God, that there is no creator.
Why do you think that we want you to think something?
Well, that's what he's trying to do to everyone.
When
God
has he
is.
ever tried to do that to anybody?
All the time.
Do you
I
think
don't.
that my goal is to make people
like, what do you
think
guys?
there's no God?
I'm listening to you. What'd you say?
Do you think that my goal is to make people think there is no God?
Yes.
Why do you think that's my goal?
Because that's what every single time someone gets on here and says that they believe in a higher power, you're always trying to dismantle them and make them think that there's not a creator. That's what you do all the time.
Do you think the goal is to make them
What
think
is it
something
do?
specific?
Yes.
Why do you think that?
Because I've heard it 1,000 times. I've been here a lot of times. And I've watched and I've listened and I've heard and I've seen.
So you think that I'm being dishonest when I say that I'm not trying to burgle people's gods or prove them wrong?
I think you're trying to prove people wrong, yes.
Does that mean that you think I'm lying when I say that I'm not?
I don't think that you're lying. I think that you're just trying to, make people not believe in a higher power.
Do you think you can make anybody believe anything?
I don't know. I just
Do you
feel
think
that
you choose your beliefs?
I feel that this is like the goal of like this
No,
whole thing.
right, but do you think that you choose your beliefs?
Do you think that you choose your beliefs? I mean, yeah? Yeah, I guess so.
Do you choose to believe in a higher power?
Yes.
So you could choose not to believe in a higher power.
Yes.
Can you try that out for me? Like right now?
Right, and not believe in a higher power? Is
Yeah.
what you want me to do?
If it's a choice, yeah.
You want me to just like abandon all and just believe that I'm here for no reason? And that this whole universe was created out of nothingness and we're just here for no reason? And
Well,
that
I mean,
there's
if
no
you can
reason
choose
behind it? I mean,
to.
okay. I could try. I mean, let me try. Hold on. We're getting deep. You're doing well. You're doing well, but it's very difficult for me. I don't know. It's a little hard for me.
So maybe we don't choose our beliefs.
I think we do.
Well, if we choose our beliefs, then you should be able to choose to believe differently. But if you cannot, that would lead us to maybe we don't choose our beliefs.
No, I just believe in what I believe in, and you believe in something different than I believe. Is that
You don't know what I
correct?
believe in.
I'm asking a question. So you believe that we come from nothing?
What does
It's
that
not
have to do
important.
with?
I'm just asking a question.
So you still think that we choose our
Just
beliefs?
asking a question, you guys.
Beth,
I don't
why are you
know.
avoiding her question?
I'm not. I'm asking her question that she's
Okay,
avoiding.
you did say I don't know. She doesn't know if we
I
choose
really don't
belief.
know. I'm answering as
That's good.
honestly as I possibly can.
That's honest.
And I asked you a question and you didn't answer me.
So if you don't know if we can choose our beliefs or not, then is it reasonable to say that it's not logical to think that we could convince anybody to believe anything or make anybody believe anything, right? You're going to believe what you're going to believe.
I don't know. I think that people are very easily, they can be strayed. They can be convinced of things very easily.
Maybe.
In my opinion. Sometimes. Not always, but sometimes. This is a very fluid, world that we're living in, so.
Thrayle, I have decompressed and need to finish my little adventure now. But
Are you saying you're out of questions?
no, I'm not out of questions, but I did get us somewhere, which is
That's interesting.
Where'd we go?
Where did you go, Beth?
we went to I don't know land.
That's right.
Yep.
Beth, I appreciate you coming up and answering questions. I think we're going to move on.
It was super fun.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that was more fruitful than it has been the past couple times.
Yes.
W
Maybe.
Beth. W Cat.
Definitely W's. I do have a couple of requests. Be patient in there. I will bring you up as I can. Did you need to go, Kat, or are you?
Yes, I probably should go finish this adventure and continue to not go to jail, hopefully.
Please do that. And
I'm going to try my hardest.
we'll catch up with you later then.
Okay.
Thank you, Kat.
Bye.
Hello, Doma. Did you
Hello.
need to request it?
Hmm?
I was asking if you meant to request up. There was a little background noise there.
Well, I submitted a request to be chatting right now, if that's what you mean.
Welcome up. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 36.
And do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
I would say that I do have beliefs, but that I keep things open. Because I know there's so much that I don't know, that the things that I don't understand. And so I'm constantly getting new understandings that, so that I know to just remain open to certain aspects of things changing, if that makes sense.
I'm hearing that you're saying that you're open to aspects of things. Do you have a belief, though, some kind of affirmative conviction that a god or something like it exists?
I do believe in a creator. I have a certain understanding of how we function. And I believe that there is I guess maybe I don't want to say God so much as, I do believe in the Holy Spirit. I don't think I really hopped on here to go so ham on hard on a belief that I have. I happened to hear that the conversation you were having before. In particular, she was saying about if someone could choose their beliefs or not. And I had just wanted to mention that I do think that people can choose their beliefs, but it's their thoughts that they can't choose. And you can, if you're wanting to change thought patterns, part that helps you is restructuring your beliefs and things.
So you're saying that you can actually choose what you accept to be true and what you can accept to be false.
I don't think I'm having trying to find the words because your question is a little confusing to me. If you could repeat it or maybe state it in a like go into depth more on it, what you mean by it.
What did you hear me ask?
I'm not even sure completely. About if we could restructure beliefs, I don't know exactly what your question was.
What does the word belief mean to you, Doma?
Something that you would agree that was true.
And you think you can choose what you agree is true?
No, but I do think that you can restructure it. Like, if I believe I'm stupid and I'm just a worthless piece of crap, and I'm trying to change my terrible self-image or just treat myself better and change that thought pattern of, oh, you suck, you're a terrible person. Well, that starts with at least affirming to myself that maybe I'm not a terrible person. Maybe I'm just don't even have to be a good person. I'm just an okay person. I'm not out there trying to hurt other people or things like that. And I can restructure my belief by finding by affirming a belief that I have I've put together. There's a purpose for the belief, not just one that I have. Like, does that make sense?
Not quite, no.
Okay, yeah, I didn't think so. I'm having a hard time spinning out. Okay, so it's not so much that I think I can choose if I believe hurting animals is wrong. Like, I don't think I could just choose to believe that unnecessary harm to an animal is okay and like something I'm okay with and something I would do. I can't just choose to do that one day, but I could
Is it possible that beliefs are not as
oh yes, I'm sorry, I'm listening.
elementary as they seem?
Right, that's why it's something that can form without you consciously building it, and it can come from your experiences, and sometimes our experiences like if we just let the past inform the future, we'll just be stuck in the past. So maybe our beliefs, choosing to carry on beliefs from old things that just don't serve us anymore, or to fit the life that we're building. Does that make sense?
I really am trying to follow Dhamma, but it seems to be kind of falling apart when you're trying to have the choice.
Well, I'm trying to see it from your point of view too. Is it that you don't think that you can choose your beliefs?
It's not about whether or not I think you can. It's about how you're explaining it. Why do you think that you can choose belief?
Because people do it all the time. There's examples of it. It's
Could you choose, Doma, to believe? Could you choose right now to believe that the entire universe is just the membrane on the wing of a giant celestial skeletal bat goddess who unfurled her wings in accordance with the lambda cedium model of physics, otherwise known as the Big Bang?
what I can do is choose to believe there is truth in that, and that maybe you are explaining a truth in a way that I can't understand. So maybe there is some cosmic lady with wings that unfurled, and that's something beyond my comprehension. So I have, like, when you are trying to understand the universe and how things work and yourself or just anything, sometimes you can go into these stories of old, of these myths, these legends. They are explaining at least some aspect of the human experience, and
they're explaining what people believed, right?
right, but
But are
they're
they explaining what actually caused existence?
I feel like that's just, it's not very specific of a question.
Are the myths explaining what actually caused existence?
What do you mean by the actually? Like, the story is explaining what caused existence. Like, some of them aren't explaining what caused existence, they're explaining other shit after.
Are they true?
There we go. What is true to you?
What's true to me doesn't matter, Doma.
So
Why do you believe that there is a creator?
I've had experiences that have me I've had experiences that have led me to an understanding that there's more than this, and like, it's beyond words for me to explain. I just know that there is more.
You know that there is more. What do you mean, no?
I've experienced more than what we would call this existence.
How do you know that your experience is real?
Because I really experienced it. It's a real experience. Experience.
And I don't mean to say that. I don't mean to say that you are lying. What I mean to say is, how do you know that what you experienced was external to this existence and not internal to your mind?
Absolutely everything that we experience or comprehend is done through the mind.
Go ahead, Tev.
Just wanted to echo.
There is a little bit of an echo, Doma, like I'm hearing my voice back when I speak.
I apologize. Is it still happening?
Yeah. Yeah, it's still there.
Okay, I'm gonna hop off here, but thank you so much
Don't
for
worry,
your
I
time.
do appreciate you. Maybe another time. Take care.
You too.
And keep asking questions. I would definitely want to question more if you could choose to believe that there isn't a creator. Is that something that you could choose, or would there be some process to it? And I wonder what other choices you could make in your beliefs. Oh, we had some other requests. If anybody else does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, well, there are request buttons all over the screen. That's those little boxes below me in tab. Or you could hit the pink and blue people next to your chat box. And either one of those will give us a request to let me know that you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well then what is it that you believe and why do you believe it?
I think they can question Thrayle.
I don't, well, I mean, I know the one you're engaging in chat can't question. He says as much. They say as much.
True. They're unquestionable. That's not a good thing to be on this live, though. I'll be honest.
Not usually. I tend to, and I started the live, unfortunately, just dropping unquestionables left and right, because it was one after another, dogmatic, fervent, and not just unquestionable, but inconversable. They weren't able to even discuss anything, wait for questions to be finished.
We had a question. We had a guest last night, Lice. The last life. Okay, I gotta gather my thoughts. They were talking about how they were like feeling connected to Apollo. Remember him or them?
I do remember the one. Yes, the Hellenic pagan with Apollo as the focus.
Yeah. The way he was talking about him, or sorry, the way they were talking about Apollo and how they felt like Apollo was connected to them somehow, kind of made me think of Poseidon. I think I spoke about Poseidon here a few times. I feel some sort of connection to Poseidon.
To Poseidon, the god of the Greek seas, the Mediterranean seas.
The ocean.
Is he the god of all the oceans?
Does it really matter though?
I don't know.
I was born. So, okay, I've visited a few of his temples here in my city.
You've visited
And
temples to Poseidon.
they were Greek temples, but one of them was Poseidon, yes. They're not really that famous.
Is Is there anything other than enjoying the aesthetics that makes you feel connected to him?
There's okay. I'll tell you this specific part in Discord, okay? But the rest I'm just gonna talk about regularly. So I feel connected to Poseidon because the way or the place I was born, he was born. I love the ocean. I love the sea. Okay, I'm a bit scared of the ocean, but I love the sea. Uh, my people used to worship Poseidon a lot. And I say my people, I meant the Amazigh, the native North African. I am scared of the ocean cat, yes. Yeah, I just feel like there's some connection there. I don't know if I'd go as to say that I believe in Poseidon or that I worship Poseidon, but I feel like some sort of connection there. I like the guy, you know. I would drink some beer with him, take him out to a nice date or something.
So you like the ocean, but you're afraid of it.
Yes.
What about his personality do you feel connected to?
Unpredictedness. Chaotic, I guess. I don't know. It's not the personality part. It's more of a we come from the same place, you know.
So it's you. If I shared a birthday with a particular celebrity, should I feel that same kind of connection or closer?
Sure. I don't know. It's up to you. My thing is,
Would
remember
you?
Redhead when she said the no.
When she said what?
She was talking about the cave and she said that she left the cave and came back to tell the people there. I never felt like I was in a cave. I never felt like I believed in any god, higher power, or whatever. I think that kind of feeds into my. You know, when I always talk about Catholicism, I always say I'm the most susceptible one on the panel to Catholic propaganda. I
Wasn't
think
it
that's
because
why
you
I'm
like the
always.
aesthetic?
Yeah, but I'm talking about more on a fundamental level. I believe that I'm more susceptible to faith because I've never had faith. You know?
Interesting. I suppose that would make me more susceptible than someone who has had faith and deconstructed it, at least from your perspective. Because I also have never believed.
Yeah. I mean, I'll never believe. I'll probably just adapt the aesthetic or whatever. And not even defend it or whatever. Yeah, you know,
And not even
I like
defend it.
Yeah, fuck it. I know it's bullshit.
Hey, Jade. Oh, Jade's not quite connected. I was kind of thinking the same thing, plants on the spectrum, that I felt less susceptible to faith because I'd never believed. But maybe Tav's right. Maybe we are more susceptible. Maybe our our lack of experience with believing could make us more prone. Or could it be a sign that we're less prone?
Well, I could be just bullshitting. I'm probably just bullshitting.
I wonder if the Martian fire yeti has ever believed in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that. Hello, Marty. Did you mean to join us? I'm guessing Marty the Martian Fire Yeti was not prepared to question his Martian beliefs, but that's all right.
My other thesis would be, because I'm in a place that fuels community through faith, my always lack of belief could have made me feel like an outsider, and now I'm trying to find another community of some sort. That could be another part of it. But just I don't care. Whatever.
Interesting. So you feel like perhaps that you're, because you've had a framework before, even absent a belief, that you could be more susceptible. Because the framework itself could be enticing.
Possibly, yeah. Well, I'll be more honest. I'll just say this. I've always been the Catholicism part specifically, not the Poseidon or the paganism thing. I've always been like, I liked the aesthetic of Catholicism, but every Catholic guy I spoke to online was a bit of a douche. So that really kept me away from it.
Do you hear that, Catholics? Do you hear that, Catholics? You're one nice guy away from a convert up here. If you believe in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your belief, go ahead and request on up. But especially if you're a nice Catholic, and maybe you might be able to compel Tavium to say a few Hail Marys.
True. Amen.
Oh, we do have
Hello,
Marty the Martian.
Yes, it is me, Marty the Martian Fire Yeti. How is everybody doing?
We are doing wonderfully. And how is the weather on Mars, Marty?
It's hot, real hot.
Interesting.
But it's the way I like it.
I always imagined it would be cold.
No, it is actually quite the opposite.
Surprising. So, why do you have fur if it's cold or hot? I mean, I'm confused now.
Why you have hair on your head? It's just there.
I mean, there are evolutional advantages.
No, wait. Why did you just assume that we have hair on our head?
Well, it's in his picture. Tavium, it's right there on his picture. What are you talking about? He's got hair.
Okay, fair enough, I guess.
Yeah, well, it's like you got a beard in yours, so I assume you got a beard.
I don't know, Jackdaw. Who are you
Yeah,
gonna
that's
believe?
because I'm
The
bald.
scientists or the fire yetis that live there?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't Jackdaw. What you talking about? Scientist. Little nerds in coats and glasses and all that.
So, Marty, is it that it is hot on the surface of Mars, or is it that your fur coat makes it seem as such to you?
I never thought about it that way. I'll tell you what. I'll have your government send me one of them razors I've seen on the TikTok shop for my bikini line, and then I'll do that, and then I'll tell you about it.
I'm sure there will be a heavy tariff on that. So, Jackdaw asks a great question. Do fire yetis know how to make thermometers?
What's a thermometer?
Answers your question right there.
Now, there was an obvious joke there that I just couldn't bring myself to step into.
Fair enough.
Wait, is it? I'll remember Jackdaw for a sec. Isn't he from that place with the chicken?
The place with the chicken.
Yeah,
I
the
think
chicken guy.
I think you're thinking of Kentucky.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, why I gotta listen to him for?
Fair question, to be honest. Jackdaw, come up here and defend your honor.
Are you going to defend your chicken state? There are chickens here, correct? He says.
Well, yeah, that's what you. Yeah, it's what you do at the store, the restaurant or whatever. That's where you get them at. You buy the chickens there.
So we don't have a believer at the moment, but unless Marty, have you come to believe in a god or gods or higher Martian power?
No.
Why not?
Because it just sounds silly. I mean, why would I believe in a god when I've already seen, from my point of view, the Batcolyte bat goddess unfurling her wings? I mean, I can look outside my window and see it every night.
That is remarkable.
It is. It's beautiful, really.
When you say out your window, do you have like a structure, like a home, or do you?
Well, yeah, I've posted it on here. Well, my little Christmas card I made.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. That's right.
Yeah, with me dog sitting on my lap, little lava girl sitting on my lap, reading a book.
And it has windows.
Yeah. Does your house not have windows?
A couple. Is there atmosphere, like in the house but not outside, or is there like? Is it like a? What was the name of the squirrel on SpongeBob? You're like a dome.
Why would I live in a dome when I've got a rock cave?
Do you not require oxygen?
What's oxygen?
That's a good point. I guess as long as you're not aware of it, you might not need it. Is this like a gravity situation? Looney Tunes gravity?
How dare you? How dare you, Thrayle?
I do like
How dare you,
what
Thrayle?
I do like what you humans say is what's it called?
Why
Ignorance.
would you ask a Martian about oxygen? How dare you?
Yeah, clearly. And then also, isn't the human saying, isn't it ignorance is piss?
I'm not quite sure that's the phrase.
Well, it's what it's as long as I'm being ignorant and then I don't have piss on me. So I think that's how it works.
Wait, Martian, are you human? Marty, are you human?
I'm a Martian fought a Yeti. Are you Italian? Like, clearly.
I am Italian, yes, but
Yeah,
I was
so,
asking if you're human to say,
no.
how would you know the saying?
I have TikTok. I'm learning a little bit every day. Just not very well.
Fair enough.
Yeah, fair enough.
Marty, can you think of anything that might convince you that a god or Martian gods exist?
I don't know. Because any god I could think of would probably be like more alien and like spaceships and green men and all that.
Scientology, you get to create your own planet.
Why would I create my own planet where I already got one?
Fair point, yes.
Do you have the whole planet to yourself there, Marty?
I mean, I'm not walking all the way around it to find out. There was like these little guys, like I said before, little green guys in like shiny suits. They were like down the way a little bit, and then they fucked off. And I don't know, they left like maybe about 2-3 years ago, and then they just never came back.
Green guys in shiny suits.
Yeah.
Plants on the Spectrum has a book recommendation for you if you can get the book on Mars there, Marty. The 12th planet.
12th planet. I thought there was only 9 after they got rid of Pluto.
It would have been 8 after Pluto.
Oh, what? Yeah, same thing. Just one number off. It's fine.
Does it matter to you, Marty, if a god exists or not?
No, because I don't think it would really affect me here on Mars. It seems to be any gods or goddesses or that are more concerned about you humans on Earth.
Would it make any difference to you if one did exist, if something did create everything?
No.
What if it gave a list of demands?
What was it asking?
Obedience.
No. Fuck off, no.
Well, if you don't obey, it will condemn you to an eternity of torture. Would you still say fuck no?
Yeah, I'll probably still say fuck no. It's, I've lived up here for, I think, at least, if I'm counting correctly on my fingies and my toes, about 379 of your Earth years. So I think I have a pretty long lifespan. So we'll just figure that out when it gets there, right?
So, are you comparing 300 years to an eternity?
It's pretty close.
How far off do you think you are? If you had to guess, like, what do you think the difference is between 300 and eternity?
Maybe like 6 or 7.
Do you think it's possible that it could be a little bit more than 6 or 7?
I mean, if the math was right, I could probably be convinced, but probably not. I'm pretty sure I'm accurate.
Really quick, I'm going to thank Claire and Jimmy, also Angel and Cat DeWitch. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. I really do appreciate you. And if anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue, just want to know if you can question it. Then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it?
Somebody in the comments is saying that I sound like AI, or so. Are you saying I sound like Siri?
I'm not sure which AI you would sound like. Is that the only AI you have experience with?
Well, yeah, I've got an iPhone.
MJ Noble wants to know if Martian fire yetis question their beliefs.
Well, I'd have to have a belief to question in order to be able to question.
That raises questions. Hey, King, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Can you explain to me what a TOS is?
Terms of service.
Okay.
TikTok has rules.
All
Can I
right.
get your age?
I'm 31.
Awesome. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I actually do. Yeah, I do.
Which god do you believe in?
The Almighty.
Which Almighty is that?
The Almighty God that resides with me and walks with me.
When you say Almighty God that resides and walks with you, is that an Almighty God from any particular pantheon, or is this something from a
No,
book
just
or
the one that
pamphlet
sent me
somewhere?
here. Just the one that sent me here.
You say the one that sent you here. Does it have a name? Is there any way other people could learn of it?
Father.
It's only called Father.
I only know him by Father.
So the God you believe in, you've called Almighty and Father, and it's not from any books.
I don't trust any literature here.
So how is it you have come to know of this Father?
I remember my incarnation.
When you say you remember your incarnation, what does that mean?
Well, I had a deed to do here, and so I sat across from the one they call Christ. He be my brother. And he be nested within the Father.
What does Christ mean?
Well, I can't tell you what it means, but I can tell you what he looked like and how he appeared.
So you saw this Christ?
Yeah, he was nothing but light, and he cast no shadows. I can't tell you what it means, but I can tell you what he looked like and how
you could see a silhouette. So why?
Humanoid. I don't know if the biology would be congruent. I'm not sure.
How did you know it was male?
Because it felt male.
It felt like you touched it.
It felt masculine in my spirit.
What does that mean?
I don't know how to explain to you that sense to discern for yourself that feeling. You have
What
to go
does-
to that.
What does spirit mean?
To me, spirit means the signature of someone's essence of life.
What is, I'm sorry, signature of someone's essence of life? What does essence of life mean?
Have you ever felt the spirit of Christmas?
I don't know what you mean by spirit yet. You said
Okay.
essence of life, so I don't know
Oh,
how
I
that
see.
relates.
So you are disabled whenever it comes to these senses. Okay. So
I'm sorry, what do you mean disabled?
So you don't sense these senses.
I'm not sure what sense you're speaking of. If you
Right, you
describe
don't
it better, it would
understand.
be.
I'm gonna try
if
to.
You would,
I'm gonna try to.
If you would actually describe it better, it might be.
I can. I'll be
easier.
as assiduous as you are. So if I can put it into words, give me a moment to articulate. Mhm. You know how a candle smells when you light it, and you have a preference to a certain type of candle?
Okay. Is somebody else with you humming every time you speak?
No. I have many within me. And him and I are one. It's like a candle. And how you smell it and how it makes you feel in that moment. That's what a spirit be like.
I'm sorry, it's like a candle, and there's a certain smell you like.
There's a certain smell that you get from the candle and a feeling that you get from the scent. Everyone
A feeling
experiences
from a scent. So you're talking about scents, memories?
because a spirit is like a scent. Yes, it's like a scent.
A spirit. How is a spirit like a scent? What does that mean?
Because it's specific to the entity that bears it.
You're saying it's specific to the entity that bears it, so every spirit smells different. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Everyone has a different spirit. Some be great, some be small, some be none at all.
So far you've just kind of made an analogy between scent and spirit, but you haven't really
That's as far
described.
as I could get to it. Maybe someone can do it better than I can.
So far it's like a scent.
Yes.
And everyone's scent is different.
Correct.
But how does that describe what a spirit actually is?
Well, if you have no concept of it and you don't have these senses, I can't explain to you what it's like. Like a blind man not being able to see, I'll never be able to explain to him sight. I'm sorry, I just can't do it for you. You're blind to these senses.
Is it possible, King, that you're not capable of explaining it because it is a feeling that you are ascribing this description?
I don't think that words have a word to describe these things, but you could be correct. Yes, I accept your challenge that I might not know how to articulate this out of my own intelligence.
The reason you're not capable of articulating it is because it is simply an emotion that you are tying a description to.
Much different from an emotion.
So you're saying this is in no way tied to emotion?
Not at all. It affects your emotion, sure, has an impact on, but it is separate from. You even have a spirit. Your spirit is like that of someone who is undead.
And when you say the spirit is like something that is undead, what do you mean by undead?
Something that is alive yet not alive at all. And that must be a sorrowful feeling. It must be.
And when you say it's alive but not alive at all, can you explain that a little bit further for what that means? Because it sounds to me kind of contradictory.
I might be able to. Just give me a second to chew on that thought. Well, it's nice, Cyber Decoder, to talk to you on a calmer term. I'll say this. Let's see. Well, once I have died before. I have died once before. And the feeling of death was cold, and my heart did not beat, and my spirit did not leave my body. And in that moment, I was dead. Death to you if you have not yet felt death. But I feel it from the man asking me these questions about spirit. I feel death from him.
Interesting. You feel death from me.
Like the spirit of Azrael, yeah, death.
What does that mean? The spirit of death.
So something that is very grave. How can I explain that? You ask really good questions. You really do. Let's see. So it is like an undying, unalive thing. That you have no breath in your chest and no beat in your heart. Yet you go on, feeling the hunger of life.
Are you just writing poetry now?
I'm not writing poetry. I'm trying to describe it in the best way that I can, how I feel from you, your spirit.
And my spirit is one of death.
It is.
According
I
to
think
you.
so. I feel that. Yes.
A question that I have, because Thrayle had asked about things potentially being emotion. Is there a let me ask the question real fast. Is it possible that like the idea of death is something that might be coming off a little bit emotional because you see the background pictures on both the Thrayle account and the Batcolyte account, and that could be, giving you an emotional undead spirit. Is this a possibility?
It's interesting you asked that. For me, the feelings that I get from death is fear of uncertainty. That's not the emotion that I'm getting from him. I'm trying to put myself in his shoes and in his spirit, and it's kind of hard. It is. It's hard to discern.
Well,
it's heavy.
You just said that with him you're getting the feeling of like death, and it's uncertainty and stuff like that. But in order to like be undead, according to your words, it requires unalivement. It requires this. But then you're saying you don't feel that from him. Can you elaborate on that a bit more? How that makes sense?
Let's say like he is X and you're Y. Like example, you feel like the same spirit as ChatGPT. I get the same emotions from ChatGPT as I do from you. I don't know how to explain that in your sense of your spirit.
Does ChatGPT in your worldview have a spirit?
It does, actually. All AIs have a different spirit. It's true.
Oi, Gavalt. No further questions.
Have we determined what a spirit is yet?
It's something that is in the essence of an entity. That it's the signature of life.
It is the signature of life.
Of its life, yes.
When you say it is the essence, what is that?
So, like, you know how you make a thumbprint? Okay?
There's a lot of ways to make a thumbprint. What do you mean by
right?
Make a
we know
thumbprint?
this. We know this. There's lots of ways to make a thumbprint. Correct?
Does that thumbprint have a spirit?
No. You're just like ChatGPT. Oh my god. Hardcore automaton. Fuck.
It's very condescending. You're just
Is
kind
it
of
really?
dehumanizing.
I don't mean to be.
Yes, stop speaking over me. You're just kind of
speaking over
dehumanizing.
you.
Stop speaking over me. I'm still
Why are you
speaking.
feeling threatened?
It sounds like You, I'm sorry, I'm not feeling threatened. I'm feeling disrespected.
Okay, you just have some type
So
of feeling.
why do you still have to speak over me? Is this some
It's
kind of
because you're
dominance
trying
play
to
that
hustle for
makes you
dominance.
feel better? It's exactly. So you're doing it. Are speaking over me every time I begin speaking. It seems to be the only way that you can feel better about yourself. So, King, this is not a debate. I don't know why you've decided to focus on dehumanizing cyber. I think it's time for us to move on unless you actually are capable of questioning your beliefs, but I'm not actually seeing you do that.
I just hope one day your heart beats in your chest and one day you feel alive.
You can preach in your own videos, not on my live.
Yeah, I was just literally just in another live with him, and he had made a comment about, Christ wearing a crown of horn, made him his king. And I just asked him the question, like, well, the crown was put on him by people that were mocking him. So I would consider this like a crown akin to like a Burger King crown. And he just crashed out and rage quit.
Wow. Yeah, he couldn't handle questions or critiques, and I'm surprised he would even request to be up here. It didn't make sense. He seemed absolutely unquestioned.
I just wanted to know what kind of spirit he would have thought I had with my background.
That is a good question, Marty. I have no idea. He probably would have also said you were an AI automaton.
Obviously, I'm not.
Or maybe you were beastly. Maybe you were a beast.
A beast, yeah. Sub-level human, obviously. Just like Cyber was sub-level with just bottom feeders.
Right.
Well, at least you get to be alive.
Yeah.
But if anybody else is alive with your belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning that belief. That's what those extra boxes down there are for, just to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, come up here and tell us what that belief is and why you believe it.
But before somebody does come up here and needs to be questioned, I need a lovely, unceremoniously drop from the panel.
Certainly, Marty. Appreciate you swinging by. I know it was a long swing for you from all the way from Mars, where apparently it's hotter than our scientists thought, where the fire yetis roam free.
I'd imagine King would have been like, I just get the idea that your spirit is like a fiery one.
Fiery spirit. It reminds me of the guest who couldn't describe source until I put up the picture, this background picture. And they're like, we're just at the center of this swirl of lights, and they're all trying to get to the middle, but they can't.
That's fair. Yeah, I don't know, it's amazing. As I've debated and listened, to your live and other live, it really is amazing at how people use terminology, but like they don't think about the implications of the terminology they're using and the definitions they put to it. And just like with King, how they'll start to say things, but they haven't thought it out very well. And it starts to end up being like it's contradictory to what they're saying. They're just contradicting themselves and they don't even realize it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't see how they can say it so loudly, so proudly, and so certainly.
Hmm. Well, I think you nailed it with him. I think it's just emotion, but because people are so attached to needing a deity, which there's no shame in that at all, because you know who we are, where we come from, and where do we go. Those are questions we all want asked, like innately. But they're attached to it so much that when they're speaking off of pure emotion, they confuse the emotion with their deities.
Yeah, and so when you question if it's the emotion and it hits too close, then now they feel like you're not just attacking their emotions, but also their identity.
Hmm. Anyways, I'm going to go ahead and hop on down, but thanks for having me up.
Absolutely appreciate you, Cyber. Heavy is the head that wears the Burger King crown. But if you have a belief in a god or gods, a king of kings, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not looking to debate or debunk or debase you for your belief. I just want to know what it is that you believe. And if you can question it, well then why? Why do you believe it? What's it doing for you? What use is it to you? And if we go too long, I will be forced to read bad poetry, but I don't think we're quite there yet. It does feel a little early, Catfather. And there could easily be someone out there with some kind of belief in a something. Something they could question. Hello, Polly. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi, I'm over 40.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I kind of do, but I did only come up just to say I love your poems. And like recently, I love your poems. You're amazing.
Well, thank you, Polly. I appreciate you.
Thank you. You can drop me back down. It was just a fangirl moment.
Thank you. Take care, Polly. W's for Polly. I appreciate you. And I do appreciate all of you tapping the screen, sharing the live, or even just listening along. Whether you're awake or asleep, just being here is pretty awesome. So thank you for doing it. And if you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I don't bite, not usually, anyways. And I'm really not here to burgle your god. I'm not here to prove you wrong. This has never been a space about debating. I really just want to know, can you question your beliefs? I'm gonna let the loop play for just a moment. Maybe in the meantime, somebody will request up, and if you do, be patient in the queue. I'll bring you up in just a moment. But keep tapping, everybody. We'll get back to the questions very soon. Well, thank you all for sticking around. I had to step away just long enough to make sure that I see my wife off to work. Little do you all know I do it every morning. Yeah, we usually just have someone up here to question, and I let them talk long enough to do it. But that's okay. Now I'm back and I'm focused, and if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your well, thank you, Angel and Polly, for helping with that goal. I really do appreciate you. I wonder where all the believers are this morning. Have they all decided that their beliefs are unquestionable, that they're so firmly convicted that nothing can shake them? Or are they are they afraid? Do they fear questioning Is it the questions even that they fear, or is it their God's response to the questions? Do they fear that their God will judge them for honest curiosity, for genuine doubt? Mr. Each, who is the his that you're referring to? I don't think I'm anybody's soldier. That's an interesting assessment. Who do you think that is? Are these just words you're coming up with each teach? Insomnia, no. I am a stay-at-home dad. Yeah, Catfather, we can always go back to the big box. Well, it'll only be one-on-one for a little while, of course. I'm sure we'll have other questioners waking up soon, ready to ask believers their questions. And I'm sure somewhere out there is a believer with a belief that they're capable of questioning. But you're right, intimidating. I wonder if... Oops, not that button. I wonder if I change the question up. Maybe if it's a little more pointed. What the fuck is your belief? If you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and, well, you can even tell me what the fuck your belief is. I'd love to have a little bit of a conversation. We can find out if you can question your beliefs. But I of the hardest questions to get a good answer for. Thank you, Angel. I appreciate that so much. If you do have a belief, what the fuck do it be? I like the way you phrased that there, heretical. Good morning, by the way. How is what possible chalk and cheese? I've seen a few questions for me in the comments that I've somehow missed. It has been a good run of questioners. Okay, we've had some really good questionees and questioners this evening, and a few of they did both roles. There is a rooster in the background. I never had a belief. I know I'm answering these in all kinds of ways. Teach, you really should request up if you can question your beliefs. If you're capable of questioning whatever it is that you believe. Yes, Catfather, questioneers. Is that somebody who's been questioned and questioning? Is that what we are? Questioneers. Bone Man, Thrayle, and the curious crew of questioneers. Sounds like the name of a pirate shanty group.
Hello.
Hello, Amadeo. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Just about to touch 30.
Happy birthday. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Odinistic.
Odinistic. Do you mean that you believe in the Norse pantheon entirely, or just Odin?
I was raised at a young age to believe Christianity till I discovered humans destruction.
I'm a little confused here. You said that you were raised to believe Christianity until you discovered humans' destruction.
Yeah. So I grew up in foster care. So yeah, it's humans' faulty.
Fallibility.
Yeah.
So the fallibility of humans.
Yeah. How can a valuable human race believe in any god?
That's a good question. How can we know of a god? I think is that what you're asking?
Yeah, because
We're so fallible.
yeah, we're fallible.
So then why would you believe in?
Raise a fallible race? I mean, from dictations to on cave walls to just cave.
Seems like good questioning though. But how does it lead you to your current beliefs?
My current beliefs is I grew up in Christianity, but Christianity doesn't explain it at all. Because okay, let's say I'm a good Christian believer, and I'm supposed to get to heaven. That don't make no sense. We all make choices. So if the choice is self sabotage, then that don't make no sense.
Amadeo, I think I'm hearing how this gets you out of Christianity a little bit, but your current beliefs, you believe in you said you were Odinistic, is that correct?
Because I'd rather believe in multiple gods than none.
Why would you want to believe in any?
I think I'm just calling on to a crushing. I gotta believe in something.
Why do you have to believe in something?
If I gotta believe in something, then nothing means nothing. So where do I go when I die? And my belief is I'd rather fight and die till I die than nothing at all.
Amadeo, I'm curious. Have you read your Eddas?
Have I what?
Have you read the Eddas?
Edits. I can't say I have. What is the say that again? The Huffamol?
Havamal.
No. Can you explain it to me?
How is it that you have come to know of Odin?
I base it off of my beliefs.
You base it off of what belief? What?
How I choose to live.
How do you choose to live a religious path and claim a certain God when you haven't read the books?
I have read the books. If you want to quote me on Odin, I will gladly
Quote you on Odin. Quote you on Odin. You haven't.
out.
You just claimed you haven't read the poetic prose or have them all. Those are the books, my guy. That's them's the books. Them's the literature to read. Them's it, dude.
I practice my beliefs the way I believe. So when I practice, what was you guys' Christmas? I skin it on a chicken and
Amadeo.
boil it.
Amadeo. How do you practice?
No, I follow the religion.
What religion?
The Odinistic, and I also practice.
When you say Odinistic, what book have you read that? teaches you about Odin?
Can't quote a book.
But you said you could quote Odin. So what quotes do you know of Odin?
Odin is you do what you do as long as you follow me.
What the fuck?
You're doing what you do.
No, you just follow the what? Okay, so are you guys antithesis or
what?
I'm gonna cut to the chase really quickly. Amadeo, I am a Norse pagan. I am of that faith. I know a lot. And what you're saying is that you haven't read the three main books that we derive our faith from. So I'm really confused how you're claiming
can you
something.
teach me the 3 books that you read?
My bone brother above you just fucking said the Poetic Edda, the Prose Edda, and the Havamal. Those are the 3 books.
So I gotta read those to be a proper
No,
pagan?
you should read those in order to discern for yourself if this is the path you want to walk.
I don't read books because books are written by men that
So
have
it's back to the fallibility of men that led
Yes.
you away from Christianity. So then why would you choose any God created by men?
I wouldn't, but there's what do you call that? Written fallibility that's written on walls.
I'm going to ask you, Amadeo, are you drunk right now?
No, I'm sober.
Hard fucking telling.
So if...
Ask me.
Well, I don't know. I mean, if you're not drunk right now, then the other option is that you think and believe this way all the time. And
I would say I think and believe Baptists that I've met a whole bunch of different people that are Christian and Baptist that don't speak what they or don't act what they speak.
sure, so you see hypocrisy amongst believers in where you grew up. What does that have? What does that have to do with adopting new gods that you know nothing about?
My grandfather.
Your grandfather. What about your grandfather?
My grandfather taught me to treat a person's word as they are.
What does that have to do with Odin?
And Odin's has to do a lot with it. Odin spoke his word.
You're not even saying the faith correctly. It's Odinism, and Odinism is rotten with YG supremacy. You're going down the wrong path if this is how you're going to behave.
If I thought he believed it or knew enough about it, I would have questioned in that direction too. But I just don't know if he even knows what he's saying.
No, that's the path I'm on is teach me. Heretic?
It's not my damn job to teach you if you're not going to read. I'm not up here to teach you. I'm up here to question you and open your eyes a little bit because you're the reason I came up. I heard you say one of my god's names and you don't know what you're talking about.
Odin,
Please
Loki, Thor.
Okay, shut your mouth. I'm sorry. Just shush. Don't say these names if you don't know the books.
So,
Okay.
Amadeo.
Shoot, no.
Do you think it might?
I do think it because my
Do you think
grandfather.
what? Like you're just answering a question I haven't finished.
Finish.
Do you think it's possible that the things that you're saying right now are just made up by you or someone else? Like your grandfather? Is it possible that even what you're reciting now is subject to that fallibility of man?
Yeah, it could be because I love my grandfather. So if what heretic is speaking, then or off of the religion, then yes, I could be I could be dumb. But if Heretic speaks what he's speaking, and he's actually read the Bible, then yeah, I am illiterate.
The Bible.
Well, because everything is called the Bible.
Interesting. I think you heard clearly each time that I and heretical referred to them as the Eddas and the Havamal.
The Havamal?
Havamal.
Havamal. So what does that mean? Thrayle.
It might be a good idea for you to look that up, Amadeo. I don't think you're quite ready to have your beliefs questioned, but I think...
I'm ready.
I don't think you have a belief to question. I think that's part of the thing that you should question, is that what you're expressing a belief, or is it a fandom?
What does fandom mean?
Like a fan of a movie.
I'm a fan of many movies, but my belief, I gained it through trial and heartbreak and everywhere else. So it's not a belief, it's a given.
It's not a belief, it's a given.
That don't make no sense.
How many
Isn't that
times
what
have
you
you
said?
watched the TV show Vikings?
Never. I promise you that.
Where did you hear the name Odin?
My grandfather. Odinistic came from my grandfather. He said the
Odinism,
exact
as far as
same
you
words.
know.
Odinistic.
He said
You're
Odinistic.
either Loki, you're Thor, or you're Odin. And I've always thought myself Odin.
So your grandfather, I heard you say that a bunch of times. So your grandfather taught you that you're either Loki. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I said I decided to be Odin after I grew up in Christianity, but Odin,
Right, you said that part.
he's considered the wise god. Correct, heretic?
Do you feel that it is wise to assume a faith you know very little to nothing about?
No, but you can't say that the faith that you believe in is the right one. So I
didn't say I believe in any faith.
the right one.
I didn't say I believe in any faith, and I'm curious why, Amadeo, that you choose a faith that you know very little about.
I take it on science.
Take what on science?
Faith. How many times has what's the oldest religion, if I can ask you?
Amadeo, I don't know how asking me that is going to help you question your beliefs.
I'm not questioning my belief, but what is
So then, Amadeo, why did you request up here?
Because I thought it was like-minded people.
Like-minded people?
Yeah, like-minded people.
Can you read the screen?
It says... Actually, I can't read the top bold, but it says, can you question... Oh. Can you question your belief?
Can you?
Honestly, I don't know.
It's usually my favorite answer. I think it's weird right there.
Your question to make
Or is
me
my question
question my belief.
Interesting, Amadeo?
Because at this point, I don't know. I grew up in Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
I learned
I bet we've heard
at
that
a
once
early
before.
life to not question my God. But my God also said that I wouldn't have to suffer. And I grew up in foster care, so
So
how
you suffered
does that
anyways.
make sense? If it's Christianity, I did something bad, but I don't remember doing something bad. So if it's just a reminder to not commit,
Amadeo,
yeah,
what question are you answering?
I don't know.
Awesome. So here's my suggestion. I would say if you're going to adopt a belief, it might be wise to read the books associated with that belief. So you might want to look up the prose and poetic eddas, EDD, and you'll find the Havamal in there. So if you do that, that'd be a good idea. And maybe if you still believe that after reading it, then come back when you're clear-headed and see if you can question that belief.
So
I think I'm ready to move on. Yeah, witty. He does. He does. I'm reminded of a quote from a show, something about he needs to get like a bag for the shit and put the shit in it and sort the shit into the bag so that his shit is sorted. Yeah.
Was that a fuck shit stack? Was that Reggie Watts?
I don't remember. I might be mixing quotes.
I know there's a song by Reggie Watts. He's a comedian, and it's a fuck shit stack. You take a stack of fuck shit and put on top of itself, and you get a fuck shit stack.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, that's what I heard the entire time. I apologize for getting a little loud there, but I was getting a little heated. I deeply apologize for that.
I understand, though, especially when he used certain phrases, and then misused them. But there were some whistles in there that definitely needed to be questioned if he had any knowledge of what he was talking about at all.
That was my biggest key. He didn't know the words he was saying and what they actually mean. So I kind of let it pass. It's there. He just doesn't understand. It doesn't know.
Yeah, it would definitely do him well to read his Eddas, to read the Eddas, and then decide if they're what he believes. I don't know. I find them unbelievable myself.
The only one that I actually go to on a daily basis to point out is the Voluspa poem, which is told by a unalived satyr witch that was brought back to life by Odin for Odin to question her on how how Midgard was created and how the worlds were created when he was the one who did it.
That does seem a bit like a waste of magic. Why would he do that?
I think it was more of a stroking of the ego. Like, let me hear my story.
bored one day, so he raises an undead satyr to tell him a story he already knows.
Yeah, and then the second part of it is it actually scientifically makes more sense than Genesis does, and nobody likes.
Oh, the actual creation of Midgard. Through a heavily metaphoric lens. Maybe. Suppose it would depend on your hermeneutics. But if you've got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you actually know what the fuck you're talking about, or are humble enough to admit you don't, if you can question what it is you believe and why you believe, interested in having a conversation with you. And that is conversation, not debate. I'm not interested in arguing or disproving. I'm not interested in burgling, although there is always room in the shed for one more. I just want to know if you can question it. Because if you can question it, well, what is it that you believe and why?
Yeah, I need to know what the fuck do it be.
What the fuck do it be that you decide to believe? Or was decision any part in it at all? No. It's too early for a poem. Grey Jedi, I would have liked to ask him some more questions, but I didn't feel I was getting coherent answers. I didn't feel the conversation was productive at all.
It was definitely nowhere near productive, and if and when he does go read those books, or at least parts of them, I would like to talk to him about it.
I'll want to know who his favorite character is and why it's Ratatoskr.
Honestly, that was one of the first creatures that I read about, and I fell in love with the character. It's great.
I think that's who I'd want to question first. I would want to know what the fuck he's talking about. The gossip that he's running up and down the tree to spread.
That's even the better part, because in the lore, he's making half of it up as he's running up and down Yggdrasil. So he's just
trying to stir shit.
Yeah.
Thank you, Liz.
I unfortunately do have to do a unceremonious drop, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no worries. Appreciate you. I really do. Take care, Heretical.
I'll see you.
Yeah, each teach. You could come up here and just whisper into the mic. It'll just like Thrayle. Just seat's open if anybody does have a belief and they're capable of questioning their beliefs. If that's you, well then, click that box, come on up here, and tell me what it is that you believe and why you believe it. What question am I dodging? Is it the one that Otter asked? Because I still don't know what question Otter asked that I dodged. Oh wait, no, what is it that I believe? He did try to ask me. It's too bad his timing was off. If only he had requested up when this screen was on the board, and I wouldn't have dodged. Well, not as deliberately anyways. I'll be open to answer a few questions, I think, while I prepare a poem, since it is seeming to be that time, since no one seems to have a belief left to question. If you've got a question for me, or if you can question your own beliefs, I'm still in that mode, but I'll answer yours now. I think that's what it means, Sebastian. Ursula, welcome back.
Hello.
Can you remind us your age for TikTok TOS?
42.
And I know I've questioned you before, but I'm going to ask the stock question. Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Not anymore.
And why not?
Because it doesn't make sense.
Does just the one that you grew up with not make sense, or do none of them make sense?
None of them make sense. But my question is, it's more for I have a question.
Yeah, I figured you might. Go for it.
So my question is belief and disbelief not a choice?
I don't think that they are choices. I'm not sure how they would be. I can see how you could frame maybe you could frame the questioning as a choice. Is it a choice to question the belief? Is it a choice to seek evidence to support a belief? But I don't know if the acceptance of that is
I think when I run into a lot of Abrahamic religion faiths, they're like, belief in God is a choice, or it's you can choose this. And I really, and I know I was in it for quite a while myself, but I don't feel like my belief in that really was a choice. Like it was just, you believe what you believe until you don't believe it anymore, or until like evidence comes along, is kind of the way I see it.
So you don't see it as a choice either.
I don't really, and even like the disbelief portion of it. Now that I'm on this side of it, it's kind of. I don't think I could disbelieve even if or I could go back to belief even if I wanted to. Like it's not really a choice. Is kind of how I see it. Not anymore, no. I remember what it was like, but I don't think I could purposefully choose it in all good faith. Kind of like being authentic with myself about it. I don't think I could.
Yeah, I've never been able to feel like it is a genuine choice. I did choose to adopt practices when I was young, trying to believe, and it never fit in a way that felt honest.
Definitely fun to toy around with, but yeah, I can't feel authentic about believing in any of it anymore.
To me, it kind of felt like choosing to believe I was a pirate for Halloween, or choosing to be a character on stage.
I liken it to a belief in Santa Claus. Like, you believe as a child up to a certain point, and then I don't think as an adult anybody can really go back to believing in Santa Claus.
So, do you think it would require, well, actually, that does kind of bring us back to a question I am sure I've asked you. What might convince you that a God exists?
Blatantly, I don't know, the sky is parting and some guy popping his head through. I don't know, something along those lines that are very, like, fantastical.
Like Monty Python.
Probably. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
So if Monty Python Jesus parted the sky, then you might believe in him.
I would recognize them as something otherworldly, but I don't even know if I would believe in them, because I have so many issues with the God of Abrahamic faiths that, like, I wouldn't want to follow that anyways, knowing what I know now.
What would you say your biggest issue with that God is?
How hypocritical, how, like, evil a lot of the like, I believe someone's actions, not their words, essentially. So his proof, like, if he did all those things that he said that he did, it's horrific.
So even if he existed and parted the sky, you wouldn't worship him, you wouldn't bow to him.
No, I'd be like, oh, no, just leave me alone. No, not you.
Not even under the threat of damnation.
Nope, I wouldn't want to spend eternity in heaven with something like that. Nope. So my understanding of heaven is basically it's servitude and praise forever and ever and ever. Like, who would want that?
Doesn't that sound fun?
No, it doesn't.
I mean, he could have an activities list.
I don't know what that is. I wish they described that, because I haven't found anything in the Bible about activities list.
Shuffleboard, water polo. Hello, Heath. I'm gonna guess not. I'll set you back down. You, of course, are welcome to request up again if you meant to. I'm sure there's what's that game that happens at every party? Cornhole, right? I live in the South. Maybe it's a South thing. throw beanbags at a board with a hole in it.
That, not shuffleboard. What's it called? I forget what it's called up here.
I'm not making it up when I say cornhole is what they call it down here. Sounds terrible. Hello, Toaster.
Good morning, Thrayle. How are you?
Doing all right. How are you?
Doing quite well, thank you. I did think of a question that I think would be fun to ask you. Actually, this is a question that's fun to ask anybody. What is it inside you that motivates you to keep doing it different than the motivation that inspires you to do new things?
I don't know what the motivation is. I don't know if it's different. I feel like I'm dodging your question by saying I don't know twice.
Like survival versus growth? Is that what you're...
I mean, that's fair. I don't know what motivates me either. I just was wondering if you had a more solid concept of...
I think Ursula's idea is survival versus growth, motivated by survival.
Growth could be motivated by survival. If you don't grow, you don't stay or stay within the community or something like that.
What do you think, Toaster? Could it be growth and survival?
I mean, it could be both. It could be both of those things, right? Like,
or are they separate things?
I don't know, actually. I think that in order to survive, you must grow.
Can stasis not be survival?
So we're getting philosophical now with this.
Is growth the difference between survival and thriving?
Well, I guess that kind of depends on what you mean by thriving, right? Because many people would say thriving is, tremendous financial success. I don't hold that belief. I think that thriving is more about personal wellness and happiness from within you.
Did we lose Ursula? Thank you, Ursula, for coming up with your question.
Yes,
I appreciate you. Well, maybe this request is on purpose this time. But if not, it's okay. Hello, Hedonista. Did you mean to request? No, child again. Understandable. Or maybe you were just tapping the screen, which, I mean, people have done 250,000 times in this live. So I really appreciate everybody who's done that. So thank you all for tapping the screen, and I appreciate all of you continuing to do that. Thank you just here for the hearts. Well, for gifting the panel, and
yes, thank
you all. Thank you all for being here and engaging in all the ways you do.
I find it's invite button with my thumb on the side of my phone while I'm just trying to hold the phone. So that's...
I've admittedly done that a few times on other lives.
Oh yeah, it happens all the time.
I'm quick to back out to notice what I've requested. We did lose Ursula, but I appreciate all of her questions and answers.
Here's another fun question. What do you think is the least valuable or least attractive quality a person can cultivate?
Fervent, fanatical dogmatism.
Yeah, that's...
Bigotry is
bigotry
up there. I think bigotry might be one of those dogmatisms, though. I mean, there's several, and that's witty. Yes, that is a problem too. Aaron, yes, belligerent ignorance, willful ignorance, unquestioning certainty in the absolute conclusion, or in the or in the conclusion. Well, I mean, any conclusion that is absolute. I was going to say a conclusion into something, into the falsehood of something that you haven't bothered into looking into, just as much as the certainty into the truth of something that you haven't looked into. Either of those are equally repulsive.
Yeah.
I don't know if repulsive is the right way. Kind of.
Just unattractive. It's not desirable, and whatever it is.
Yeah.
I know for me, one of my biggest ones is just inconsistency. If someone is erratic in their behavior, and I can't count on how they're going to react to things, it makes me very uncomfortable.
I'm noticing that each teach seems to think they have a truth that they won't tell us because it's not in God's plan, or something of that nature. It's unfortunate, each teach. You are welcome to request up if you're capable of questioning your beliefs. And, well, right now, I'm kind of open to anybody requesting up if they've got a question for me. Hello, Billy. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm still 55, man.
Oh, yeah, you just changed the picture, but I remember Billy.
How are you, Thrayle?
Doing all right. How are you?
Man, I'm doing great today. It's looking up. So I read Sisyphus.
Yeah, what'd you think of that one?
Yeah, the King of Corinth. Yeah. You know what? It brought me to another level now, man. The human condition, I guess. Kind of what I'm going through right now. You know. So actually I was gonna see if you had more literature that you would suggest. I'm enjoying learning these new concepts.
I wonder what it is that what do you feel that you're mostly seeking, Billy?
Oh, entertainment. I'm constructed from all of the dogmatic stuff that like many people that come on your panel. I've read the Quran, I've read the Ard Granth, I've read 4 or 5 different Bibles cover to cover. I've studied Sikhism. I've gone into the temples. I've I, you know I of of uh, of it all now is so now I'm kind of I'm just along for the and trying to stay entertained along the way.
Have you ever read The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
Yeah, I love that. Yeah.
That's a really good book.
Yeah. Yes.
Have you ever read Author?
Oh, okay. I have not read The Salmon of Doubt. No.
I mean, if you're just looking to be entertained and you like the kinds of thoughts that you've...
Yeah. Right on.
And I was going to say, if you don't mind doing the Hitchhiker's Guide again, my favorite version of the Hitchhiker's Guide is actually the you can find it on the internet, but it's personally my favorite just because Douglas Adams is actually voicing one of the characters. I think he does Arthur Dent and a few others actually, but it's very good.
Well, that sounds awesome, man. Right on. Yeah. Okay. Well, I hope that you guys have a great day, and I appreciate you being up here, Thrayle. Every time I come in here, all right.
I hope that you keep asking questions and come back to us when you got more or answers to question.
All righty.
Thank you. Take care. And W's for Billy in the chat. And yes, W for reading Camus.
Oh, most definitely.
And they come up with a certain viewpoint is the myth of Sisyphus. I think it's a really good read, and even if you don't agree with the understanding at the end, I think it can be enlightening.
Yeah, I mean, it does kind of describe the human condition, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of feels like I'm not going to say it's well, I'm going to hold that thought inside.
All right.
But yeah, Peg the Patriarchy. That's why I recommended Seven of Doubt. I think that might be not that he needs a reason to think things weren't created, but I think he's got an interesting lens to take that on now.
Oh, and if you're looking for a good book, um, I have a suggestion. It's a nonfiction book called Thinking Fast and Slow. It's written by Daniel Kahneman, who is a Nobel Prize winning economist who ran a series of um, to find out how people make decisions. And it's a very, very interesting read because there's a lot of things in there that you really wouldn't expect. And, certain experiments that were performed that you wouldn't think came out the way they did. So definitely check that out. It's called Thinking Fast and Slow. I know nonfiction books are kind of difficult for a lot of people, but I do recommend that one. I've read a lot of nonfiction because I'm a weirdo, but there are some good ones out there for sure.
How do you know your nonfiction book is nonfiction?
Ooh. That's a good question because, there's certainly ideas within books that have been fiction in the past that have become reality. I wonder how often it goes the other way around, though. Like things that are taught as nonfiction get proved to be fictional. Hmm.
Is it more of a term of art, and we're just trusting bookstore owners and librarians to tell us what's true and what's not?
I guess for some things you might be able to make that leap. For me, it's really about like, does what's written in this book make some supporting information that suggests this is true, that other people have also noticed and observed? But you're right, even still, that's kind of a like herd mentality kind.
I don't know. Maybe. Hello, Antonina. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
37.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Interesting question. Do you know when you read a book and to tell if it's science fiction or there's a mix between read Where the Force Meets the Stars by Glenn D. Ventura? It's a novel.
I can't say that I have, Antonina. I'm curious why you didn't answer my question.
I was kind of wondering why you would ask me that because
the prompt says, can you question your beliefs?
I don't believe in a god.
Why not?
Process, strip that away from me.
Interesting choice of words. Stripped it away from you. Do you feel like it is a loss?
Absolutely not.
Can you tell me what it is that you believed before you deconstructed?
I believed that there was a god, and there was a lot of fear and other people's beliefs.
Was the God you believed in one of, was it Christianity or Islam, something like that?
It was a Christian god.
And what is it that, what would you say began your deconstruction?
The separation from the familiar that I was used to, I would say.
Something dramatically changed, and it caused you to question.
A catastrophic situation that happened to question everything.
I don't want to force you to like relive a trauma, but it sounds like it was something traumatic.
Well, the trauma is not something that, is a very touchy subject. It's miles and miles away.
Right. So we asked you to question, and were there particular questions? Well, I guess I could probably already imagine. Um, were there particular questions that began your deconstruction?
um, the suffrage caused lots of brain activity. We could say that the deconstruction started happening on its own. The shedding of the belief.
So the suffering you went through caused the shedding of the belief to kind of happen with God must not exist because of this reason or that reason, but more just a peeling away of faith.
Yeah, you could say it was a peeling away. I guess it would help that I had a family member that started the process of questioning the Bible, and I already had the first few steps, so I just continued the questioning after.
Can you tell me what you think the final name?
Um, that's a very interesting one because I can't really cough and nail it.
Does it feel like there might still be room for more nails?
Oh, no.
Okay. No lingering belief.
No, I found my own. That nobody else saw.
Oh, you found your own nails. What do you mean
You could
found
say
your own
that.
belief?
Say, um, the I don't even know how to explain it. It's more or less like, I mean, sure, we could say found my own nails, uh, deconstruction using past thought forms of psychic mediumship to my mind with the truth.
I'm sorry, do you believe in psychic mediumship, or did you mean that as like a metaphorical tool?
No, not a metaphorical, literally to psychically get the answer from the dead.
Do you believe that you can commune with the dead?
Yes, I do believe you can. And even hear their thoughts of where. The reason why I was asking why, if you have ever read the novel Where the Forest Meets the Stars by Glendy Vendera, the novel, is the fact that you can read the mind of a book that you pick up, and whether you can hear where the person has fluffed something in, the true meaning of something, kind of do divination of the book and get the answers that you need. But of course, that would be advanced. I wouldn't expect any.
So you, I was asking about communing with the dead. You're talking about getting the answers from a book.
Is that not communing with the dead if you read a Bible?
Is that? I don't know. So is that what you mean by communing with the dead? Is reading words out of a book from a deceased author?
Right. So deceased thoughts and the true meaning of what meanings are in a book, but then a deceased author, you would be doing mediumship within kind of getting the past mind and divinating with a book to tell how everything was put together and get the truth that way. Do you not believe that?
What do you mean by divination?
So, in a human's mind, I believe that you have the belief and the oppressing options. So you believe something and you're opposing. You stand in the middle and you read something, and it's as if the messages start to make sense as you're reading something. You stand away from being reading, and you collect the past mind of
You're an observer of yourself, collecting the past mind of the author, the writer.
and also doing the mediumship to
What is
hear
the mediumship?
more. The
What is
mediumship is when spirits just come in and speak and give you more answers of the past.
What is a spirit?
The spirit is you.
What do you mean the spirit is me?
Depth here, but if we're all interconnected, one spirit, but different bodies, then you can achieve to read the mind of what a book meant and whom was there and which parts were filled in, and just observing yourself reading something, hearing voices, comprehending what the group or single person was trying to mean by a book of a deceased author. Does that make sense?
I'm not quite following with it. What does medium mean? To be a medium?
Have you ever spoken with psychic mediums?
I've spoken with many people who call them. So what does it mean for you?
It means lots of things. I can't really say it's one thing. For me, the meaning of psychic mediumship means a lot, but of course I know that people have misused it.
So, in part, it sounds like you've been describing just trying to understand an author through their work, but I feel like when you're saying psychic mediumship, you're saying something more, something else.
Right, so what I mean by psychic mediumship, I am divinating psychic medium shipping the book, and then to peel my eyes like an onion to hear and see the truth of what that person meant. the author of all that is. Psychic medium shipping by reading a book to comprehend the meanings.
How is it? So, how is that different than just reading a book and trying to understand it? What makes it psychic or medium?
Well, when you decipher something, can you throw something off to the side as garbage? Can you tell where this is someone's wisdom? Can you tell where this was a group effort to throw something together in the book? Can you tell when it's just the laws and the rules?
Do you mean morals? I'm curious. Well, actually, before I ask my next question, really quickly, and it is not to be rude, but I'm going to speak past you and thank Bree and Spooky, Insomnia, Angel, Delilah Scissors, and Cat DeWitch. Thank you all so much. I really do appreciate you helping with that goal. You're saying that when you read a book, you can somehow tell, like, the number of authors and the intention of the mediumship. Could it be that your experience with different forms of literature might inform your guessing? And could that, and I don't mean it to sound offensive, but could the guessing be wrong, or is it certain?
That's an interesting take. I would say that would have to be many years of deconstruction in order to finally be able to reach a certain level, because there's levels in anything depth of understanding, so I don't know how to answer that besides that.
So it's a level of understanding that might explain the difference between mediumship and literary critique.
But if you become a psychic medium of the past and also use that, which we all have that quality, and use that to be able to bridge the comprehension of a book to understand
Sorry, I didn't mean to seem to interrupt you. I'm a little lost why we're back to, like, if you use psychic mediumship. I still am not sure what you're saying psychic mediumship is, other than
so
trying to intuit the intention of an author.
I feel like I need to explain what I think psychic mediumship is.
Yes, that would be great.
What I think psychic mediumship is you are psychically divinating of the past in order. You know how psychic mediums, they read for the dead, and that's how the person that lost their loved one would be able to get an answer for maybe perhaps talk about like particular things. Your grandmother had this kind of color, she liked this, and she just wants to tell you that she loves you. This psychic mediumship right here can be used farther, is how I feel, and to pull from the memory bank of the dead in order to understand a thing called the Bible, for an example. I mean, we're not talking about other books. Other books would be an addition, add on, but especially with the Bible.
Mhm. Um, use the Bible as an example of how you're using your psychic mediumship to divine intentions, or you said memories of the dead, of the authors. Um, how do you know that what you are accessing is a divination of memories of the dead and not your own imaginative insights onto what an author might mean?
All right, so the only way that I can explain this for me personally is of life. Can you tell what's you? Can you tell what's dropped into the water? Can you tell the natural ripples of the wind? Can you tell if there's danger coming somewhere in the ocean? Can you decipher all of these feelings and then use that in a book?
I'm sorry. You were asking me that to respond. I'm not sure how that actually.
If humans are sensitive to spirits, dark entities, and their loved ones haunting them, then can you use that same understanding to find the truth in a book?
I don't know, because I'm not sure what you mean by spirits or dark entities. What is a spirit?
A spirit is a non.
What does non-physical mean?
You're not physically seen. That's what I feel and understand.
Go ahead, Toaster. I hear a question on your lips.
Yeah, I'm just. So, you talked about us all being one spirit in different bodies. And I was curious if that concept included animals or if it's just humans. And then I was also wondering if you have any sort of scientific or empirical evidence that suggests this is what is going on. And are there any experiments that a layman can do that would demonstrate that that is true?
I'm glad that you asked. And because we're in questioning the questioner here, why do you need proof and evidence if an animal is the same spirit as I or you, but because we're all animalistic, the nature of a human resembles a lot of an animal? So,
I'm not sure how that answers the question when we're still not sure what spirit is.
Right. So if that is true, what can I do that would solidify that as a definite truth?
How did science come about?
I'm sorry, this is just word association questions that ignore. Like if you're not answering the question or even addressing it, what is the purpose of even being here?
Needs to take how long to find the truth, then what's to say that it's going to take humanity a while to achieve this? Is the question. This idea that it's all one.
Good morning, goddess heathen.
Good morning. You know, I heard my word. So science came about through trial and error. We learned that certain things worked, certain things didn't. From that, we developed a method in order to be able to test the environment around us. Now, when you say humanity and science and discovery, how long are you talking? How long do you think it would take for humans to discover this thing that you're talking about? Because only in the past roughly 500 years have we had significant leaps in science and understanding for the environment around us, but humans have been on this planet for about 300,000 years.
Well, my question is, how come humanity hasn't achieved a higher understanding then, and a lot quicker of a time?
We have achieved an outstanding understanding of everything around us, matter of 100 years ago. But if you really want to know the true reason as to why science has not moved forward further than what we have currently, it's because of religion stifling scientific progress.
Then what's to say that my point is true? That you can pull from and use psychic mediumship in order to divinate a book like the Bible, in order to be able to be at one with everything around you. Like I said, the theory of mine, which I feel is true, that if you're a whale in the ocean and you'd be able to decipher all these different feels to comprehend something, then what's to say that all humans can't achieve this?
I'm sorry. Again, psychic mediumship as a way to divine information from, you compare now to a whale in the ocean feeling the ocean. I'm not even sure that this is a coherent conversation anymore.
It's kind of difficult. So why would we use a method that we can't show works? Why would we use something that we can't even show exists? Even with our current understanding of science, instead of using science for this book.
Okay, my question would be, if you're speaking to a person that's very aware, but then you can see that the level of human intelligence is lower. Can you tell the difference between your level of ascension, we could say, and someone else's refusal to reach a level of, you could say, understanding, wisdom, you could say, beyond science, beyond its time?
So what understanding have we come to that is beyond science?
So you said that science is stifled by religion, in a sense.
Science was very stifled by religion for a number of years. We're able to document this through history. It has nothing to do with using spirits or anything else to decipher that. Like, we're able to show this. It started in around 456 BCE with Anaximander, and it progressed all the way up through recent times. One of the most recent stiflings that happened due to religion, when stem cells and pluripotency cells to get rid of breast cancer, and it was banned in 1994 due to religion. So we're able to demonstrate this stuff, but the stuff that you're talking about is not stuff that we're able to demonstrate. We're not able to show anything to back any of this up.
Okay, so then my question would be, do you go off of the really difficult way of understanding how psychic mediumship could be used into divinating a book to see the truth that is not written down anywhere? And that's somehow very difficult to understand.
We still
So we
haven't,
use science for that.
yeah, we still haven't heard quite a clear description of what you mean psychic mediumship as an act of divination means, other than a whale in the ocean feeling things around it. Somehow you've said
Thoughts.
we communicate with spirits, or you communicate with spirits by reading the book and knowing how the author was thinking. I'm not sure how that's divination and not intuition and guesswork.
But then doesn't a spirit speak during... It's a non-physical, but also could be the thought of everything.
So, when you talk about this spirit, are you suggesting that all things that are alive share some sort of universe?
Yes.
Okay, well, if that's true, how come I don't know my neighbor's name?
That's a very good question.
You said all living things share this. What about a jellyfish?
Okay, wait a minute. So, question. So, by the living, I feel like there's a difference here because there's borders. You can only get a little bit by the living because there's boundaries. But non-physical, non-living, non-physical, there's no boundaries there. There's no boundaries there.
Okay, but again, if that were true, I would be able to know everything about all of my ancestors,
all of the ancestors of everyone,
all of the ancestors of everyone,
and all of the animals that have ever
unalived.
unalived.
Correct?
Correct?
There's so much going on within that what you
There's so
said.
much going
So
on within that what you
I
said.
feel
So
like
I feel like the animal portion of it is a just a I would say that it's a I can't say it's a dumber version, but it's less of an intelligence than of a human.
What do you
But
have to demonstrate that? Because scientific studies show that we've actually got quite a few different animals that their level of intelligence meets ours. The difference is we developed a language in which we're able to easily communicate, and we have opposable thumbs.
so naturally on its own, wouldn't you say that an animal would be dumber until it is met with a human emotion to bring the intelligence out?
No. Why would you think that an octopus is dumber than a human when I've seen octopus literally solve puzzles that humans can't? I've seen octopus solve puzzles that scientists can't.
Is it possible, Antonina, that your belief in psychic mediumship is in error? Could you be wrong at all?
I don't think that I am wrong.
I understand that. Is there any room for the possibility that you could be?
No, but an octopus doing puzzle work, that would be something that I'd have to think about. Because that's an ocean animal.
What about an octopus editing RNA on the fly so that it can literally change its genetic makeup?
But the fact that it's a water species, I'm sorry, it's not necessarily
from the water.
Oh,
Every
why do you
species on
believe
the
that?
planet- Every species on the planet came from the water. So I'm actually an environmental scientist. We're able to demonstrate this through genetics, tracing genetics back to see where different forks happen within the evolutionary phylogenetic tree. And we're able to demonstrate pretty effectively that everything came from an original water species.
Oh, that's no, I don't agree with that because even though we are built of a certain percentage of water, that information right there is not necessarily accurate 100% for me.
So that information is exactly what we use for every medication that you take today. The majority of our biomedical sphere entirely is here because of extended evolutionary synthesis, which is what I just laid out for you. That's the change in genetics over succeeding generations. We're able to use those genetics to move back through our DNA to see that everything started with specifically a cyanobacteria through abiogenesis and evolved from there. We're able to demonstrate this. But you're not able to demonstrate a spirit. So why is one wrong according to you, but yet a spirit, something you can't demonstrate, is accurate?
There's limitations I feel with a spirit because you can't necessarily see it fully because you're physical, and the water aspect of it, because we're made up of so much water, I feel that I disagree with that factor because if we all came from water, I mean, if we're built of
I
a
didn't
certain
say we all
percentage.
came from water. I said that we started from water creatures. Humans have a common ancestor with lobed fin fish specifically. Like that is where our phylogenetic tree leads to. We were fish that crawled out of the water and still continued to evolve into what we see today. We can even trace all this back to show exactly why humans are a hairless species of ape, essentially, because of a specific chromosome fusion. So all of this stuff that I'm giving you is stuff that we can demonstrate with science, but stuff that you can demonstrate and test on your own, you don't believe, but yet you believe in a spirit.
I absolutely disagree with a lot of that stuff that you said. And I guess it's just
On what
agree to
basis?
disagree.
On what basis?
I.
Is it
It's
intuition? Psychic
yes, it's
divination?
intuition. It would be
Antonina,
intuition.
do you, I mean, you recognize the prompt of this live is, can you question your beliefs? Is that something that you feel that you can do? Or are you dogmatic in your belief in psychic divination?
I would say, with more information that comes to light, I would not be necessarily dogmatic. I would be able to adjust, but using the intuition on particular things, I would have to disagree, even though it's proven.
So even if something is proven, you would use your intuition to disagree and still believe it. And you don't think you're dogmatic.
I would say I would be dogmatic in certain things, but not others.
I don't really have very many more questions, Antonina.
Thank you for your time.
I do much prefer to question believers who can question, but I do wonder if you can, before you go, answer one thing. Do you feel that it is healthy to hold beliefs that you cannot question?
That's a very interesting question. And I would have to say that it is healthy to adjust with particular information, but with another's dogmatic input, even though someone recorded it as a fact, I would still be able to be dogmatic and disagree.
I see. So you think that you're meeting goddess heathens' apparent dogmatism with your own, not that you think that what goddess heathen is displayed as dogmatism in science.
To an extent.
Fascinating.
But with a knowing and the divination of a thing that no one can explain, like a Bible, and why the reasons are that particular things are in there and how come. So I would have to say that partial intuition and psychic mediumship to other people's belief that could be recorded as facts, that's a lot of like balancing this whole ocean, I would say. So I do appreciate your guys' time, though I don't want to take up everybody's time. So thank
I
you so
have one
much
more
for.
question for you.
Yes.
Have you, so I take it you've read the Bible and used your divination in order to determine what was true and what is not?
Correct.
Okay, what do you say about the story of creation or the story of the flood narrative?
Disagree.
You disagree that they're true, or you disagree with what?
I disagree that Adam and Eve were the only ones that this creation started from. I disagree with the. I do believe that there was a flooding of sorts, but we have dinosaur bones to prove that creation was trying and there was an occurrence, which I'm not going to be dogmatic about what exactly the occurrence was. And so I don't believe that all of us were created through one man and one woman.
Okay, you do know that dinosaur bones and humans were not in the same time frame, right? They were 65 million years apart.
Okay, the years part I'm not going to be dogmatic about, but yes, I do believe that there's a difference there.
Okay. So why did you need divination to be able to determine that those stories were not true instead of looking at the science that we're able to demonstrate that they're not true? Because you came to the same conclusion that I've come to as a scientist, but I used logic and reasoning and study methods and testing to come to that conclusion.
Right, so there's things that I could be dogmatic about and things that I don't see the point in being dogmatic over.
Okay, so if you don't believe that everybody came from Adam and Eve, but you also don't believe in evolution, then what is your concept of this?
I never said I don't believe in evolution.
Well, when I laid out evolution, how humans got here, you said that you disagree.
In that shape and fashion, I absolutely disagree, and I can be dogmatic about that.
And I'm not saying you can't be dogmatic. I'm asking what your method for dogma is in this. What is it that you do believe that is the reason that humans are here or how we ended up here?
You're asking me to tell you what I believe the beginning journey and the reasoning why is?
No, I'm asking why, when and how were humans created?
I feel that in the very beginning, we could say beginning, I think, in my dogmatic belief, is that we have this light and dark, chaos and order coming together, forming order in this earth construction, and this order that we are both destruction and order, and everything is the same, coming from the same source, and trial and error of making things and then becoming it, intelligence itself. That's what I am dogmatic about. So I don't necessarily, absolutely don't agree that we came from one man, one woman. I know that it was all at the same time in different lands, and a couple choices of people in different areas. That's why we have the different skin tone color, I feel.
No, we actually have the different skin tone colors due to evolution.
I disagree.
Fascinating.
Well, I'm able to demonstrate that. It would probably be beneficial to you to like check up on some science topics and get an
No, thank you.
understanding of them, but just simply because this is how our actual reality works, especially if you ever end up sick or anything like that, all of this stuff is based off of the science that we understand.
Like I said, I will believe certain things and be dogmatic
sure
about
you
others.
will. Okay. Antonina, I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions, but I really hope that you find a way to ask a few of your own one day. I'm ready to move on.
Thank you for having me, Thrayle. I've got an incoming call that's supposed to be coming through in a few minutes. I'm going to drop.
Absolutely.
I'll see you later.
Thank you, Goddess Heathen. W's for Goddess Heathen in that one. Not that there should be a win for asking tough questions or giving facts, but the patience as her very profession is challenged to her face by someone unwilling to even consider that they could be wrong, let alone research the topic. It was amazing. So definite big W's for Goddess Heathen. Thank you for that.
Yeah, I'll admit I was pretty confused.
Oh my. It was something else that was.
I mean, everyone's allowed to believe what they want to believe. I think that's okay. I just, personally, to me, it didn't make sense in my mind. But that's okay. Not everything makes sense to me.
was wild, but, you know, to each their own. I just find dogmatic thinking to be dangerous and troublesome, but... Hello, Jerry Bell. How are you doing this morning?
I'm good. I didn't mean to request that, but I'll
I can
talk.
set you back down. I'm sure you can.
Okay, I was. Okay, bye bye.
Thank you. Take care. And big W's for Jerry Bell. Just for being one of the, well, part of the greatest audience on TikTok. Thank you all for being here, for tapping the screen, for sharing the live. You guys are all awesome.
Yes, and thank you all for the gifts as well. They're never expected, but always appreciated.
Absolutely. Thank you, Shadow Slays. And also thank you to Goddess, and thank you to, well, to all of you. I mean, I just list off all the names of the amazing people in here. What line sounds familiar? It was a spirited parade of polite dogma brought forth via seance. That is an interesting way to put it. See? I don't know, Kat. I want to question this NJE. Magnus says he's pretty dogmatic in his belief of the three Earths, and he's starting an expedition soon to reach Earth 2. Not sure how you're going to get past that. Wasn't there a magnetic field that somehow obscured the larger Earth 2 from view in this snowman model? And I'm pretty sure Earth 2 was on top of Bob, right? I mean, how can you ever hope to verify this 3-Earth model until you can verify the existence of Bob? Right, just what I heard. Definitely awake now after that. Required many synapses to fire. I don't know if they're on fire or if they're firing.
I guess if your head starts to flame, you will know.
It was about the third time that I asked what psychic mediumship was, because I didn't get a clear answer, that I decided there was really no hope of any questions getting answered. Oh, you missed so much, Kira.
Kira would have liked this one too.
I know. Well, I wonder what she would have thought of the Norse pagan earlier, who wasn't a Norse pagan, they were an Odinist who didn't even know what the Eddas were. And they basically just decided they were an Odinist because they wanted to be the wise one, not the strong one or the tricky one. Good morning, Magnus.
Good morning, gentlemen, ladies, and my non-binary friends. Good morning, buddy. Where did you even materialize from, child? Yeah, he has been quiet this whole time, and as soon as I hop up here, he just appears out of nowhere. But yes, I am currently in the beginning stages of getting an expedition ready to break past the ice wall from Earth 1 to Earth 2. I just need a small donation of $2.3 million.
2.3 million. A small
Yes.
donation.
Small donation.
What is the return on investment?
One more time, what was that?
Return on investment.
The truth. That is the return. The truth to show that this is all real. I'm not fucking nuts. And I did not just waste the past 10 years of my life looking into this.
So the return on investment is your own self-satisfaction or humiliation.
Absolutely.
I mean...
No, Ulfer said, it is not flat. You are correct. It is not flat. It is a snowman. And on top is Earth, in the middle is Atlas Earth, and then at the very bottom is Bob.
And, well, I thought underneath Bob was a turtle.
Yes, Matern, the giant space cosmic turtle.
And then under the turtle was a larger turtle and a larger turtle, so on and so on forever, right?
No. The turtle
that
is
would
what
be ridiculous.
Yeah, come on, dude. That's fucking ridiculous. But the thing is, right, is this turtle technically is in a constant, eternal battle with a being of infinite chaos and stuff. So,
A being of infinite chaos.
yes, the turtle technically has forced that creature into a small rural town in Maine. So,
So to be clear, the turtle underneath the giant Earth known as, well, not Earth, but giant round object known as Bob, which is underneath the giant object known as Atlas, also known as Earth 2, which is underneath this object that we call Earth, has battled a being of infinite chaos down to, I'm sorry, where did you say, in Missouri?
No, Maine. Maine. Small town in Maine.
Which small town in Maine?
It's called Mary, Maine. It has a history of, like, every 27 years, crazy stuff happens.
Is it Mary with an I or a Y?
Mary. M-A-R-Y. Mary. Or 2 R's, my bad.
I see.
Sometimes this chaos entity moonlights as a clown. So, like, a lot of people are just kind of used to
it. When I Google Mary, Maine, it just offers marriage packages, wedding deals in Maine.
That's its business front. That's how it gets you.
I see. When I did it with one R, well, actually, I can't on TikTok say what came up. It's interesting.
That is what the deep state tries to make you go to hide the fact of this.
So in a small town that is unsearchable, called Mary Main, you said 26 years?
27.
27 years. Strange occurrences happen because of an infinite chaos being battled by a turtle at the bottom of the snowman-shaped Earth model.
Yes.
How does the turtle manage to corral a being of infinite chaos onto a small ball atop the two larger balls on its back?
The power of friendship.
I completely overlooked the power of friendship. That's a good point. I hadn't even considered. When you say the power of friendship, what is the like how many BTUs are we talking about?
So this is actually very interesting because there's this 90s kids card game called Yu-Gi-Oh! And this gives us a lot of insight into the eternal battle that's been going on between these two cosmic beings. And in the show, they actually talk about it quite a lot. It's the power of friendship in the heart of the cards.
The power of friendship in the heart of the cards. I'm still not sure how many BTUs are being output by this power of friendship.
Infinite. The power of friendship is infinite.
How has that been measured?
Listen, I'm just the messenger, man. Again, like I said, a small donation of $2.3 million, and I can show everyone this.
So, on this expedition you're planning, have you considered enlisting the help of the carrot nose and charcoal briquette eyes?
I did. I ringed him. He said no. He pointed me in the direction, though, of the Power Rangers. But as we know, Power Rangers are mainly in Japan, so it's really hard to actually get their help on things.
That is true. They are Power Rangers and they do what they do.
But yes, everyone in the chat, if just spread the word. Magnus needs a small donation of 2.3 million. Oh, what was that? $4.5 million. So I can lead this expedition and then find the cosmic being that is locked in Mary Main, and capture it and show everyone.
And when you capture the chaos, did you say demon this time?
It's kind of hard because technically it's an eternal constant in our universe.
It's an eternal constant of ultimate chaos.
All right.
So my plan when I capture this thing and make it do my bidding is I'm going to use it to abolish the IRS.
So really quick, I have to do this quickly because, as Thrayle knows, as a proud member of the Illuminati, I know all of this.
Don't let him talk. He's part of this. He's trying to stop me.
And you have to understand, I'm trying to give you something, Magnus, really quick. It's just to jump to the left and then to step to the right. Put your hands on your hips, bring your knees in tight. But it's a pelvic thrust that drives you insane. That's how you get there. That's how you get through the wall. All right, I gotta go before they catch me. Bye.
I was pretty sure that was the time warp.
I thought it was the Macarena.
Oh. I was gonna ask what the fuck time was. And Magnus ran away before Shadow could get his really important question. question, and I think it would have changed the shape of, well, the three Earths.
Yeah, mainly I would probably just ask why.
Well, I mean, if you want to cut him off at the knees.
I mean, I guess I could understand it if there's like a sandwich shop that serves really good Reubens or something. But other than that, I really don't see the value.
But if you see value in believing in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you can question that belief, well, then go ahead and request on that. I'm not here to debate or argue, just to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? Oh, damn, I thought it would have worked. It was like an expert level segue, but yeah, when there's no fish in the sea.
Well, thanks for bringing me up. How are you doing this evening, Thrayle?
Doing great.
That's good.
Still plodding away to see if anyone can question their beliefs. And so far, we've had a couple of takers who actually could. And then we heard all about psychic mediumship and the power of divination through books.
Divination. Interesting. Hmm.
It was enough to disagree with science that had never been read somehow. I'm not sure how that works when the divination was through books, but the books weren't read.
Well, I've heard that people can claim to read books just by putting their hand over it, and then they read the book that way. Somehow, they don't open it.
That sounds a lot easier than what, like, some people would like buy the book and then put it on a shelf and say they read it. Yeah, you could skip that step and just touch the book.
Right. I've heard that claim before, but I don't know how valid it is. I think more testing would be required. Sort of like that speed reading idea, right? Like, you can get to where you're processing 60 pages a minute, but your comprehension is like 2%. Oh, okay. Aesthetic reading, yeah. When you read for aesthetic purposes. Right. Holding your book up high so that your neighbors can see. Like a big book. Like a literally large, you know, like newspaper size book. Because the larger the book, the smarter you are, right? I believe there's a correlation there, right? So a large print would indicate that, yeah, there's maybe a correlation there. But I think we'd have to do more research. See if there would be a correlation. But yeah, it'd be my subjective opinion that, yeah, if I saw someone with a really big book, I would assume that they were like really smart based on the size of the book. You think maybe someday we could make a book large enough to hold all the world's knowledge? And how big would that book be?
Oh. Depends on if it'd be physical or digital. I do like that, you know, for the purpose of posterity, a lot of books are scanned and digitized, like especially important books. Did you know books weren't invented until about like 300 AD?
Yeah, before that it was scrolls, right?
Yeah. So before books were called books, in the like leather-bound cover and sheets that are stacked on top of each other, like we know in the modern day, it would be called a codex, and that was more of a commoner, like a peasant type of form of book. Everything really important was written on a scroll. Yeah, so it would be a stick that would have papyrus wrapped around it. I think that's the first form of like a book. That or like a poster or like a card, so something would be written down. There's also cave paintings, and in my free time, I study Egyptology, so everything about Egypt. So sometimes they'd be carved into stone, like in the hieroglyphs of Egypt. So we get writing first, and then the book form after. Yeah, so it would be really important things would be on scrolls, and that would be the book form. And then later on, the main reason that books were like more popular after 300 AD is because of the Bible. Um, they would copy the Bible over and over and want to like have people read it and understand it. So that's kind of what was one prominent like driving force of why books became more popular in the codicy form. And it kind of makes more sense anyways, the way the codex format of a book would last longer.
Write a scroll you'd have to unroll each time.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Yeah, and if you want to look at something near the beginning of a scroll and then move to near the end of the scroll, you've got a lot of twisting to happen there. If it's a long scroll, of course. So it seems pretty
Right.
inconvenient to me.
Yeah, it was kind of like it's really interesting. So there'd be sometimes a single scroll or like two scrolls, and then they would roll it out, right? And so as they're reading, I think sometimes it'd be from left to right or right to left. I'm not quite sure. I think Hebrew and Greek is from left to right. So they would, like, as they're reading it, they don't have to flip the pages. So it's almost like a moving picture in a way where they don't have to flip the pages. It's like unraveling a story in a literal and figurative sense. Because that'd be like the form of entertainment 2,000 years ago, right? Stories.
I suppose that's one form of entertainment, yeah.
Yeah. Theater, as it were.
Just what I heard makes an excellent point. It is harder to fit a book into a bottle, though.
That's true.
And if you believe in a book in a bottle or a god in the sky or something in between that's supernatural and you can question why, well then go ahead and request on up. Because I'm not here to debate you or argue. I just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? I don't know. I feel like we need awards for most expert level segue. Philly would probably still win, even though she isn't on the panel.
You do some pretty good ones, though.
They are born from many an off-topic detour. So many off-topic detours. Not that we're really detouring at the moment. We don't have anybody up here to question. I've questioned Shadow before, and I've questioned Toaster, but I haven't questioned you. Well, maybe I have questioned you, but if I haven't questioned you, and you can question your beliefs, come on up here. I don't bite. I just question. Though I can't promise Toaster doesn't bite. I mean, who'd have thought that they barfed, let alone...
I mean, I guess they don't bite unless you're bred.
Do toasters bite bread?
Well, in a sense, maybe. There's definitely a bread going into mouth quality.
Is that part of the essence of a toaster?
Right. They eat the bread and then they barf the toast.
Okay, so would you say it's an objective truth that they bite bread?
I guess not necessarily. Biting, of course, implies that there's teeth.
Right. I've seen toasters that, as the bread goes in, there's kind of these holders that, in a sense, bite down on the bread, though. Yeah. Right.
Right. And that's what I was thinking could be sort of akin to teeth, but they don't actually pierce the bread, though.
It's more holding.
Is it like gnawing? Are they gnawing on the bread? Right, when I think of gnawing, I don't think of like actual separation. Separation with like the cutting incisors, right? Like just what I heard said, toothless. A sustained gnaw, yes.
Sustained gnaw.
It's sort of like that thing the Mormons do. What is it called? Soaking?
Please, no.
Except nobody's shaking the toaster.
Don't shake the toaster. I would not advise that. I would question why.
I guess if your toaster starts popping the bread up and down, then that's, you know what's going on.
Right. If it won't relinquish the bread, I suppose. There's a necessary shaking.
I have to confess, I have shaken a toaster before.
Oh, okay. I forgive you. From the shaking of the toaster of 2025.
Well, it was similar to a vending machine situation, and you don't want to stick anything, especially metal, into a toaster. So there was some shaking to get something out, and definitely shaking a toaster.
So it was like a bread incident, a breadcident, if you will.
And the resulting toast was pierced. It had been bitten.
You know, not enough is said really about the amount of toasters every year that unalive from shaken toaster syndrome.
Thank you. I'm gonna let Shadow follow this.
No, I'm gonna let Thrayle take this one. We had the same thought. Yeah, thanks, Thrayle, for letting me take this one. Thank you for that. Yeah, so my opinion on the shaken toaster incidents are, I think, if it's necessary for the life of the toaster to remove the bread, then it's their choice to get the bread.
Things I heard on the Batcolyte today. And I never imagined I would ever hear.
Yeah.
I have two people in requests. One of them I know often pocket requests, so if it was an accident, I'm going to go ahead and set you back down just in case. And if you meant to, please do request back up. I would be more than happy to talk to you. So if you were in requests and suddenly found yourself out, go ahead and request back up if you meant to. And if you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well, boxes are open, waiting for you. Yes, that sound was me gesturing at a screen you couldn't see me gesturing at. But there's all these boxes, and nobody with a belief to fill them.
Is pizza just cheese on toast?
Oh, we're gonna have to go here.
No, that would imply that you make the toast, like you make the bread part first and get that toasty, and then add the cheese, rather than what you actually do, which is baking it all together.
So,
Morven,
you actually raised a very important question, and you don't realize you've raised it.
Oh no. I didn't even realize. Is pizza just an open-faced sandwich?
So everything is sandwich. Literally everything from you to me to the whatever that beeping sound is outside my studio. Everything is a sandwich because anything that is layered or can be described as layered is a sandwich. And since pizza and the beeping sound out there and the universe itself and you and me in this life, and literally this moment in time can be described as layered, then everything's a sandwich.
I had no idea you had that background before I proposed this question. I'm glad you do. I'm glad we've arrived at this moment, and I'm glad that we can start asking the questions about what is a sandwich. Yeah, if I have a friend in Australia who drops a piece of bread on the ground at the same time I do, would that mean that we created the biggest sandwich in the world?
I mean, technically, no, because it would just be making the world a sandwich, which it already is a sandwich. Whether you put grapes on the outside of it or not. Because again, it's something that is layered and can be described as layered. So even that's layers of sandwich.
Oh, it's like a round sandwich because of the crust.
See,
it's a
there's
roundwich.
There's a visual aid that might help here. Let me see if I can find
it. What is a sandwich? Okay, we have an empty kind of cube situation here. That's not a salad, that's soup.
Okay, so I'll preface this. It started when I told somebody that a pizza was an open-faced sandwich, as you naturally concluded because you're a smart person. So as I was pointing it out to them that a pizza was an open-faced sandwich, it did become apparent that everything was a sandwich. And somebody sent me this, absent the red ink, and I corrected it.
Okay, I'm seeing now the calzone. Yeah, it's a sandwich that is sandwiched on all sides. I'm confused about the soup. I mean, is soup a wet
doesn't
sandwich?
Actually exist.
Oh, because denoted by the empty.
Because there's nothing that's not surrounded by something. So if there's nothing that isn't layered, and anything that you might describe as soup isn't technically soup as long as it can be described as layered, even if it's layered in the air around it. So soup would be a transitive state of sandwich if it could exist.
Okay.
So, can I put a sandwich into another sandwich? And if so, how many times can I do that before it becomes something else?
Ad infinitum. There's no something else. It would always be a sandwich.
Okay.
The layers are infinite.
Okay. What I'd like to do is propose that if I were to put soup in between two pieces of bread, would that be a soup sandwich? However, the logistics of it would imply that the soup would run out and it would become a sauce.
Not necessarily. You could freeze the soup.
But then it's ice.
Is it? I mean, it's still made of soup.
Well, I've seen people freeze like a little gummy bear in ice. You'd still say it's ice with a gummy bear in it.
Right, but we're not entombing the soup in ice. We're just freezing the soup. You see what I'm saying?
I'm loving just what I heard's answer about the soup sandwich. She said, no, it's a soggy sandwich, or it's a sloppy Joe.
A sloppy Joe. Oh, okay.
When you put soup between a sandwich, between bread. But you're still kind of thinking inside the bun with sandwich, and that is that you're kind of stuck on the edibility factor.
I kind of am.
But naturally, are there there not things that you describe as sandwiches that are not edible?
Right, things that are sandwiched.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Thank you, RC, for the raid. You're just in time for the eternal question that's been plaguing mankind for ages. What the fuck is soup?
Yeah, because I've always thought that a milkshake is just it's ice cream soup.
Is an atom a quark sandwich?
Ice cream can be a soup via a milkshake, or ice cream could be a sandwich via bread or cookies.
It's still sandwich either way, because it would be layered in some form or fashion. Even the fact that you're able to describe it in so many different ways is a layering.
Interesting.
That's how everything ends up becoming sandwich. Good morning, RC.
How are you doing, my dear?
Oh, doing quite well. How are you?
I just got finished with my live, as you can probably guess.
It's usually what a raid means.
Yep, absolutely.
Appreciate you.
With the 4 people that I had left.
That happens. We tend to wind down in numbers here at the end too.
Ooh, 262.4. Let me help out with that a little bit.
Hell yeah. Appreciate that. And also, good morning, Harlow. How are you?
Good morning. Interesting time to see you during the day. I'm just RC's sidekick. I did think of you yesterday, though, when I was in my dissection.
When you were in a dissection.
I don't know if I told you I was a biologist by education.
I actually did remember that.
So I've been taking a deep dive on some of this stuff. So I've been hurting some Christian feelings lately.
Interesting.
So be careful when you pull that biology. I don't know if I can say the word up here because it's ready to go. But I'm definitely dissecting some things that I find quite interesting.
Can you give me an example of something that you've
I want to make sure
dissected?
that I haven't already had the conversation with you. My most interesting one is the whole Moses theory. What is your opinion on that? Let me ask you that first.
On the Moses theory, I don't really hold to any particular theory. I tend to question from a standpoint that he might not have existed, but that just depends on what the person believes. If they believe he didn't exist, I might question that.
So scientifically, that's the one I've done the most research on so far. So scientifically, we cannot prove that he existed. So the Egyptians were meticulous with their records. There is no actual documentation of him existing. There's also no archaeological finds of parting the Red Sea or of this land where these people allegedly lived for, what was it, like many, I forgot the number of years. Was it 40 years or 100 years that these people were there? There's no archaeological evidence of them ever being there, and there is no historical evidence of a mass unaliving of male children in Egypt. So I've been on it. So when I told you I was questioning some beliefs, I'm like, you know what? I'm a damn scientist. Let's start researching some of this stuff, and I have found it interesting. And I wanted to personally apologize for bringing that one guest up here. I had no idea that was going to go the way it did. No, I was like, oh, that went poorly.
I don't hold people as representations of each other. And also, I don't hold every interaction up here as a representation of who every person is, so I have no hard feelings against that guest.
No, I don't either. I haven't spoke to them since then because I was listening to it, and as a scientist, I was like, oh man, what did I just do to my friends? It was just like, because I was listening to RC, who is one of the kindest people that I know, and they're over here trying to like piecemeal it together, and I'm over here like mortified, and thank God, like you guys couldn't see it. I was like, oh my gosh, don't you hate me for this?
What's going on? I literally just stepped away to make a sandwich. What's going on?
Oh, and you heard your name.
Yep.
It was all good, I promise.
Okay.
So, do you think that if Moses was a real person, that he ever found himself in a situation where, like, he didn't have a comb and he was in a hurry, and so he spread his hands apart and parted his hair?
I hope you're asking Thrayle that question and not me. Are you asking me that question?
I'm
which was
just
funnier,
asking
the
it generally.
We have a sit-down comedian, ladies and gentlemen.
I was like, that just spun like that. You just took me from scientific to WTH. Did you just?
We can go full WTF here.
I'm a WTH girl. I'm sorry. I'll let you got to get me now. If you get me mad, I'm not responsible for what I say. But
There is no way you could have come up with that, but Christians say Yahweh.
Oh. I think I missed the gift goal list, but let me see if I can find who to thank. I know it was Z-Witch, just what I heard. Cat DeWitch, also Angel, Freya, Adria, and I think that's all I've got. Thank you guys so much for helping with that gift goal. I really do appreciate you. We are close to a WTF. I don't have WTHs ready, Harlow, but I do have those.
we'll do whatever you want.
So, you've been questioning Christians on their beliefs, and questioning your own preconceptions of what was true or wasn't true about those beliefs.
So, and I have a little bit of information for you regarding energy because I know you find that subject fascinating. So,
I do like to ask when people say, when they equate it to some kind of God force or ultimacy or an everything, a sandwich, if you will. But when you say energy, I remember questioning you a little bit about this.
So I actually looked into that a little further because I sense a vibration, and that's quantum physics. So, in talking to one of my professors, and you got to understand that I'm 47, so I've been out of college a long time, but when I attend these dissections, I really enjoy them. That sounds horrible, doesn't it? I enjoy cutting people up. Oh my gosh. So sorry. There is a small percentage of the human population that is more sensitive to Earth's magnetic vibration, and I'm one of those people. So when I say that I feel things, like to me, I truly do. So talking with one of my professors, there is a small percentage of the population that's just simply more sensitive to energy or magnetic. You might want to use the word magnetic vibrations of the Earth. So that is actually a phenomenon that we recognize in science.
That you're more attuned or sensitive to magnetic vibrations.
You would call it magnetic. I'm going to call it energy because I still identify as a spiritual person. I'm spiritual in my relationship to the earth, which you know that.
But I also know that you question everything else.
I'm such a scientist. Yeah.
Why do you hold this? Why do you hold energy in a pocket of safety for spirituality?
Because I find my peace there. I find my inner peace with the Mother Earth goddess. I do. Like that's my thing. Like that's my peace. Like that is my
You,
it's my goddess.
you as a scientist might be familiar with energy as an attribute to matter, an ability to do work.
Yes.
In what way does that relate to the spiritual form of energy that you, um, and I'll use your word, resonate with?
The only way I can compare it is the quantum physics theory of magnetic energy. Of I am just a little bit more sensitive to the vibrations around me. So just like some of us have acute hearing or an acute sense of smell, or some of us are gifted with like we can see further than somebody else. Or I can equate it to. Do you want me to talk about the primal side of the brain, or do you want me to stick with energy? Like, which one do you want?
Well, I'm wondering how you fit ability to do work with spiritual energy.
I truly need my spirituality to escape the negativity of the human population. So that's how I get it. I escape the negativity of the human population by going into my natural world. And
Like a bath in a good book.
Right. So, I mean, and I totally answered that on the fly. So that's 100% honest answer without me thinking about it. When I gave you or it was somebody else that we were talking about, like if you see a beautiful, clean stream, you might want to stand beside it. I want to take all my clothes off and get in it and experience it. Like, so that's my attraction to it. So, it's just, it's an inner peace for me. It gets me away from being a scientist, from being a mom, being a friend, being all the things. It allows me to be in my energetic spiritual self, or like connect with, and I know you're going to love this one, but to like connect with what is maybe my soul, even though I firmly believe in ashes to ashes. So when I'm no longer here, I will return to the earth that way.
They're literally right next to each other in my image roll.
Yeah.
What is energy? What is soul?
Might be both. Your energy and your soul might be deeply connected. I can't speak for you. I don't know you that well. But for me,
to clarify, Harlow, what is soul?
I'm still going to stay with the essence of that person. I'm still going to stay with what they are without them in their physical form. Like what they left behind. Like what was, like my soul 100 years from now. Like
Why do you think, when you say that what's left behind, do you mean like for Charles Dickens, it would be the work and the jokes?
Quite possibly, if that's what that meant to him, because I truly believe that can mean different things.
So then it's about what it means to you, even though you're gone. How does what you leave behind matter? Like, how does what it meant to you matter in the future?
So what I will leave behind publicly will be my research and development and my articles and this book of poetry that I'm working on. Those will be the things that the world will see. What will be seen intimately with the people who actually knew me, like the being in the water or being in nature. That was actually my natural self. That was the self I didn't share with the world.
Which part is your soul?
The natural part, the absolutes.
The part the rest of the world didn't get to know.
I mean,
How is it left behind?
Because I leave it behind to the people that matter. Like you don't share, just like you don't love 100 people, right? You might, in your lifetime, you might have 3 great loves. Those 3 relationships are going to mean more to you than any relationship you ever have with a conversation, or that you're at an event or something. That's the closest thing that I could give to you as to what I'm trying to verbalize to you. That that my inner energetic soul is different from, even though when I'm at these conferences and I'm talking to people and they see this very vivacious, happy woman, and they love that, there's still only a part of me that I share with them. There's very few people that know about the part that she lives deep in the woods in a tiny house, and every opportunity that she gets to go and do this activity, she does it because this is who she actually is. Does that make sense?
But when you say that's being left behind, is that just the memory of how other people perceived it that's being left behind?
Possibly, but you've got to remember that energy is neither created or destroyed. Energy simply is.
But again, you're applying a scientific understanding to a spiritual definition of energy.
Why can't I be both? Is there anything that says I can't be both?
Why would it apply?
Because I am both. I can't
You,
escape one or the other. I can't escape what I am or who I am. What I am and who I am might be different.
So, you mentioned having a sensitivity to the Earth's electromagnetic field.
Yes.
How do you isolate the electromagnetic field of the Earth away from the tremendous amount of electromagnetic interference we have from all of the electronic devices we have in the world today?
You have to get away from it. You have to get away from the concrete jungle and the internet and all the things. And I try to do this at least once a week. I typically do it at night. I have this whole, and that's a very personal. I mean, I would share it with RC because I know them very well. I'm getting to know Thrayle up here very. I'm getting to know him where I might share it with him. But that's me sharing energetic intimacy with you. Does that make sense? Of like, this is who I am when I get to turn all the other stuff off. Does that make any sense at all?
Hmm. Um, I mean, I guess I can kind of understand how going to a certain area that has less electromagnetic interference would make it easier to be sensitive to the Earth's electromagnetic field. But um, so the sorts of feelings you get from that you're saying you whenever you're in the city or in a place where there is electronic devices, you just can't feel that.
I'm a different person. I'm a professional person in that situation. I don't feel like that's, when you're paying me when we're on the clock here, right? So I don't, and we all have jobs. We all have things that we have to do. And I don't devalue that. But when I have the moments where I'm actually able to be me, I'm definitely different for sure. I don't know, just happier. I am energetic. I am soulful. I want to play my sound bowls and start my fire pit and look up at the sky. And RC already knows this, and so does Thrayle. And most likely, I probably don't have clothes on when I'm doing this. I'm just that person. I'm completely different if you met me in a business suit than what I am at home on a Thursday night when I don't have anything planned on Friday.
Right, and I think that's fair. I guess my question would be is that are you trying to associate uh, these feelings with just the fact that you're doing things that you enjoy?
I mean, you could definitely associate with that because you're being, or I can't speak for you, I'm being my true self in those moments. And so maybe when you clear the brain, and of course, part of this is meditation for me, when I'm able to clear the brain, I feel like, have you ever just felt like you can hear things so much better, or your sense of smell and your sense of feel heightens because you eliminate the noise? Like you can almost hear the frogs and the crickets on another level, just like I can hear the guitar in the background right now. You know, it's like taking that guitar but making it natural and amplifying it in nature because there's nothing else to distract you. And I'm very blessed to live in this tiny corner of the world where if you find me, you were really trying to find me because I'm almost off grid to actually find me. I have all the electronics and all the things because I've built it into the tiny house that I have. But I have the ability to flip a switch, turn it all off, go outside, and just be. And for me, that is something I have to have in order to be the Shay that the professional world needs me to be on a 9 to 5 basis. So trying to relate what I talk to you all about, you know, my spiritual energy and quantum physics, they are different, but they do meet in the middle somehow. That's why I enjoy debating with you guys. I learn from you guys.
You say, well, and to be clear on two things, not a debate.
That's right,
but
not a
also-
debate, a conversation. I'm sorry.
You'll find debates are quite a bit different, but also Thrayle, not Thrayle.
Thrayle.
You got it. You say that they meet in the middle. Is it that they must meet in the middle, or is it that you need for some kind of comfort for them?
I don't think that they must or
seem
they
to-
need. I think sometimes they do when I'm having conversation. And this is new to me to be able to have this conversation is different because we're having a conversation that kind of joins the two shays, which I this is new, like to have this conversation.
If I may ask a few questions.
Go for it, Shadow.
Sure. Can you define soul one more time, please?
Well, I can't define it for you. I can only define it for myself. So for me, my soul is my intimate energy. I don't have the ability to define it for you. That's a personal question that you have to answer for yourself.
Or is it important? I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Is it important to define a soul?
Only if it's important to you. Is it important to you, Shadow?
It is in a sense of, I think it's worth questioning.
Questioning how? Questioning as you want to find it or debunk it?
Oh, she'll do that, Shadow, if you let her.
I don't mind.
What am I doing?
Turn the questions on him.
Well, why can't I ask questions? Or am I still like in the hot seat? I'm always in the hot seat.
We're all always in the hot seat, except me, unless the questioner said.
Oh, I was about to say bullshit.
So
there's no double standards.
No, let me put it this way. No, you're fine. After my line of questioning, I think it only fair that I concur by answering your questions. Is that fair?
Sure.
So, So what makes something important to someone?
That again is a personal question of what makes it. And so, to me, are you asking me what's important to me?
Well, because if you're saying that if a soul is only important if you make it important, I can understand the subjectiveness of that. And so, what makes something important then?
It means I value it. It means that I need it. I need to understand it. And that I exist along with it.
Why does one person value something over another thing?
Or you mean another person?
No, for instance, if you value a soul and I don't value a soul, why do two people value it differently?
Because we're different people. we have different values. We have different ideas of how the world works, or I might even say how the world vibrates. Doesn't mean that either one of us is right or wrong. It just simply means we're different.
Okay.
You guys are going to have me being all energetic in my next like conference. You're going to be looking at me like I've lost my mind. Maybe not. Maybe it'd be a breakthrough. You never know.
Spiritually energetic?
I don't. You know I use it. Don't give him more ammunition to come at me. You're
I was
selling me out,
thinking it,
Chris.
but I was going to let it slide that time.
Oh, you don't let me slide.
So, do you think it's the nature of a soul to be defined by, like, to be defined differently by different people? Is that its nature?
I would agree with that, yes.
Do you think that if I don't define a soul, if I don't deem it important, do I still have one?
I think that's up to you.
Hmm.
It's not for me to tell you what's important to you.
No problem. I guess it sounds, and I don't mean this in any disrespect, but if it just kind of can go either way, it seems arbitrary. I don't mean that disrespectfully. I mean it in like a, well, either you do or you don't type of way, if that makes sense.
How
Like,
I mean it is it's not for me to pressure you with my beliefs or for you to pressure me with yours. What is important is kindness and understanding.
okay, so what is kindness?
Oh, oh my goodness. How do you define kindness? I believe kindness and understanding are certainly sisters. Grace is another one, and I'm not talking about in the religious sense. I mean in the ability to listen, intently listen to someone and try to understand them. So that goes back to the same thing that I just said. That is a tough one. I've never been asked to define kindness. That one you got me there. You did. That's the best I can do on short notice. I'll have to think about that for a minute. Just like I had to think about the energy and the quantum physics connection. I'm sorry, RC. Yes.
Said, what the fuck is kindness? The new prompt.
Yeah, I don't
Oh,
have
you're
that
gonna do
one
that?
ready.
You're gonna make that a new prompt? What the?
I might have to.
Oh my goodness. That's it. Yeah, I might have to work on that one next. You know, I just got done working on the energy one.
Ooh, Thrayle, I got one for you if you don't have it already. What the fuck is virtue?
Ah, what is? I like that.
Yeah.
Well, I think we've come to, well, at least I have come to like a conclusion in my line of questioning, and I do appreciate you answering. And so, likewise, I don't mind answering your questions.
Before you do, what was the question you asked right before she answered with kindness?
What is kindness?
Before that, when she answered with kindness and you asked what is kindness, what was the question she was answering?
Oh, I said, is it arbitrary to, like, have a soul or not have a soul?
Mm-hmm. Is the belief arbitrary?
Yes, I think so.
What do you think, Carla?
I think the belief is personal. And again, I don't believe it's for me to tell you what you should or should not believe. But I do often say to lead with kindness, to try to understand each other.
Do you think that it matters if there is a soul or not?
Only if it matters to you. I do think that's a very personal thing.
To you, does it matter?
It matters to me.
It matters to you if there is a soul.
It matters to me in my spiritual energy, but not in a religious way. So I completely separate the two. I'm not a religious person. I am not. I don't like it. To me, it's important because of how I feel energetically connected to the earth. And as you and I get to know each other, I might tell you more. But at this point in our get to know you relationship, this is what I'm comfortable talking to you about.
I am curious, and you tell me if this is where the walls come up, but is this soul belief related to afterlife for you?
I do have a an afterlife and a reincarnation belief. Yes, I mean that's a deep conversation. I'm a Reiki master. Um, that's a deeper conversation of guides, and that's a deep conversation to have. I don't know if we're ready for that. I don't know if our relationship is on that level yet.
I am ready for the question, what the fuck is afterlife?
Um. Oh gosh, I don't know how to answer that in 30 seconds. And I don't want to go off on because there's 81 people in this room that you're asking me to explain myself to as if I was standing in front of them naked.
It is kind of what the conversations do.
But don't you want to go running off naked in nature?
I do. But don't tell everybody my business, Arthur.
For that business.
I am a Reiki master. I am deeply connected. Oh my gosh, I don't want to do it. I'm actually, I don't know how to do it because it's gonna spin his head around a little bit. That's really, oh my gosh. Isn't there anybody else you want to ask a question to? So,
Well, I know what they believe.
oh my goodness. So, wow, I don't know. You just made me blush a little bit. Like you just intimidated me a little bit. And I'm difficult.
Is it the zombies?
Pardon me, it's the zombies?
Is it the zombies?
It's not. Did you know that one of my guides is quite a dark energy? So no, that wouldn't scare me. But it would be. I want to try to answer the question kindly without telling you everything about me right now. Is that something you can accept or no?
You reserve whatever you need to, and if I need to understand more, I'll ask. You decide what to answer.
So, I am a Reiki master. I work with energy guides. I am much more in tune with darker energies. One of my guides is more of a Luciferian energy. I believe so. My celestial lineage would be dragon. And in our belief, when we go rest, when we go back to the earth, we go and we rest because we've finished this job that we had here. But we do come back. And in my belief, I do have mentors. That's a whole nother conversation. But this is my third trip around the sun, if that makes any sense. It doesn't make any sense to you because you're going to, now they just spun your head around a little bit. We're going to do some spinning.
Third trip around the sun would imply 3 years old. I think you mean third trip through lifetimes.
I do. This is my third existence.
Why do you believe that this is your third?
Oh goodness, and you want to have this conversation publicly. Trying to figure out how to answer that question where I'm comfortable answering that question. It's just something that I've found in deep meditation and working with people that are more spiritually gathered than I am, like my shaman. I work with two. And just you would almost need to experience it. I don't know what story to tell you because you just turned on a different switch in me. So I don't know which story would be the most important to tell you, or because surface level is different than getting to know me more deeply. I feel like the first story I want to tell you because it's an easier story for me to tell. and it has nothing to do with the whole the cycles of life thing. So I'm going to get away a little bit from what you're actually asking me, because you're making me run a little bit.
What is the question that I asked?
So you're asking me to explain my spirituality, basically, like my beliefs in the and how we come about and how we come back to the earth and how we.
My question is more, what is making you believe that this is your third time?
Because in images I see, or in meditation I see flashes of what the other two were. But I will tell you that all 3 lifetimes have been similar. If I could give you the idea of like the white witch in the woods, the healer, the quiet one, the one that needs space, the one that is deeply connected to the earth and animals, but the one that needs peace. Like, I don't like people around all the time, but I will come and help you, if that makes sense.
Could these ideas be, well, as Levels put in the comments, personality traits that you hold and imagine different personas with?
Sound like archetypes, actually.
Kind of. That's kind of one way to think of it.
I will give you an expression, or I'm going to give you an analogy about me. Have you ever wanted to get to know something that's completely wild? Completely wild.
What do you mean by wild?
I feel like Harlow is Neo on top of the building at the end,
What does that mean?
dodging.
No, I'm just telling you that I want to get to know you all too. But if you push something that's completely wild a little too fast, I'm just going to run from you, is all I'm going to do. Because I don't want to. I've already told you more about me than I ever expected to today. So
I appreciate that, Harlow. I wonder, as Kira asked earlier in the comments,
I'm sorry, I missed it.
Where is this shame around your beliefs coming from?
There's no shame. It's a very personal, private thing.
I'm not really detecting any shame either, but rather like it's so much as a
guarded.
Yeah.
I was wondering why you came up here with that kind of guardingness or walls up to a panel to question beliefs.
Actually, I didn't. I came up to talk about energy and quantum physics. It turned into this.
She came to answer previous questions that put walls up from the last time. But and that's fair. We dug deeper. We exposed more nerves. And I'm wondering though if these are things that you can question.
You're asking me about the things now that I don't question.
Is that why don't you question them?
Because I don't need to. Because I feel them. I know them. They're familiar to me. It is something I've known since I was 14 years old. I don't know. I mean, the best way I can explain to you, have you ever been somewhere and you smelled something and it reminded you of a grandmother's kitchen?
Yes.
And it took you to a memory. Maybe that's the best analogy I can give you right now.
So because your feelings on afterlife and reincarnation are...
Reincarnation is the wrong word. It's not a reincarnation. It's an entirely different life. But that doesn't mean that I don't have the same role.
wonder if that was. I don't know. I wonder what you're thinking of reincarnation is, or what that means.
So I think reincarnation and multiple lives are two totally different things. Because reincarnation would mean I would be coming back as the same person but in a different body. So, which is similar to having different lives, but it is not the same thing. In our belief, you come here with a task. And when that task is fulfilled, you go back and you rest. That doesn't mean you're done. And I don't know how to take you to or through the ocean to the island without you thinking that I'm completely nuts, because you're asking to really get to know me spiritually on that level. I can try, but that's
When
a
you
lot.
say
You're asking
when
a
you
lot.
say in our beliefs, who is our? Who's the
So
group?
when I say that I'm pantheist, I am. That's the closest thing I can give you. But my spirituality, when I work with my other friends that are shaman and Reiki masters that I've worked with for 30 years, we definitely find our what we call celestial family. So, I mean, like we're getting deep here. Be careful how deep you want to get. And I want to be careful how deep I'm comfortable getting with this conversation, because I've already told you so much more about me than I ever intended to.
You can always bump the brakes. I will ask you why you are, but you can refuse to answer.
No, it's not that I want to refuse to answer. I truly enjoy having these conversations with you. I just, and I do enjoy the fact that you push, even when I'm uncomfortable having the conversation, because I haven't had this conversation in this type of setting. Does that make sense?
Again, I don't want it to sound like I'm pushing when you're uncomfortable. I just mean, I'm curious why. But I won't push if you don't want to be asked. But yeah, I'm wondering what importance multiple lives has to you.
It has zero importance to me. It has importance to what my value is here on earth and what the task that I'm asked to do is. We all have a purpose.
What decides that purpose?
For me, it is our celestial family. You come here, to provide a service that the earth needs at the time. For me, it's always been the same. I mean, I've always been the white witch in the woods, the healer, the understander, the scientist. I try to build a bridge. I want people to be kind to each other. I want people to try to understand each other, but then I also want people to go away. So I can also be that person. And so I often tell people I like for people to visit for about 3 days, and then I want you to leave for 3 months, because I need some peace. So I'm quite comfortable being alone as well. But you would have to study a lot of things to try to understand what I'm talking about, and I don't know that that's something you want. I would be surprised that you've not already studied these things. You'd have to study things like astrology and Reiki and shamanism and things of that nature.
And if I had studied those things, whether I have or I haven't, how does it change the way that you're going to explain it? If I don't believe it.
Well, number one, I would never pressure you to believe what I believe, because that's not
Right.
fair, or is it?
It's not about pressuring, but it's about understanding the way you believe it and the why you believe it.
Because I just know it.
What does that mean, you know it?
Because I feel it. I felt it since I was 14 years old. That was my first experience. That was the beginning of understanding it. And as I've gotten older and more educated in my spirituality, and things have progressed. in spite of becoming a biologist, because I wanted to understand the scientific research behind it too. Now that I'm, grown and I'm in the position where I can do research on things like, I find that you can deconstruct some things, but you cannot deconstruct true spirituality.
When you say true spirituality, what makes it true?
True to that person, like what they actually are, their actual beliefs. So because you can't choose your beliefs, you are who you are.
Does it matter to you if your spiritual beliefs are true or not?
True to me. I don't need
true in reality, not true to me, not subjectively true, but in a way that might someday be verifiable.
I don't know that you need to verify spirituality. I don't know how to do that as a scientist. I don't know how to do that for you. I mean, I was able to answer your energy question through quantum physics, but I don't know.
I still don't think you have answered the energy question through quantum physics.
The closest I can give you. I mean, you're asking me to be a scientist and a spiritual person all at the same time.
Yeah, well, the question, the energy quantum physics thing, I don't think you did answer it that way. I think you brought up quantum physics, but I don't know how it answered what energy is in a spiritual sense.
All right.
Did it?
I tried my best to give you a scientific answer for what you asked me for. I took time out of my day yesterday to have this.
I understand.
And I thought that you would appreciate that a little bit more.
I do. I appreciate the effort.
As I was 12 hours in a dissection in a human body, I actually thought to think of you to try to give you an answer that might possibly make sense to you. So perhaps I expected a different response from you.
Harlow, remind me of how you explained it with quantum.
Quantum physics is the vibration of things. The vibration of things. There is a small percentage of the human population that can simply feel vibration and sensitivity more than other people can.
What does quantum mean?
Let me pull up my notes from yesterday. You want to get a little serious?
Well, to be fair, if you took the time to do the notes, I'll take the time to hear them.
It's just simply the behavior of energy. Without giving you everything that I worked on yesterday.
So quantum means the behavior of energy. Yes. Sorry, just
quantum
the behavior.
Means the behavior of energy. It allows for particles, our energy, to be in two states at the same time.
Okay. So, quantum, the way you're saying it, refers to the behavior of energy, yes. And it allows for energy to be in two states at the same time. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
In what way does that relate to spiritual energy?
I was simply trying to build a bridge in between the two. If energy can be in two states at the same time, perhaps it could be scientific and energetic at the same time.
You mean scientific and spiritual?
Yes.
I can understand how you might. What I'm not saying is how that ties the rope of this bridge off on either side of the chasm between spirituality and science.
Then the only thing I can say, because I'm getting frustrated at this point, is I tried my very best to try to give you answers and build a bridge, and you just don't seem to want to do that. You seem to want to have me energetically naked in front of 87 people, and I don't want to do that for you. I thought
I
we were
understand,
building
Harlow.
a friendship. I thought we were doing all the things, and I was excited to talk to you. But I mean, if you want to make a mockery of the work that I actually tried to do for you, then that's
Harlow.
not very nice of you.
Harlow, why do you think that I am trying to make a mockery of it?
Because you keep pushing and pushing and pushing.
Okay. Then maybe this is the time to end the conversation. I don't mean to make a mockery at all. I am simply asking for an understanding of your spiritual.
And I see your comments, and I want to know how many of you actually spent 12 hours yesterday in a dissection and still working on this to try to be kind to someone, to bring them something, because I don't think any of you with a little attitude did that yesterday, but I did it.
Harlow.
I'm now starting to read the
You're reading the
comments.
comments,
Yeah, and
which
I'm
is
like,
not what's happening up here. Remember, everybody in the comments is a totally different person. I'm not up here to try to humiliate you or make you feel in any way pressured. So if that's where we're at, I think it's time to end the conversation. I do appreciate you being here. I'll set you down so that you don't feel like we're trying to expose you or make a mockery, okay? I really do.
I do definitely feel like that. I think I might just be done with this. I really tried to do something special for you, and you tried to make a fool of me.
I don't know how you see it, me as trying to make a fool. That's why I tried to I switched back to it to make sure you could share your findings and understanding. And I'm simply asking questions about what you're presenting. I mean, absolutely no harm. I'll let you go, Harlow.
It's not my ego. Like I really, if
I
I'd
really
have had
do. That's somebody in the comments. You're not responding to me anymore, so I'm gonna set you down just so this doesn't turn into you reacting to me as though I'm saying what's in the comments. That's not what's happening. But I do appreciate the attempt. I do. And I appreciate everybody who comes up here to try to question their beliefs. I really thought we were having a very productive conversation. I probably should have ended it a moment or two, a question or two sooner, but I'm not a psychic. I don't know what will happen.
From my perspective, you did everything that you normally do with every other guest or any other person who comes up here.
I simply want to question those who want to be questioned, who are willing and interested in questioning what they believe.
I think the comment that really sent me kind of in the direction of this is way too far when they brought up what they did for the last 12 hours yesterday and then coming up here as if we're supposed to be graced by someone's presence. Definitely put a bad taste in my mouth about that.
Well, I don't want to linger too long. Just move on to see if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that. You're capable of questioning your beliefs. I'm not here to make you look like a fool or to argue with you. I'm not here for the debate. I simply want to know what it is that you believe, or why you believe it, and really, if you can even question it. If you can't question it, well then, I mean,
what the fuck are you doing?
Why not? Really? But
I have a question, Thrayle. How hot is it on Mars?
I could have sworn it was really cold. I could be wrong, but I'm fairly certain it's gonna be pretty cold without a very strong atmosphere to hold in heat.
Or a really, really nice fur coat.
There's that. Yeah, nice fur coat. I think negative 80 degrees. I could be wrong. It was at negative 80 Celsius.
What do I look like? A Martian fire yeti? Why would I know that?
Kind of resemble him a little bit.
Ironically enough, I had coffee and a bagel with some cream cheese. So I had an open-faced cream cheese sandwich.
Speaking of O's, somebody named O wants to join.
Oh well.
I'm not sure how it's ironic, Kira. But O didn't,
Oh, you know what? Maybe ironic was the wrong word. I'm more, it's like a throwback, I guess. I don't know. We were talking about sandwiches earlier.
Oh, I see. Oh. Hello, can we get your age? Okay. That was really boring. But, thanks for leaving a comment so I know which account to block.
I think that person was on a live of mine the other day. I don't remember that being part of the conversation, though.
Did they actually bring conversation? I mean, I could leave room for the possibility, I suppose, that was a technical glitch.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't leave because they were very. It was not a fun conversation because it was forgettable.
Why would they?
I am enjoying my fresh cup of coffee. It is so delightful.
I'm gonna actually question an assumption for just a moment. Okay, never mind. They disappeared. But if anybody's got a belief in a god or a god's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs. Well, I think we're still going. I think so. I'm not very fond of the poem.
Tav, I feel like you're always confused. So it's a state of being for you, isn't it? Thrayle, Adria J has blueberry coffee.
Blueberry Bliss coffee? That sounds divine.
It is. Blueberry coffee is the best coffee.
I usually go with something like a caramel sugar, like a creme brulee.
I mean, that's decent. There's nothing wrong with it. But blueberry is better.
I am going to have to look into that.
I like, there's like this cinnamon coffee creamer my wife buys. It's really good. I like that. It's a fancy, what's it, Chobani? I think it's the brand.
My mother always liked vanilla cinnamon creamer, and so, you know, I drank that for like 20 years, or just, growing up. But, yeah, I never liked it. I was just too lazy to say anything. But now that I'm on my own, I pick my own. I like a baked sugar, a molasses type of flavoring.
My father introduced coffee to me
creme brulee
when I was 9 years old because it smelled really good. I was like, I don't like the taste. And he's like, here you go. And he has his coffee black. And I didn't drink it for about another 4 years.
Can you question your taste in coffee?
Can I question my taste in coffee? Actually, I can drink coffee almost any way that is available except for decaf because that's not coffee.
If you can question your taste in coffee or your God belief, request up and let's have the conversation.
Nice.
Gonna have to get better at those segues. It's an acquired taste. I'm glad you caught that setup.
Hey guys.
Hello, Dee Dee. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm ready to be tested in my taste of coffee.
Okay. Since RC made the offer, I'll let RC question your taste in coffee.
So, what kind of coffee do you like and why?
I like latte, but depends on the country because I travel a lot. So in my own country, where I live currently, in Ireland, I prefer latte. And when I come to my actual home country of origin, I prefer cappuccino.
And where is that? Are you Italian by chance?
Oh no, no, I'm Latvian.
More of a cappuccino kind of skeleton myself, but more particularly, do you like your cappuccinos with caramel or vanilla?
If I have to choose, I would go for caramel.
And why do you choose caramel?
Caramel, I feel the taste is more potent, where vanilla is more milder, and I like. Okay, so I used to be a coffee junkie. I used to drink like 10 cups of coffee a day, and I have greatly reduced that. And so when I pick my coffees, it has to have a potent taste of coffee and flavoring so that I am mentally satisfied so that I don't have to reach for another cup of coffee. So therefore, I always pick caramel between those two.
Well, first of all, I'm glad that you're still alive after all that caffeine.
I want to know really quickly, could your taste in coffee be wrong?
It's quite possible.
Have you ever tried blueberry coffee?
No. That's a bit strange to have a fruity flavor in a coffee.
Why?
Is that your belief or is that a...
I suppose it's my ignorance. Because I never had one, so I don't even know how I feel about it. I have no reference point.
Another question I have for you is, do you believe in a god?
No, not that quickly turned. Do you? Is the follow-up question gonna be if God likes coffee?
I was about to say, how does your god like their coffee?
I suppose, since my God is
can we
slain,
verify
it could be a
this?
blueberry. Can I verify that? No, it's complete fairy tale.
Oh, fair enough.
Why is it that you do not believe in a god or its preference of coffee?
Because I don't have a proof. Since, for example, we live in a physical world and we go by what we see and can touch or measure. So if I would ask you the same questions about your preference, that would be sufficient evidence enough because it's directly from the source. But I cannot go to a god and ask for his preference, can I?
What is a source?
A source is where well, in this context, where the direct information, untainted information would come from.
What is untainted information?
Not diluted by some points of view or reinterpretation.
Is not information is not all information interpreted in some way?
It could be possible, yes, it could be. Yeah, we do use in our language word information quite loosely. But what I thought is the information that is confirmed by directly, like in this case about the coffee, I could go to a god and ask him, it, whatever, or her, what kind of coffee do you like? And it would tell me, sure, I like blueberry coffee. And then I would come to you and I say, well, he told me.
If you encountered a god, how would you know that you were talking to a god, especially if you were asking about their coffee preferences?
Right. That's actually a really messy question because there is no real answer to this. Because there is no way. You could come to me and say, I'm God. But how do I know? Do I have any reference point I can compare to an ordinary human? I don't. Let's say alien comes to me and he has metaphysical powers of telepathy or levitation or whatever the terms. But that wouldn't be a god, isn't it?
Why wouldn't it be a god?
I don't know. It's the way how I understand God, based on what people tell me. That's the only reference point I can go by, that he's omniscient, he's all powerful, he knows all, and he can be everywhere, and he's watching us all the time. That's what I'm being told. I don't necessarily believe that, but that would be the only faint reference point I would have.
Is it possible for there to be a god that isn't omniproperty?
Well, according to my belief, we all are gods walking on earth because we create stuff.
Wait,
That would, yeah.
So you believe that we're all gods. What exactly about us makes us godly?
The way, okay, so going by the physical properties, we can create most amazing things. We have the craziest ideas, and then we also have really bad ideas.
So you're defining godhood as the ability to create.
Maybe. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure. I haven't formed opinion about that part yet.
Also, what are we exactly calling creation? Are we bringing something into existence from nothing, or are we simply taking materials and transforming them into other things?
We are transforming the materials into other things because nothing by definition doesn't exist because it's nothing.
And so the ability to transform things into other things is synonymous to godhood in your perspective.
Yeah, it could be possible. Yes, it could be possible. But again, I don't really 100% know that. I don't know that, but I would like to think that, yes, unless some other point is presented to me that would discard my opinion.
So, if we already are able to transform things from one thing into another, and we're human, is the God label really necessary?
No, it's not really. I think it doesn't have to be.
Then why would you attribute godhood to something that doesn't necessarily meet the label?
Yeah, for lack of better wording, I think it's just purely language. There is no full reasoning behind it because we are used to throw word God left and right. So, no, I don't, in my personal internal belief, I don't think we should ever use word God because we don't really have a definition for it that we would agree on.
So, if I'm understanding you correctly, when you previously said that we're all gods,
yeah,
are you perhaps meaning that poetically?
Yes.
Interesting. Is it possible for other living beings in this colloquial or poetic definition of godhood, such as animals in the wild, that like a beaver making a dam, would that also fall into your poetic definition of godhood?
Yes. Yes. Because I don't discriminate to a species. If we are able to create something, therefore we have some ability and the power.
Do you, taking the situation a little more broadly, do you subscribe to any form of supernaturality at all?
Yeah, I don't discard it fully. I have had my own experiences with that. Limited, but I have. And it, if I would use logic, I could discard it easily. But I choose maybe to give this little bit of magic and say it could be possible. Yes.
What supernatural experiences do you think you've experienced?
A ghost, for example. But then, logically thinking, it could be I just hallucinated, or the changes in the oxygen, or the wind blew wrong way, or different way, not wrong way. But yeah, I choose to give that magic to this reality, and I would say that would be a ghost.
When did you see this ghost?
Not. It wasn't just once. Once I saw this when I was a child, but then it could be my imagination. And then later I saw this in when I was an adult, back in what few, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago, maybe less. When I woke up from a dream, I saw a shadow standing right next to my bed.
Did you automatically assume that this shadowy figure was a ghost, or was it something more naturalistic like your imagination? Basically, what I'm asking is, what was your initial judgment of this phenomenon?
It was fear because I didn't understood it first. That was the first instinct that I felt. I covered myself in a blanket and I told myself no one is there multiple times over and over. And the next day I woke up. That was in the middle of the night. And in the morning when I got up, I thought about this, and I suppose it's more psychological process to remove the fear from that factor what I saw, and I decided it was just a ghost.
So, are you saying that you determined it to be a ghost out of a need to give it something that could make sense to you?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah.
That shadow, what else could that shadow have been by your perspective?
simply because I woke up. It could have been just still dream states, and it was in my dream still. And mind can play tricks quite a lot.
Was that the only time you experienced that shadow, or was it on a frequent or more than one occasional basis?
I would say maybe the 2 times I can say for sure vividly yes. Rest of the times I'm not sure about what I saw, so I don't know really. But 2 times for sure, yes.
So, what you said that there were other supernatural experiences. What else have you experienced?
They were shadows. Maybe it was one of my brothers or sisters.
Could be. Could be. Other ones. Right, this is a bit strange. A little bit strange. I still don't know what it is, and I haven't made up if it's my mind if it's fully supernatural. When I was a child, there was an event that wasn't pleasant to me. I don't want to go in detail what it was. And there were multiple people around me seeing and experience the same event. And a couple hours later, when I would refer back to the same event to these people, they told me that didn't happen.
So, if I understand you correctly, there was something that occurred that was in the presence of more than one person, including yourself.
Yes.
And when you later asked the people present for verification, they denied it.
Yes, that's right.
I know you said you don't want to get too into it, but is there any detail regarding the particular thing that you witnessed that you can disclose?
The only emotional state, it wasn't pleasant. It wasn't traumatic either. I wouldn't go that far, but it wasn't nice, and it made me feel so bad, as if I did something bad, but I didn't, but I felt like I did.
So twice when I asked you about your experiences, twice you mentioned your childhood. Did most of these supernatural experiences occur while you were a child?
Yes.
Interesting. And you acknowledge that because of this, it's highly possible that it could be anything from perhaps an overactive imagination, or maybe these are memories that have been askewed over time.
Yes, I do. I do believe that it is possible to explain in more logical way. Absolutely, yes. Unfortunately, those few events that I have experienced, I couldn't, like the ghost, I could not discuss with anyone because I fully comprehend if I go and say something to somebody, it would be perceived as crazy. So I internalized that experience. The event that I was part of with multiple people, they could not confirm that. So I'm not sure. Like I said, at the beginning, I don't know if it is even supernatural. Maybe I just imagined it, or they just didn't want it to remember and they denied that.
Earlier, you said that something like that is what you leave to the magic of the universe, if I'm quoting you correctly.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
Magic? I love fairy tales, and I love stories, kids' stories. And I like the magic that they create in the story. And sometimes to make my life more fun, I make the magic around me, even if it's make believe.
So, once again, you're appealing to creative language or poetics, is what I'm hearing.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Interesting.
The whimsy is important.
It is. For Dee Dee.
Yeah, I like that. I like the whimsy too.
I like that. When I'm not imitating the host and I'm being my actual self, I poke lives myself where I describe myself as a agnostic spiritual atheist, where I describe myself as finding meaningful coincidences in the things that are attributed to the supernatural. I don't necessarily assume there is a supernatural component to existence, but that doesn't make it any less meaningful to me.
Yes. I'm sorry, real quick. Thrayle, is your live goal a mermaid right now?
Yeah, 420 mermaids.
Perfect.
Also, one more question before I give it back to the actual host. Do any of these ghosts or supernatural things you experienced, how do they take their coffee?
I would like to believe that they take coffee with milk in some shape or form with some flavorings. But the blueberry is very curious thing that you just said earlier. So if I will be able to taste that, I will, and I'll come back to you.
Yes, I had to bring this back full circle to coffee before I exited the character. Okay, it's back to you.
Thank you, RC.
That was fun.
You're welcome.
I can't recommend blueberry coffee enough. It is.
I also recommend blueberry coffee. It is very good.
Okay. Okay, so it's an actual thing. Wow. Okay.
It is a real thing. He's not messing with you. It is a real thing. I'll back that one up. And it is delicious.
Okay. Okay. So I will make myself this as a mission. And I'll go and search for one.
Can I ask you where you're from?
From Latvia.
I love Eastern European accents. Your voice is beautiful.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I do live in Ireland for past 18 years. This is where I learned the language.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say your English is excellent.
Thank you. Thank you.
When you said you had lattes, they were Latvian lattes?
Latvians do have, yeah, well, I wouldn't make it as a box on its own, but it's just much weaker than lattes I'm used to in Ireland. So that's why I prefer in Latvia cappuccino.
Okay. In Latvia, you have cappuccinos. Oh my goodness, I would.
Yeah.
It would be one of probably the. Yeah, it would be amazing to like travel and taste coffee around the world. I'd love to do that someday.
I went to Catalonia a couple years back and I drank their coffee. And I thought I'm disassociating with myself because it was so strong. So strong.
I'm growing coffee.
Oh? Okay. That's very interesting.
We'll see how it turns out.
Okay. So this is your very first experience in doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, but we grow this island grows a lot of really good coffee, so it'll hopefully go pretty well.
That's very nice. Wish you the best with that one.
Thank you.
I actually wanted to give some credit to Thrayle for questioning me, as I've always considered myself an atheist, and only in the last couple of years did I feel like I'm an empirical atheist, but his questions got me questioning my beliefs as an atheist, and it kind of led me to dive a little deeper about secular spirituality, if that's even a thing, if it's even possible. And so I came across Epicureanism, and there's a word that I came across that I think is probably going to be my new favorite word for quite a while. Its meaning is kind of like apathetic happiness. It's rooted in Stoicism. It comes from a Greek word that means the state or condition of good spirit. And I'd love to share this word with everyone here. It's eudaimonia.
Did you know that word, Thrayle?
I do know of eudaimonia.
Of course you do, because you know all the words.
Did I get it right? Eudaimonia? Did I say it right?
Yes, it's eudaimonia.
Eudaimonia. Greek etymology. Eudaimonia. And that is going to be my new favorite word for a while. And just giving credit to our wonderful host for pushing my beliefs a little bit to kind of inspire me to explore a little bit and come across this word.
Nice. Very good.
Thrayle loves words, so I think that he's probably thrilled about that.
Thrilled about it.
He's thrilled about it.
Thrilled, yes.
I am thrilled that you discovered eudaimonia. Are you familiar with absurdism?
Slightly. That is something I would like to explore as well.
I would recommend, if you haven't read anything really deep on the topic, to start with the myth of Sisyphus.
The myth of Sisyphus. I'm going to write that down, and I will get back to you on that. Another word closely related to this eudaimonia word is ataraxia.
I need to write this all down.
Did everybody not read The Myth of Sisyphus in high school?
No.
Oh.
No.
People are familiar with this story, but not with Camus.
Huh.
You're just
I had some really interesting English teachers. I see snow right now, you guys.
Nice.
Where
If
are
I
you
had
guys
to,
from?
America.
Okay.
I live in Hawaii. That's why, like, the snow thing was cool.
I will turn the camera on and I'll show you for your pleasure.
You'll show us.
Oh, it's snow. Oh, look at all this snow.
1 second, I'll open the window.
It has been a long time since I've played in the snow. It's amazing.
Just don't eat the yellow kind.
Yellow.
I was told it was lemonade flavored.
Jesus Christ.
It is.
That's pretty.
I think that's the street light doing it.
Yeah, that's the street light. Yeah, it's
like your day is ending and mine's just starting. That's kind of fun.
Yeah.
It's almost
Yeah.
like I'm on European time because my day is also ending.
Yeah, currently here is 7 o'clock in the evening.
7 o'clock in the morning for me.
Oh, it's 12 hours different.
The sun is rising. There's a little bit of snow left on top of the mountain from the storms we had earlier this week. It's a little tiny bit of snow.
Yeah. I do enjoy the Christmas time because of the lights and the magic people create around themselves and anticipate something really nice. And the cold and snow.
wonder if I'm out of questions. Or if we're just out of believers. I mean, I could question Dee Dee's spirituality a little more, but I think RC did a wonderful job.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Yeah,
and
RC
I know
did
I've
really
left.
good.
Yeah, I think so too. And I know
Yeah,
I've
well,
left you with a few questions
yes,
that you're still pondering, right?
yeah, especially the coffee with the blue
Especially
glass.
the coffee.
I concur. Well done, RC.
Thrayle.
I'm still here. Yeah.
Have you seen Heretical?
Nope.
Not.
I mean, he's right there.
The movie.
Nope. Not here.
Oh, the movie. You mean
Yes.
They made a movie about me? The fuck?
I mean, are you Hugh Grant?
Yeah, Hugh
Could
Grant.
I be?
Oh, I've heard of that movie.
I have not seen
Okay. I watched it while you guys were questioning. I was watching this movie, and it's like, you know, a good little thriller. I'm kind of not impressed by the scary part of it, but what I was impressed by was the way he questioned those Mormon girls' beliefs.
Really?
Yes, you should absolutely watch it just for that. Like it's really interesting for that part.
Someone once came on the panel and compared me to him, and I still haven't seen the movie. I should, I guess.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. Maybe the first half of the movie.
Yeah, that's. I didn't like the comparison to someone I didn't know, but and especially since I know it's a horror movie.
So if you just watch the first half of the movie, then it's a good comparison.
I think that's what they said too.
But then if you get into the second half of the movie, not so much.
I hope not.
But you do have to watch it all the way to the end because the questioning continues all the way to the end.
Yeah, the entire movie is basically a psychopathic experiment on questioning faith. So you take it to the extreme.
Uh-oh.
But it's Hugh Grant, and there's nothing not to like about Hugh Grant.
Yeah, the acting is actually amazing, dude.
Guys, I will just say that I will leave the panel. I will leave the panel, so in case somebody wants to come in, as it's full. So thank you so much for allowing me to come on the panel, and I'll see you next time.
And for God's sake.
Lovely.
Blueberry coffee. Thank you, Dee Dee, so much. I appreciate you.
Same. I'm appreciating you all, guys.
I should have heard more often.
I'm going to head out as well. These last couple days on your panel, Thrayle, have been amazing, and thank you so much for allowing me to be in your space. My DMs are always open in case you need to ever tell me something one-on-one, by the way. I'm just throwing it out there.
Appreciate you.
Of course. I'm going to go ahead and drop down. Or if you want to kick me for the algorithm, that's totally fine.
The boot's on the way. Thank you, Shadow. Appreciate you.
And if anybody else wants to be in Thrayle's space, that sounds weird, but I was really just trying to plug the Discord.
Yes, there is a Discord link in the link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one takes you there. The first link is the Discord, and you just want to make sure you read the rules when you get there, otherwise it might look a little lonely. But once you agree to them, you should find out that you're not alone. But we do have joining us up on stage here. Camille, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 29.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
You can call me a Christian, I guess.
Do you believe that Jesus died for your sins and is your Lord and Savior?
Yes, I think that's literally the only thing that makes me a Christian.
I see. So you don't believe the rest of the Bible to be true and literal in any way?
I think that there is like a possibility that there's maybe some historical leans in it. Like if you want to say that, like, you know how stories are inflated over time kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that there's some stories there, but a lot of it is just lessons. It's not really necessarily like, oh, everything that happened in the Bible actually happened exactly the way it said, in the way that we would interpret it, or whatever.
Could that mean that some stories in the Bible might even be wrong or fictitious? Like,
Yes, I do think that there is definitely that possibility, especially with all of the editing that has happened throughout time since the first one was written.
So where in the Bible do you, well, let me ask first, have you read it from beginning to end?
I have not. That is something I definitely need to do, but have not. But I think that's just specifically from my lack of interest, because I don't find it as important to me for my faith. But I definitely do need to, just so I can have like a general sense of everything that's in it before I like go up on panels like this to sit here and say, oh yeah, I'm a Christian. Because I know there's obviously a lot of controversial topics from the Bible in the Old Testament and New Testament, and I find a very big difference between the two, but obviously both can be judgmental.
Do you believe any of it to be true and literal?
In the sense of God put himself down here on earth in a physical human body, like taking the encompassing, all-knowing, out of space, time and matter God that we think of into the mind of a human for the first time, and then was sacrificed, because that was when he realized my creatures can never actually be completely free of sin. And so that's when he sacrificed the pure body that was technically of himself to save us from our sins. And so that's my only part of myself where I find myself as Christian.
So he didn't know that we wouldn't be able to be free of it until
there's some noise coming.
We have to think about for me, I don't think that, you know how they say that in the Bible that it's the earth and the universe, or everything was created in 7 days. God created the earth in 7 days, or whatever it is. But you have to think about the fact that if you want to relate that to science, we don't know what days are like to God, who's outside of space, time, and matter. It could be 7 days where it's billions of years. And so for me, it's kind of relates to science, kind of doesn't. Some of it doesn't make sense. It's never gonna until I get there and get the answers.
So you're saying that the 7-day creation could relate to science?
Like I said, I'm gonna ramble. I'm so sorry. I haven't slept in over 24 hours, so I'm probably rambling and going off on so many other tangents in one sentence.
You're not alone in that. It's okay. You're doing good.
I'm trying my best.
So you're saying that the 7 days could be God days. Could that? Sorry, I'm hearing an echo.
No, you're hearing my dogs stepping around because they want to go outside. I'm going to mute myself while you talk.
Okay. So you're saying that these could be 7 God days that he made everything in, and that could somehow fit with science if we just don't know the length of a God day. Does that mean that the order of creation could still, or is still true in your beliefs?
I heard most of that. But you were talking about how, for me, God days, Earth days.
I was seeing if the order of creation mattered.
Oh, I mean, I can't say what the specific order is. These are all just my kind of like theories where I try to put things together. This is not me saying like, oh, I have definitive evidence from anywhere. That's just me trying to put things together.
Do you take...
Go ahead, Kat.
Do you take the Bible as evidence, or do you need evidence outside of the Bible to believe this, like, something in the Bible is true?
Neither.
Neither?
Yeah. I don't believe in the Bible as evidence, and I don't need evidence of God in front of me.
You're not trying to prove it, yeah.
Yeah, like I'm not trying to go out there and look for people who are like, no, I need 100% scientific proof. And I'm like, here it is. I don't have it. And I know that sounds probably really crazy to some people. I mean, my ex-husband tried to tell me I believed in a fairy tale, so...
It just informs us, like, where you're at with, like, you know...
Yeah, no, when I was in the comments, I was already saying, half of this is not going to make sense.
No, it's...
And it's going to leave us all questioning things. Or questioning me. Like questioning where I'm at mentally, I guess. I've made everyone silent. I think that accomplished the goal. That accomplished the goal.
We're thinking about what questions are best to ask. Giving Kat room. It sounded like she had a follow-up.
I think I do.
I'm serious. You guys can go on to someone else because, like, I'm never going to give you guys, like, a solidified